How are you doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
All right?
Oh, okay.
Good morning, guys. An event-based, co-working space, educational accelerator program. So normally the co-working space
So how are we on time? We start.
I think we're gonna start about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So how many did you do it?
Like the problem is, some people coming from, they're going to this session.
Hi, what's your name?
Usually what
Tim,
happens is
nice
we
to
have
meet
like 50 people in any given
you.
time.
This is something else.
But it's turning over.
For San
Who those
Francisco.
people are.
Dallas.
So we'll see. And then the
Um,
Walmart guys are
Domination, it's,
sponsoring the DFW lounge.
Okay.
So there'll be a lot of.
we do precise
It's
teaching.
awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of music?
Yeah.
And then it's your full time.
So I do, it's probably like my 80%.
Okay.
I do a fair bit of consulting.
Okay.
How is it different from regular piano?
That's mostly.
Canadian and American.
All
or-
over. Right now, do some stuff for ING. So yeah, it's,
So they're GTI.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
with Charlie and
So
He
like
used to be the
the,
judge. Now it's just Charlie. He's on his own. He's overwhelmed.
instruction.
Yeah.
So he'll be here today.
Oh, Charlie.
He's speaking.
And also
Oh,
what
okay.
else is
Yeah, he's gonna go if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. What time is he looking at?
No, in the morning.
Oh.
Okay. I think it's like, I don't know, maybe the second hour.
Oh, okay.
Something like that.
I'll look it up.
I played a little bit, like small.
So it's more like it's comprehensive.
So like basically you're teaching them how to compose music theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Versus learning.
yeah, it's the kids do love music. Yeah, the chorus.
Okay, cool.
The kids doesn't like music.
No, but I just like this vibe. So like, oh, you know, we watch those like shows, you're like, oh, by this age, you're starting.
Yeah, so what do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
stuff
like
like
a yeah.
on the app, you gotta play like a memory game. Depending on how well you do it, how you score, turns out you just kind of get it out.
So the work we do to hire the discount,
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the product.
Exactly.
So
stuff like that.
brand that like maybe that, I guess that makes sense.
Right, because for the kids at this age,
Okay.
they just want to
No.
Yes. good to see you.
All right, awesome.
Right.
Thank you for having me.
Right. And obviously, we introduce your theory later on.
Yeah. Yeah, indoctrination
Hey.
from the young.
Thanks for the invite.
So it's annoying.
Yeah, you're not gonna wanna be there in about 5 minutes, just cause the mic actually picks up.
Sometimes I'm like,
Oh.
No, I'm just letting you know, like I can hear you, even when you said thanks for the
need to
invite.
be singing all these things.
Just so you know. Yes, it's all good.
Yeah.
You alright? Okay.
Yeah.
right, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, awesome. All right, well, welcome. My name is Asif Khan. I'm the founder and president of the Location-Based Marketing Association, and we're excited to be here. This is our 4th year doing Retail Loco at South by Southwest, and all 4 years we've been here in the Capital Factory, so we're really thankful for these guys, making this space available. It's such a great place to be, and you'll notice today, as if you're here throughout the day, Walmart's also sponsoring the VIP Spark Lounge around the corner here, so you'll see a lot of different brand people and venture capital folks, and basically VIPs hanging around at South by will be here all day and kind of in and out as well. So if you're going to be kind of tweeting anything, use the Retail Loco hashtag that you see there, and then obviously the LBMA Twitter handle or my Twitter handle if I'm saying anything that is worthwhile. Probably not, but anyways, feel free to do that. And I have to start by thanking our sponsors, all these guys that you see on the banners, Shelfbox, Verve, Review Push, Shopkick, MapQuest Business, Dosh, Reveal Mobile, and Unicast. So we can't do this kind of stuff without the support of these guys. If you've never been to an LBMA event, I'll just quickly introduce who we are. The Location-Based Marketing Association. So we're a nonprofit global trade association, member-based organization. So we have about 1,400 member companies. We're a very global organization, so we have chapters, which are basically local meetup groups that typically meet on a quarterly basis in each of the cities you see on the bottom of the screen there. I wanted to just quickly call up Trey and Chad for a second. You guys just stand up. So Trey and Chad actually are leading the Austin chapter of the LBMA. So they'll be organizing the local events throughout the year here. So if you're local and you're part of this community, you'll want to know these guys and get connected to them. You can sit down. It's all right.
Thank you.
It's good. And the important thing to know about us as an organization is when we talk about location-based marketing, we define that term as the intersection of people, places, and media. And we're really clear that for us, location-based marketing is not just about mobile. We say media because for us it's truly all media. And the way we want marketers, all the brands that we represent, to think about it is to say that mobile can help us understand where the target person is right now, the geo acquisition, if you will. Regardless of what technology you're using to do that, it's coming typically through some connectivity to the mobile device. But once we know where they are, the question that we need to ask is what media is available to us that we can use to influence them in that particular place. And that could be a digital signage platform, that could be the music that they're hearing in the building, that could be radio, television, anything. And so all of those are, for us, location-based media if they're relevant to that particular context and time. And our member base is quite diverse. Just to give you an idea of the sampling of that, you see mobile operators like AT&T, you see government agencies like NASA, you see a lot of retail brands, and CPG brands. And as I said, we're quite global, so you see guys like Telefonica in Europe and Tesco in the UK and brands like that as well. And then obviously all the digital out-of-home companies like Clear Channel and CBS Outdoor and folks like that are all part of the LBMA as well. So today what I want to do with my time before I sit down and chat with Scott is really just to share some data with you. So last year at South by we announced something called the Global Location Trends Report. So this is a big piece of research that we fund, and this year we're releasing the second year of that, the 2017 report. So I'm going to share with you some of the numbers. The report will actually be available tomorrow to everybody to download and so on. But just pulling out some numbers from that, when we look at kind of the use of location data today, about 85% of all the data we're generating on the planet on our smartphones has some location element to it. In simple terms, when you take a photo on your smartphone, it has date and timestamp, but it also has latitude and longitude now, which is why when you pull your photos into iPhoto, you can automatically group them by place because it has location data. So almost everything we're doing has location data. Now, when we look at the size of this market in terms of the investment that's coming into this, we're projecting the market to be $52.2 billion by 2019. So it's a sizable market, and this does not even include the ad spend. This is just the technology, infrastructural spend around devices and sensors and location technology that's going out there. But let me get into kind of the meat of the report very quickly. When we surveyed, basically, just to set this up, we surveyed about 509 actually CMOs across 5 different markets that we operate in: Canada, the US, Germany, the UK, and Singapore. and we ask these guys, are you currently using location-based technology in your marketing efforts? We ask them a range of questions, and so just to kind of illustrate what's happening here is we're contrasting the 2016 to 2017 numbers, so last year's report to this year's report, and so I'll just highlight some of the U.S. numbers here. So last year when we asked them, are you currently using location-based marketing? Basically 67% of folks said yes. This year it's up to 72%. Okay, of marketers in the U.S. are using location technology in some way. One of the other things that we like to ask people is, when you think about location-based marketing, and this idea that I said it's all media, is that being reflected in your ad spend and in the way you're looking at how you deploy ad dollars against location technology? And so we asked them, do you consider digital signage to be a location-based media? Do you consider radio to be location-based media? And we looked at those numbers, and so that's what you're seeing down the side here. So if you can't read that, it's mobile, static billboard, digital out of home, print, what's the other one? Online, radio, and then TV. We didn't survey TV in 2016. We only added it this year, so that's why you see just only the blue line on the bottom there. But basically, we're seeing growth across the board. For mobile, an increase of 4% from 45 to 49 between 2016 and 2017. But I mean, look at billboard, for example, like digital signage, 22 to 31%. Huge growth in the use of digital signage platforms as a location-based media this year. So there's a lot of data that's coming out of this that is powering investment across the board. We also asked these same CMOs, when you're looking at the actual dollars that you're deploying against location advertising and location-based services, what are the areas that are popping up at the top for you in terms of where those dollars are going? And you see right at the top of that list is something that we classify as social location services. So this is the use of things like Pinterest and Snapchat and Facebook and Instagram, who've all opened location up in their platforms, so that, for example, Snapchat's out selling geofilters right now. Pinterest has buyable pins. The idea being is that, up until recently, all these social platforms were about content and followers and fans. And now it's about the content that's being talked about your brand or about your store or whatever, is about closing the gap between people talking about you and people actually coming into your store or buying your product. And so using these social platforms to actually understand where are they when they're posting right now, and how close are they to the place where they can buy or consume your product. And so that's why social location is hugely on the rise right now. You see location-based advertising, the Internet of Things, big growth in those areas as well. As we move inside of the store, inside of the building, we asked them about, do they have Wi-Fi? Do they have beacons? Do they have GPS technology? Smart lighting, et cetera. Are they using these things? And in the U.S., you see the contrast here. So first column is 2016, second column is 2017. So 22% of retailers in the U.S. were using beacons last year. Now we're up to 35. You see the GPS numbers 43 to 48. Wi-Fi is still growing as well. 55 to 61, near field 18 to 26, and last year we didn't track smart lighting. This year we are. So about 6% of American retailers are, doing something with some sort of sensors or visible light in the actual lighting itself. And then if they weren't doing it, or if they didn't have it or invested in it yet, were they planning to add it by the end of this year, by the end of 2017? So this is the incremental spend. So last year, an additional 16% of folks were planning to add beacons. This year, 18% of folks are still planning to add beacons, and so on. So the incremental is that second column under the U.S. flag there, or U.S. Country that you see there. So there's a lot of good data here, and we'll make this report, the full report, available to everybody who's at the conference tomorrow. So I just want to walk you through a couple quick concepts of things that are important to us at the LBMA and how we try to get brands, get marketers, get advertisers to think about the opportunity around investment in location. So the first is this idea of what we describe location as the cookie for the physical world. And the way we want folks to think about this is to say, location data is the only piece of data actually that allows us to track the movements of the targeted consumer, across all devices and media types throughout the day. So if you look at the sort of the average, day of a consumer, you wake up in the morning, before you get out of bed, you grab the phone or the tablet on the night table beside you. You're in a location, you're in your home, you have a device in your hand, you're connected, in this case, to online media. And then you get ready for work and you probably hop in the car if you're, somewhere like this. And then, your location's changing, but so is the way we can interact with you. It might be radio you're listening to in the car, or it might be the navigation screen that we could use to influence you in that particular, setting. And then you get to the office, now you're on your laptop or your desktop, and then you stop in the afternoon for going to Starbucks, and you got music playing in the store, through something like Mood Media, and you've got digital signage platforms and menu boards that can all be used to influence you in that particular environment. You have Wi-Fi in there, and then maybe you go shopping and you got indoor location technologies and beacons hitting you and doing all kinds of interesting things throughout that day. And then maybe when you get home you're watching television. So what we're getting at is throughout the day, the only thing that we can track across all of that is your location. But the opportunity to influence you is changing across the different media types and devices. And it's really about understanding that location isn't just when somebody comes into the store. It's wherever they are all the time. And to illustrate that, part of what we do at the LBMA is, besides running events and publishing research, is we have something that we call creative collaboration. And that's where we work with our members. We take brands, we take vendors, we put them together and we run experiments and tests to kind of show new use cases and innovation around location technology and data. So I'm going to show you a couple of those examples of some of the work we've done with our members over the last little while. So this example is, everybody's familiar with AutoTrader, right? And who those guys are? So this is basically the Taiwanese version of AutoTrader, a company called Kagulu that we worked with to kind of really drive home the value of location anywhere at any time. So you got a truck here with a digital signage platform built inside of it and cameras. And when the truck stops and a car stops nearby, the camera scans that car and gives the car a real-time price of a used car value of that car right there on the street. Emil, that was your car, right? Different color, yeah. So, yeah, cool. Anyways, you get the idea. In the interest of time, we'll move on. So there's this idea of the cookie, of understanding where the target audience is at any given time, and then if there's not media available, we create media, in this case, and take advantage of the location. The second thing is much more applicable to the retail sector, and a concept that we released last year that we call the 3-layer location cake. And the reason we did this is what we saw from a lot of the retailers that we worked with is that there was actually an overemphasis, if you will, on things like beacon technology. And for us, we were like, wait, the beacons are useless if you don't have anybody in the store. So how are you getting them there? So we wanted to kind of set the stage to help them understand the full ecosystem around location services and technologies. And so if you start at the bottom of the cake is about driving traffic to the store, to the destination you want them in. And that's where geofencing solutions, the social location platforms, the push messaging solutions, guys like Verve and companies like that are here today, are doing a lot of work in that space around geo-targeted, location-based advertising to drive traffic. And all these social platforms I mentioned before. Once they're there, then we turn into the second layer of the cake, which is about, now they're in the building. How do we increase basket size? How do we increase dwell time? How do we increase engagement and customer service? And that's where all this micro-location stuff, whether it's beacons or Wi-Fi or visible light, or magnetic positioning or what have you, becomes really important and relevant. But it can't stop there. We have to actually go to the top of the cake, which is the transactions. Do we actually know that these guys are spending money with us? Are they buying product? And so there's a big movement right now in the location ecosystem around attribution, and we're going to talk about that a little bit today as well. But what we're also seeing is a lot of the guys at the top who historically have made the point of sale CRM, loyalty platforms, are all moving in and buying beacon companies or integrating with these companies. Guys like Adobe and Oracle and IBM and SAP are all coming into this market. And that's what we're starting to see happen quickly. I'm going to just give you a couple quick examples of how we see these 3 layers manifesting, with some of the project work that we've been involved in a little bit. So when everybody saw Pokemon Go come out, and the idea of gamifying traffic, driving traffic to retailers. So guys like Sephora, who we work with, and others, try to take advantage of this. And it was fine in terms of getting traffic there. The problem is that there was no model in place for actually monetizing that. So we got them there, they captured the Pokemon or whatever, but like how does that actually convert into business for Sephora? It didn't do anything really. So that was sort of a failed experiment in a lot of ways. What is a little more successful, and we're going to talk about this on one of the panels, is what our member over in China, Alipay and WeChat have been doing. So with the Chinese New Year, just in the last few weeks ago, what they launched is everybody's familiar with Alipay and WeChat, which are big mobile payment platforms in China that almost every citizen is using. And so what they did is for Chinese New Year, basically you know how you hand out the red envelopes and people exchange money. So basically you could hide these red envelopes for your friends digitally like a Pokemon, and then people would go and find them at certain locations using a location-based app like a Pokemon app to do that. And then once you found it, then the money would be transferred digitally using Alipay or WeChat to enable that. So this guy's just quickly showing that. I don't know why the volume's so low. I wonder if I can turn that up. I don't want to touch that.
Users can tap on
There you
the
go.
screen for a clue. The envelopes are usually hidden within an object. The app uses location-based services, and you can only plant envelopes within 500 kilometers of where you're standing.
So it's just like Pokemon in terms of going around finding these hidden red envelopes in this case that your friends have left for you, and then once you open one up, then you click on it and the money gets transferred through Alipay or WeChat.
Giving red envelopes is a traditional custom in China. We hope this fun new activity can bring
Anyways, you get the idea. So that's about driving traffic. As we look at the second layer, which is about increasing basket and dwell time, for me it's really about two things. It's about reinventing retail, where retail becomes about a customer experience again, about looking at retail as a destination, right? Why do we see like shopping malls in Dubai with ski hills and all kinds of crazy things going on? Because it's about making that a place to go and making that a place to hang out. When I was a kid growing up in the 80s, I would go to the mall not because I had disposable income, but because there was a video arcade there and I could hang out with my friends and play games, right? It was a destination experience for me. And then maybe I could scrounge together a few nickels to buy a Big Mac or something. But that's what we have to get to retail again, because if there isn't something that you can experience there, and that's why AR and VR are becoming so important for retail, because you can create experiences that you can't buy on Amazon, right? That can only happen in that particular environment. And so here you have a wine retailer that we work with called Mistral in Brazil, and they kind of reinvented their whole store layout, in an Apple-esque kind of store way. All the bottles are hanging out of the wall. There's a digital signage ribbon that runs across the top. You pull a bottle out, the screen above lights up, tells you about that wine, the price point. You can pick up the bottle, take it over to the Microsoft Surface table, drop it down, gives you all the pairings, gives you the region, gives you the history, gives you all that sort of stuff. So it's a full experience. And again, you're not going to get that on Amazon. It's about turning it into a destination. In a similar way, when we look about driving the message and engagement, this is a project that we just did in Sweden with our Stockholm chapter. And so Apotek Hydrat is basically like a Walgreens over there, a big pharmacy chain. And so worked with a company that was trying to promote a product for smoking cessation, like Nicorette, that type of thing. And so we worked with a big digital signage operator, Clear Channel in this case, to do
Apoteket
this.
satt här. Vi finns för att du ska kunna leva ett längre, friskare liv. Det är därför jag är här. För att lagom till det nya året hjälpa dig skaffa nya, hälsosammare vanor. Vi har utrustat den här digitala skärmen med rökdetektorer. Sen placerar vi den här där folk röker mycket. Och varje gång de tänder en cigarett. Ja, du fattar.
So basically we've got smoke sensors built into the screen, and so anybody who walks by and starts smoking, the guy on the screen starts coughing.
Love it.
Apotek hjärta. Allt för ett nytt, friskare år.
So again, it's about now you got them there. They're in the environment. They're in the store. How do we do something that actually engages them and kind of connects with them at a personal level in some way? And that's what we can do with a lot of these sensors. So when we look at the sensors today, it's shifting, right? These beacons and so on there's a lot going on in this space. It's not like beacons from 3 years ago where you get the thing and you stick it on the wall or on the shelf. You know, it's becoming a part of the fabric of the store environment. So we see guys like Scanalytics putting sensors in the flooring that you're walking on to look at traffic path and dwell time and analytics. We see guys like Deso, so this Deso over here in the bottom right, this is a division of Philips that makes carpet with LEDs built into the carpet. And then actually the carpet becomes a screen that you can light up with messages, like baggage this way, or things like that at the airport. And you can change them on the fly, right? It's called controlled in the cloud. You have guys like on the bottom left, Shelfbucks is one of our sponsors working with GameStop, and you have these sort of branded beacons, if you will, on the shelf that you tap to pull information, like the old coupon tear pads, as opposed to it automatically pushing stuff to you. And then you have guys like Economy that we work with in the UK, which is the top left. So they're a 50-year-old company that makes mannequins for Topshop, House of Fraser. Now they make mannequins with the beacons built into them. And it's actually the mannequins that are watching you while you walk around the store. It's kind of creepy, but kind of cool. Kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And then it's about embracing the IoT. So how many of you have played with Amazon Dash buttons? A few. So these things are kind of cool. Like, I mean, a little button connected to your Amazon Prime account. You know, you stick the Tide button by your washing machine. When you run out of Tide, you just press it and it automatically places an order for Tide, right? And through your Amazon account and ships it out to you, right? So it's a quick way to fulfill, fill the basket, if you will, if you're an online retailer in this case. They're also working with guys like, Brother and HP on printers. So now, basically, the Dash technology is built right into the printers. As the printer is running out of ink, it realizes that and automatically places an order for ink itself. You don't have to do anything, for that. So there's a lot of that type of IoT technology that's happening. I live in Toronto, Canadian, and this past summer we worked with IKEA to do a little project where we set up a pop-up store in downtown Toronto. But because we didn't have a lot of real estate like a normal IKEA store where you can walk around and pushing the carts and all that, we had basically a select number of items. There was about 150 items, and when you walked in the store, we had these wooden spoons hanging there that you just pick up a spoon and it has an RFID chip built into the spoon, and then you walk around the store, and when you get to like a product that you like, you just take your spoon and you tap the card, and it basically fills a basket up for you digitally, and then when you get to checkout, everything's been gathered up for you and ready to go. So it's about convenience, right? It's about an interesting experience, a new way to shop, using technology to enable that. And finally, the last layer, as I said, is about that integration between the engagement technologies and the transactional systems. How do we tie this to point of sale, loyalty, and CRM? How do we understand who these people are that are coming into our environments? And we see a lot of partnerships emerging. Guys like PayPal are teaming up with Revel. We see guys like DigiCash building beacon payment platforms. We see guys like Dwayne Reed who are fully tying in their loyalty system so that when you walk into the store, they know who you are, they know that you have a prescription that needs to be refilled, and it's all being messaged to you and fully integrated because they have intelligence about that. And it truly is about transactions. Here's an example of a project that we did with Hellmann's, the mayonnaise company, that's fully integrated at point of sale. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong video. My bad. It's not Hellmann's. This is Honda, another project that we just did around in-vehicle payment. So sorry about that. I'll show you Hellmann's later. So this is built right into the car navigation system, built-in payments connected to the smart meters in the city. So it's pretty simple. You just pick your time. It's automatically connected to your credit card, and away you go. So you don't even have to get out. You don't have to stand in the cold. You don't have to do anything. Seamless experience. And lastly, just to kind of illustrate how much this location stuff has grown in the last little while. When you see big companies, Fortune 500 companies, start to do broadcast TV commercials that show the power of location, location is important. It's relevant. And that's what Geico has done here. So there you go. So that's all I wanted to share with you this morning. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for coming this morning. We got lots of great content, but I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. All right. So we're gonna move to our fireside chat here. I'm gonna have Scott come up and join me. I'm just gonna pull up my my notes. We'll just have a seat here. I'll sit with you.
Okay. No interviews. You stand over here.
It's all good. I do like.
Keep it comfortable.
I do how you like that. You have. You know what? I have to go get a Coke right now. I feel like I'm not representing.
It is
well.
much appreciated.
Hold on.
Well, I don't drink coffee.
Let me just do that. Let me just do
This
that.
is my jump start.
I'll be right back. I can't let that go.
Oh, no, fine.
Did you stop drinking coffee and you joined Coke, or vice versa?
No, I stopped drinking Mountain Dew.
Oh,
That's too much. So wait,
Yeah,
is that,
no,
is that
that-
Diet Coke or is it? It's not. No, it's still that does.
I've never drank coffee for whatever
Not the
reason.
not the non-caffeinated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Southern California, you don't need warm beverages. So
That's a good point.
no coffee, no tea.
Let me tell them we'll just pretend you're behind the curtain. So that'll-
Yeah, the one I'm big enough.
What is it about Mountain Dew?
What about?
I've got a friend of mine that drinks 3 liters a day.
It's got a ton of
That's-
caffeine, I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah,
right?
it's caffeine and sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was more my college days, so
Okay.
finals, etc.
No, this fella's in his 60s. He's been drinking.
Yeah, no, I think it was from about
It's kind of like
18 to 21.
Pre-Red Bull drinker.
Yes.
Scott, what was your
Yeah.
role?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So my name's Scott Ryan. I lead the specialty retail vertical at Coca-Cola. So sit in Atlanta, work with specialty retailers across North America. So excited to kind of talk about.
See?
Well done.
There
I
you
like
go.
it.
I usually drink Coke Zero, but they didn't have that, so I got to drink the full sugar stuff today. So, anyhow, I'm really excited to have Scott here, and we've known each other for a little while, and he's one of the guys that's kind of really driving innovation around in-store engagement and things like that. And so, I assume, did you already do your introduction?
Yeah, I just kind of
Alright,
told you who I was. Yes.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep this pretty quick and simple. But first of all, I just want to understand, like, from your perspective, how is location data and technology relevant to your daily life and what you're doing?
Sure. So, and I think if you kind of separate it 2 ways, right? So, as Coca-Cola, everyone knows it, big, large, global corporation, millions of points of inspiration, 1.9 billion drinks a day. I think what's interesting for us is as we start to look forward, what does that start to mean? Because at the core, our business is a local business. So the products that you sell, in the past we'd say, okay, this is what works in Texas. Okay, well, no, that's not what works across Texas. This is not what works across Austin.
Right.
So this part of Austin, this store, this customer, what does that start to mean? What does it start to mean when you start to look about placement, product assortment, inventory? How do you start to be much smarter? Yesterday I was talking to some of the folks from Treehouse, and they were talking about, as retailers and as they in particular are trying to cut inventory holding costs, they've cut inventory 30%. I would say that's probably not unique to them. So there's more of a challenge on manufacturers and brands to be much more thoughtful around, okay, what does that look like in my store? And how do you really start to back that up with analytics? Because peanut butter spreads don't necessarily work anymore to the same degree that they work.
Speaking of peanut butter, like, to completely go off topic, last night I learned that apparently Canadian peanut butter, like Kraft, isn't available. Like, you guys don't have Kraft peanut butter here in the U.S. Like, what's up with that? Like,
have to try it
So now I've got all these people telling me, like, every time I come here, I got to bring peanut butter across the border. I'm like, this is not good.
Next time you come to Atlanta, let me know.
Yeah. So let's talk, like, specifically about some technology. Like, I mean,
Sure.
We've covered a lot of technology already this morning, just at a surface level. But is there a particular location technology that you're already testing or have had success with in the work you're doing?
Yeah, so I'd say there's probably 2 main focus areas, and we could kind of go through those. So, the first piece is really around consumer engagement. So how do I engage him or her as they're going through their kind of path to purchase?
Right.
And how do you do that? Leveraging sound, leveraging basic location data, leveraging near field, and then, as we start to think about kind of frictionless experiences, what does that mean, and how do you start to kind of walk through that path of purchase to engage, inspire, and transact? So, specifically, like there was a big Coke Zero spot that was done last year with ambient sound, tied into Final Four. So as you heard that, you could Shazam the spot,
Right.
and it would pop up a mobile coupon right then and there. What we were trying to do at the time was also bounce traffic to Target. So that was kind of the retail partner that we had partnered up with, but it was on all of the big television spots, radio spots, digital spots, all integrated with Shazam. What's interesting now, and we were talking a little bit about yesterday as well, was around VenPass. So now, if you text, for example, the word VEN to 2653, it actually pops up a card into your mobile wallet.
Cool.
So as you're walking by a vending machine, it will then cue you to say, hey, you get a free Coke off the bat, so we want to share a Coke with you. But then how do you start to think about the essence of loyalty? So as you're walking by, 9 more Cokes, 8 more Cokes, 7 more Cokes, as you're leveraging some of the data beacons that are already sitting out there that we're already using to transact, has been quite powerful.
That's quite interesting from my perspective, because I like historically I would think of a Coke as a company that typically would have your prime relationship would be between you and the merchant, you and the restaurant chain, you and the so on, but not the consumer. And now it's completely about you building your own relationship directly with the consumer in a lot of ways, and that that's quite different than the Coke of the past, right?
Yeah, and especially when we own the retail store. So a vending machine is our retail store. And you think about it, there's 50,000 of them, so you aggregate all kind of the top convenience retail players. There's still more than the top 10 convenience retail players in the US versus our vending machine. So, how do you start to sweat that asset? At the end of the day, the majority of our products sold through retailers, so we definitely want to make sure that we're supporting, if it's buy online, pick up in store, or click and collects, different technologies and initiatives that retailers are working on, because at the end of the day, if we have healthier retailers, it's healthier for us as well. But where we do have opportunities where kind of out of necessity we have to go out on our own, we'll definitely try and find the most engaging ways
And
to
so,
do that.
and what does that look like from a database building perspective? I mean, obviously you're collecting a lot of mobile numbers, and data on consumers. Is it only limited to that particular engagement, or are you basically keeping that and using that for other purposes?
No, I mean, it's fascinating the amount of data that, both Coca-Cola as well as our trading partners collect. So everything from, machine data to shopper cart data to delivery distribution data. I think the challenge for us is how do you start to look at that and kind of synthesize that? So it was great to see kind of the 3-layer cake. How do you start to synthesize and take, if it's syndicated data feeds, or if you're taking customer scan card data, or if you're taking, even machine level, delivery level detail, how do you start to aggregate that together?
Right.
So that it makes sense? I know everyone's very excited about BI, we're probably not unique in that sense, but I think it's really kind of about 2017 and beyond, and how do we continue to work smarter and collaborate smarter with retailers, with data providers, et cetera, to make sure that we're providing the right experiences, to make sure that we're in stock, that we've got the right product, kind of that basic 4 Ps of marketing, but kind of translating that and redefining that for a digital world.
Cool. If there's sort of a location piece of data or technology that doesn't exist yet, that you're hoping that will be there in the next year, what does that look like?
And I think we're pretty close. So I would go back to kind of what we just talked about. I mean, there's great partners across the way, and I love the technology, but then each one of those is a standalone. And even as you go out and you're having a conversation with retailers, here's my e-com team and here's my in-store merchant team. And those two are completely separate, different verticals that frankly are sometimes at odds with each other, so, from a KPI perspective and what they're trying to accomplish. So how do we start to look at harmonization? Obviously, I'm not going to be able to rebuild retailer culture and kind of organizational design, but at least for Coke, as I look at, okay, what's going on with Nielsen HomeScan? What's going on with Scarborough? What's going on with our distribution data? What's going on with that individual rack, that individual cooler? To be able to pull that together holistically and be able to share that. At the end of the day, we're a very local business. I mean, we're probably one of the few that we don't just drop at a distribution center. There's literally 1 million Coca-Cola employees around the world that are out filling coolers, filling shelves every day. How do I make sure I'm getting them the right data, the right insights to make sure that they're kind of sweating that experience in that retail space the best? And I think we're getting close. And I mean, there's some big providers that are starting to kind of look at some of that data aggregation. We're not probably all the way fully to Bright yet, but very bullish that, fast forward 24 months, 36
We
months,
have
it's gonna
a
be very, very
we have a member out of our Amsterdam chapter, a company called Romler, that basically gamifies the employs consumers to basically go out to their local store and verify that the Coke display is set up properly and has the right signage, and they basically earn rewards for doing that. It's a very interesting way to go about that, and kind of like in terms of taking some of the cost out of the equation in terms of having those thousands of people, on the street, field reps and so on, to do all that necessarily. So I find that fascinating that, the everyday consumer now the underemployed consumer can find, jobs working for Coca-Cola that, indirectly, but in new ways. So.
Well, and even to that point, there's a whole separate kind of part of the company that's really focused on what's that emerging technology, what's the next big idea. So, there's a company out of San Francisco called Winolo, so it's Work Now Local, which is basically the Uber for local staffing. So as you start to think about all these distribution facilities that need pick and pull operations, you need folks that go out and stock shelves, there's a way to basically qualify that. So as you start to look at what's the best way to source labor, and obviously when it gets hot out, today is probably a worse day. 2 days ago when it was 85 degrees, demand goes way up. So how do you start to look at that real time to make sure that you've got the right labor staffing model? But you hit on a really good point, because at the end of the day, where we challenge, and I think retailers in general are challenged, is really around on-shelf availability. So, it's great, you can have all the best promotions in the world and the greatest marketing to try and drive excitement, engagement, and store traffic, and all these wonderful things. But at the end of the day, if the product's not on the shelf, it all kind of falls apart. So, technologies that engage crew to make sure that product's out there, that engages our crew to make sure that they're delivering on the right periods of times against the right days, etc. Really exciting work.
Cool. Are you open to a few questions?
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
the audience? So I'll open it up. Well, we've got Scott for a few minutes, so I'm sure everybody wants to know how they can talk to Coke, sell the
I
Coke.
don't know the secret formula of Coca-Cola, so if that was the question.
Who's got a question?
We'll save it.
All right, right here.
You'd mentioned something about magnetic positioning. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
I'll address that later in the day, but I'd rather if there's questions for Coke,
Okay.
or how you guys can be working with them. That's probably more relevant. Yeah, sorry.
So, one of the themes of the conference obviously is VR and augmented reality. Can you talk a little about kind of the intersection of location information, augmented reality, and kind of your iconic products, and how Coke thinks about it?
So I think any opportunity in a macro for consumers to re-engage with our brands is a really powerful thing. So there's things that have been done, or initiatives been undertaken, not so much here domestically, but specifically in Asia, as well as in Europe, that have really started to play up on VR in particular. So, specifically as you think about Share a Coke in China, for example, they changed it where there was lyrics that were on the bottle. So instead of sharing just your name, you could then scan the bottle. It would give you a free download so that you would actually get that lyric that's on the bottle. So if it's I want to buy the world of Coke, next thing you know, you scan it, it starts playing that song for you. So it's really about re-engaging consumers. We've done some work in Europe, through some different partners around gamifying that experience. So, some different programs in Scandinavia in particular, whereas folks are kind of running through a mall, how do you start to collect Coke bottle caps, and then how do you tie that back into different charitable initiatives? I'd say some of the foreign markets are probably a little bit further ahead than us here in North America around some of the gamification and VR AR type stuff. But it's definitely something that I think any way for us to re-engage consumers with our brands, obviously is a very positive thing for us and our retailing partners.
Awesome. Question at the back.
You mentioned partners,
Mhm.
and I was just wondering, does Coca-Cola usually come up with new ideas on their own, or do they usually rely on someone to come?
Absolutely, we're the most brilliant people in the world.
Do you have agencies that
Yes.
suggest ideas?
Yes, so we have some tremendous partners in different markets around the world tied to different brands. So a lot of that ideation, there might be kind of a core creative concept that comes out of Coca-Cola. How cool would it be if we could do this? And then we've got some really amazing talent, either through agency partners or also through some of the different companies that we've kind of partnered up with in kind of a VC kind of relationship, that have helped kind of address some of those business challenges that help kind of bring that stuff to life for us.
And we've done some of our creative collaboration type of projects where we take vendors and team them up with Coke to do experiments and things over the years as well. So I think there's a lot of ways to kind of make that happen. Yeah, right here.
Hi, Scott. Emil from Innovation. So it goes without saying that obviously a lot of the location engagement is done through apps and through mobile. Coke has its own apps, but then you're also selling through a lot of branded companies with their own very large, high volume consumer apps. And so how do you think about location-based engagement within the Coke app versus some of the partners, for instance?
Yeah, so, and I think that's been an interesting piece for us. So if you go out and you go search in the App Store, there's lots of Coke apps, and some of those are owned by us, some of those are not owned by us. So one of the things I think we're trying to figure out is what's the pathway to engagement from a consumer perspective? At the end of the day, you know, people are downloading apps. Are they downloading consumer apps? Maybe, maybe not, right? So are there other pathways that we need to be looking at from an engagement perspective? So, you know, I go back to kind of NFC. You know, if we're already transacting via, like, say, vending machines or via our freestyle units, you know, is there ways for us to look at NFC and kind of have that in more of a, you know, specifically along kind of a pathway to purchase, you know, specifically as we start looking at transactions and mobile payment, some interesting potential plays off of that. So, you know, I think it'll be interesting to see if we, the verdict I hear from a lot of our brand teams is that we're trying to kind of balance between app and NFC, and probably more ladder towards some of the second.
And I think
Just
reach
because
is really
people-
important, right? I mean, the Shazam example you gave is right there, because, I mean, you can take advantage of 600 million people who have that app on their phone already. You know, and I find that there's a rebirth in a lot of ways of SMS that, you know, doesn't require anything to be downloaded. Everybody uses it every day.
Absolutely.
You know, it's becoming a pretty powerful marketing platform, and in particular geo-targeted SMS now. You know, we're seeing a lot of the mobile operators open up, you know, the location of where that subscriber is, so that a brand can target a SMS message to them. In the UK, we see a ton of it, right? You know, where O2, Vodafone, Orange, all these guys have teamed up to kind of do geo-targeted SMS platforms. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Maybe someone's texting right now, and it's like. All right, we'll go right here, Eddie.
Scott, you can now measure, you know, through visitation analysis where consumers are shopping and where they're going. Curious to know, is Coke incorporating any of those types of measurement data that you can collect through mobile devices in trying to find correlations around, like, where are people shopping, and then looking at, you know, what are the Coke sales from those distribution outlets, that type of analysis?
So I would say yes. I don't know that we're doing it in a meaningful way. So there's spot tests that are being done with retailers. A lot of it's being done more in collaboration with them versus Coke kind of going out and doing it themselves. So usually, as you know, some of the largest retailers in the world are going kind of embarking down that path, and Coke is obviously kind of an obvious adjacency to that. You know, we are doing some things, so we have our own kind of innovation center. We do a lot of focus group testing. So as we start to look at and tracking and engaging that consumer, how are they, you know, when we got a new display, how do they engage with it? What does that look like? Kind of looking at it from a location perspective, but also, you know, just even from a neural perspective, what does that look like as someone is coming into store and doing it in a blind testing environment where they don't know that they're actually focus grouping for Coke, so that we can really start to understand what's the impact on this POI or this different type of POP or this packaging, or how does this resonate this way or that way. So very robust studies on that, but in terms of large whole scale, you know, across our millions of customers, not yet per se.
How much of the market are you actually capturing in terms of data? How many people usually have their geo turned on if you're capturing data through mobile? It used to be 3%, maybe 7%. I mean, do you have any kind of solid numbers on how much you're actually capturing?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay, we'll take one more question.
This is more on the health conscious side. Just recently read a report on bottled water
Outselling
consumption
sparkling.
in U.S. surpassing soda, just kind of the industry as a whole. So as the general population slowly starts to become more health conscious, is there like a long-term strategy for Coke in terms of how to address that?
Yeah, so I think there's probably two different kind of answers to that question. So if you think about Coca-Cola, there's 2,500 different products that we sell around the world. I think most visibly people notice Coca-Cola. But you think about like Odwalla, you think about Smart Water, you think about Powerade, you think about juices and teas and coffees. A lot of them are Coca-Cola. We don't necessarily brand them as Coca-Cola for obvious reasons. but that's part of it. What's interesting though is, you know, kind of is similar to adjacency to retail is dead. Sparkling beverages have kept their own, but when you start looking at per cap consumption, so I think it was in Wall Street Journal last week talking about bottled water growth. It's about share of stomach as well. So at the end of the day, average consumer drinks about 25 products. About 5 of those are Coca-Colas. So there's still a lot of runway for us. So as we start to look at new categories, new products, things that might not even exist today, you start thinking about different categories and classes around probiotics and, you know, lots of different potential paths. I think it makes it really interesting, but I wouldn't count Coke out.
Share of stomach. I think on that note, I think we should just end the conversation right there. And thank you so much for coming and sharing some insights.
Excellent.
We'll do the
Little toast. Yes.
I really appreciate it. All right, we're gonna move on to our first panel of the day, and I'm gonna get Raj to come up here with his group. And what's that?
So let's go, group.
Let's go, group.
I don't know how many people are still hungover from last night.
I'm not one of them.
Or the 1 hour sleep last, yeah.
I'm gonna pretend like I'm not one of them.
Hey, Raj.
Welcome.
All right, I'll let you introduce you.
Hey, Raj, I'm Das.
Robert Paul. Hey guys. You're good.
Philip, Eddie.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Rob.
Nice to meet you.
Das.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, Eddie Smith.
Okay, their microphone, Twitter handles are there if you want.
All right. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Rajinder, so I run geo marketing from Yext. It's a location and mobile marketing news site. And we have our trusting managing editor, David Kaplan, here as well. If you have any stories you want to pitch, happy to cover it. We have an awesome panel today. I am not going to take a crack at introducing everybody, like we discussed. So I'd let each one of you give like a 30-second, and please keep it at 30 seconds, introduction. So go for it.
I'll start. So my name is Philippe. I'm the head of product of a company called Social Radar, which was recently acquired by MapQuest. We built 2 big products. One is an SDK for app developers to put in their apps that would help track location and really refine the GPS signal. The other side, the other product we built is probably the most accurate POI database in the world. We have, essentially we have the exact lat long of every single storefront in the US, which if you've worked in POIs, that's kind of a big deal.
My name's Eddie Smith. Work with a company called Place IQ. I head up their enterprise and channel business. We observe, collect, organize location data from about 110, 120 million US consumers. We organize this around commercial places of interest, activities, things that people do, and then we make these data assets available as an audience that you can target both from a digital perspective, linear TV, also for measurement, and then also for analytics, again, just US based.
I'm Robert Palm. I oversee the retail vertical for Pandora streaming music. How many people out there use Pandora? Awesome, thank you. So you guys are familiar with
Thanks
our
for the drinks
service.
last night too. Yeah.
Did you guys go to Signature Maine?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Or as my friend calls him, Mr. Maine.
Mr. Maine.
Yeah.
So you got, if you're familiar with Pandora, I mean, I'll get more into it as we go through, but we are an app based. We have 88 million uniques, and what really makes us and what kind of our strength is we have a logged in user base, which obviously helps when we're talking about location analytics.
I'm Soumya Das, I'm the CMO of InPiction. We do indoor positioning and analytics. So indoor positioning being sensors that can capture your wireless, 4G, LTE, or, Wi-Fi, any kind of RF signal that comes out. But then on top of that, we add analytics, because once you get all this information, what do you do with it, right? So we help all the marketers in location. to figure out what's the customer journey, the dwell time, and all the details.
Great. Welcome everybody. So this was aptly named Location as a Real World Cookie, so I want to cause some kind of scandal. Where does that work and where does that not work in terms of location as a cookie?
Well, Scott was talking about the harmony between online and offline. He was talking about how do you bring in the online store experience and the in-store experience come together, right? These are kind of diabolically different way of looking at things. When we build websites, we want to know how many people come, where they go, how long they stay, and all the details. But when it's in-store, it's a crapshoot, right? You just put some ad up there and you maybe do zip codes and figure out somehow correlation between point of sale data and zip code and say, okay, this is where my customers are coming from. But slowly the technology is bringing these two into a magical experience where you will be using the locational data as a cookie, as in if you're opting in, for example, right? And you say, I am a user of Gap, for example. I sign up and I buy from Gap. I walk into a store and the store now can recognize you saying, you are an online shopper, now you are in my store. Now I have an interaction, I have a relationship between these two, right? So that's where it will work. And there's various media like Asif was talking about, right? The music playing or the digital signage and all this thing will change and create this experience that will not be very different than you going to a website and the vendor offering you different other products based on your purchases. So I think it works over there. What I don't see it working, where you are trying to get creepy, like Minority Report, when you are unassuming or you haven't opted in, and something jumps at you and then speaks to you. I think that kind of creates a negative impression. I mean, we're not there yet. Maybe one day we will be accepting those. But I think opt-in is very important in order to get the cookie to work.
Anyone else?
I see it working. I mean, there's a lot of analogies between the what people are already doing from a marketing perspective in the online world and how location coupled with a persistent mobile ad ID allow you to do similar things in the offline world. So as an example, McDonald's. So people go in, they buy food from McDonald's. It's a cash business. McDonald's doesn't necessarily know who those people are. And so what location data allows a McDonald's to understand is what are the other things that those people do that come in and purchase goods from McDonald's? What are their outdoor activities so they can align messages to those audience segments? Where else are they going for lunch? Where else are they going for dinner? Just as in the online world, you're able to, through a cookie, understand where people have been. Location allows you to do the same thing, but in the offline world, and then also to create profiles for those consumers so you can more effectively target them with creative messages.
I'll add one thing, which is I think we've done a really good job of finding great use cases for location data, and we can get really creative about what we're going to do when we find out that people are walking in and transacting. But the one missing piece still is that it is a pretty rare instance where we know exactly where someone is, and then we can match that back to a map and say, great, we know exactly what venue they're in. So, we're pretty limited by technology still. Overwhelmingly, a lot of these data feeds are based on GPS. GPS has tons of drift and can be wildly inaccurate. And then, maps, for example, too, we kind of assume we know where, that Google or somebody would know exactly where every store is, but they don't really. So when you're taking a lat long from a user that is maybe not accurate, and then matching that to a store, which also is probably misplaced, we sometimes get a lot of false positives. So we don't always know where people are. So I think we need to also understand the technology and what's possible still today.
Yeah, and to that end, just so, what you can't do with any level of precision today is understand where people go in verticalized spaces. And then also where you've got strip malls, pop-up shops. There's too much density and too much noise in terms of other people around it. We've done independent studies. Our location data is collected primarily from the mobile app ecosystem. And so, we've basically have narrowed down about 30 meters, about 90 feet as kind of the precision, and there's lots of fuzziness around that as well. But that tends to be the kind of pragmatic precision that we recommend to clients that's real.
So Pandora is interesting, right? Because you guys have logged in users and they're giving you immense amount of data. What is your take on this?
Yeah, so we use that data in a number of different ways, right? Creating segments, we know who they are, we know their behaviors based on the music they listen to, when they listen, the device, and we can map back to either an email or as well as a device ID. So what we've been starting to do with retailers is matching their first-party data with our first-party data, so that helps us kind of bridge that gap. We still have that one missing piece, which is in-store, which we do partner with some of these folks here to kind of close that loop so we can, you know, measure the in-store traffic drivers. And then what the data helps us do is look at the lifts.
Does anybody have any questions? Because I can keep going. I don't have a problem asking.
Don't stop. You're doing a great job.
I do.
Yeah, please go ahead.
For Pandora.
Can you
So,
just say your name and the company you're in?
My name is Tu. I'm also with Blue Dot Innovation. So for Pandora, I was curious about the real-time location because I was listening to Pandora as I was getting ready with my coworker, and it's still playing me ads from New York. I've
Yeah.
actually moved back to the Bay Area. I lived in New York for 5 years, but I'm still getting ads for like New York. Like here's these new apartments in Manhattan, or check out this loft. So I'm wondering, how are you tracking real-time location? Because
Yep.
do I need to go in and change my zip code in my profile, or is there a way it can change the ads for me when I'm here now in the Bay Area?
Yeah, typically that's part of the declare data that when you sign up for Pandora, you put in your zip code.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that needs to be manually changed. We typically do surveys based on your habits. You obviously didn't get that. Right now, we're not real time.
Yeah.
What we did do last year is we made a huge purchase with a company called Ticketfly. They're kind of smaller venues, but again, it makes sense for us because if you're listening to Gucci Mane, then you can get a pop-up showing you where he's playing, when he's playing, based on your location. And then that's where we get the information where, they set up the lat long, then we can target you in more real time.
I think there's an opportunity there.
Totally,
Yeah,
totally
like,
agree with you.
even if it's not just like, you're tracking me everywhere I go, but just kind of like once in a while check in.
Yep.
And then maybe put a push notification to say, hey, it looks like you're here, like, would you like to update your zip code or something?
Yep.
And then that maybe reminds me.
Thank you for that.
Like you left the iron on this morning.
I love Pandora.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, quick question. So Jay Weiland, the QD Brands, we do smart lighting technology. You mentioned we have a lot of conversations internally about how important accuracy is and what the level of granularity we need to get to for various use cases we come up with. Can you expand a little bit on your 3-meter comment about when you work with clients and where that kind of line gets drawn?
Sure. So we've actually over the years done multiple studies using third parties, just for the independent perspective. And literally what we've done is said, okay, you've got people in the field and, they're telling you from their current phone, like, where are you located, right? And then we'll observe at that timestamp that we're getting from the phone, well, where is it located? And we basically have narrowed down the variance of where people are actually saying they're at from what the phone is actually transmitting to us at that timestamp to plus minus about 30 meters. And as a consumer, you actually see this when you pop up like Google Maps and stuff. You see the blue ball bouncing around. The phone's trying to figure out where it's at, and then you couple that with if you're trying to deliver content, an ad to that consumer, it's being served up on the phone. An ad serves up in 200, 250 milliseconds. So that phone app's got to come up. You've got to be able to. The phone's got to figure out where it's at in quarter of a second. That's where the variance comes into play. Not true in the beaconing kind of in-store world, but in terms of delivering digital content, ads specifically, not beaconized yet, relying more on the location of what this guy's communicating over to you.
And keep in mind, 30 meters is pretty good. It can
It is.
it can be hundreds of meters off. If you've got your Wi-Fi turned off for some reason, we have no idea where you are.
Sure.
So I'll add to that. If you have your cellular, your Wi-Fi, and your Bluetooth and any kind of RF turned on, we can put you in 6 inches of where you are, right? So this technology was worked with government. They use our technology. They take the stuff and they don't say go away. They don't tell us what they do with it. But we have worked on the technology over time, and now we're bringing it into the consumer world, where putting these sensors, because Wi-Fi gives you maybe 20 meters, Cisco and Wi-Fi and stuff giving you 20 meters. But what we can do is give you a breadcrumb that you can really lay down a customer path, a customer journey, and say, what is the path in a mall, for example. So now you can know where the customer is going. It's still, again, like I said, opt in. If you opt in, then I recognize who you are and where you're going. Otherwise, I can say a person went in. And if you're carrying multiple devices on you, which all of us does, right? So we have got our Apple Watch, which is a Bluetooth. We have our phone. We have our Wi-Fi turned on. More the better, right? So now I can do a trilateration and put you really, in that vicinity. So I can tell you which store you went into or what digital signage you're passing in front of. So we can get more and more precise on serving those ads.
Alex White, QD Brands. How do you get around MAC address hopping with the iPhone stuff?
Yeah, that's a doozy, right?
Kind of sucks.
So we do the IP address masking anyway. So in the entrance, at the entrance when the first MAC address pops, we are capturing that. So that's one, unique identifier of that particular individual, and then we are an algorithm to, pass on to each of the Wi-Fi signals or Bluetooth, anything else coming out of the device. We are using algorithms to keep you. It's a similar kind of technology in GPS, where you have the blue ball bouncing around, but the algorithm puts you on the road, right? So kind of, pushes you in and say, okay, because you're not walking over the building, you're walking on the road. So that will get better and better. So 4G is okay. LTE on the Mac is a little difficult.
Anyone else have any opinions on this?
I mean, I don't know all the nuances from a technological perspective in terms of how we get around that. Today we observe, statistically significant movement data from about 110, 120 million U.S. consumers. Some of it's, background data where you're getting consistent pings from apps and so forth. And then another portion of the data set is foreground data, but it's all strung together through, unique, persistent mobile ad IDs coupled with timestamps. And so we use that to string together a customer journey, to use the lingo, in terms of identifying where consumers are moving about their daily lives.
David Kaplan.
Sure, might as well.
He's got like 5 devices on him, so good luck targeting this guy.
No one knows where I am or what
Yeah.
I do. So this is maybe more of a marketing question for you guys. As you said, like the amount of precision that companies can get in terms of location accuracy and tying it to attribution is kind of shrinking. It's becoming more narrow. So in terms of differentiation, and you'll sometimes hear from brands that we can't tell who's got the better service. What kind of questions maybe should brands be asking you or your competitors about why should they choose one or the other in terms of the attribution, source?
Yep.
That was my question, man.
That's a great question.
This is what we talk about all the time, so I stole your questions.
We are looking at, it's a very new area, right? We're coming up with analytics and sitting down with the marketers. The marketers we're talking to from the brand or from the retail stores or malls are not very savvy, so to speak, and technologically, right? Like 30 years ago when online ads were coming on, marketers didn't know, what does, cost per click is and all those things. So you sat with some kind of a specialist. So we offer data scientists to sit and work with them. What we look at is density, area, and clarity. So we go in and we talk about what kind of density are you looking for, right? How granular you want these breadcrumbs to be, right? How closely do you want to follow the customer journey? How precise do you want the dwell time to be, right? So that's kind of the Q&A that happens. And then what is your area? Because you have got elevator shafts and all these metals and all those things. So these dots are bouncing all over the place, right? And that means we have to have stronger analytics to help you. And then we ask about the clarity. If you're just doing it for the security reason, where you want to know authorized versus unauthorized devices in your premises, then you just need a ping, once in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need to get like a customer journey, you need to get a pin every 6-7 seconds, right? So that's a heavy load of data. We have got customers where they have millions and millions of data points happen every hour, and our analytics engine has to craft them through and give you this little nugget of information that is relevant to you. So density, area, and clarity are the way that we're looking at it.
From an attribution perspective, I mean, the primary use case that our customers are solving for are revolving around, you know, what is the actual visitation lift that's accruing from consumer exposure to media, right? So that's the problem set they're solving for. We have two key criteria that we urge marketers to look at. One is the precision of the actual polygons, and then also the density and coverage of the data that you're collecting. And so to drill into both of those. You know, you can certainly license lots of point of interest data sets and so forth. A lot of commercial customers, though, don't want just the store outlined. In the retail space, a Walmart as an example, you know, they want, you know, the gas station, pieces and parts of the parking lot, if it's a high density area, included in the polygon of where they're measuring visitation. And so we actually use satellite imagery to look at Walmart locations, polygoning in these pieces of the locations that are relevant for them. So having a kind of high precision base map that captures commercial characteristics, very important. The second characteristic, which spills into your point, is what we call just coverage. It's specifically around background data coverage. So from a measurement perspective, you really want to be able to get location data that is of high density, so coming in and getting consistent pings from not just, you know, a million or two consumers on a panel across the country, but literally from tens of millions of consumers. So that way, when you're actually looking at lift and visitation metrics within the context of a campaign, you're not able to just get, you know, overall visitation and lift at the campaign level, but you're actually able to get visitation metrics at a line item level, so that way you can optimize within the campaign. And then also what I'm seeing is that, and to resonate to Scott's point earlier, what's evolving is, you know, marketers don't want just like a separate set of analysis for visitation and lift. They actually want it baked right into the systems they're using to evaluate the campaign analysis that they're doing. And so we're moving very quickly. We just finished an integration into Google, where we're piping visitation data into what's known as their DDM conversion API, but it allows digital marketers to get visitation analysis and lift right within all of the double-click campaign management reporting that they're getting. And then we're also doing similarly with linear TV, where we're piping visitation data. Our partner there is ComScore, so we're piping visitation data directly into ComScore. So if you're Coke, Coke can understand what is the lift that's accruing to their distribution outlets from people that were actually exposed to linear TV ads. So meshing the data directly into the systems and processes that people are doing is kind of where I'm seeing this going.
Anyone else?
You know, I'll just say that there's a lot of lingo in this arena, and everybody really hangs their hat on we're more accurate. And so I think for us, we see that there's just a lot of limitations in technology today, and so we want to push those boundaries and maybe not compete in saying we're more accurate, but we're chasing this vision that is going to be the future.
Great. So if there's retailers here or folks that are working with retailers, where's some of the most success that you've seen in this vertical?
In terms of?
Whatever their metrics are, whatever KPIs they're trying to drive, you know, if it's revenue, if it's visitation, if it's foot traffic, where are you seeing success relative to what their goals are?
So again, with our registration data, we can take them from the top of the funnel all the way down, right? Then we hand it off. So we work with a third party as well to measure foot traffic. And the two biggest keys, right, is how many people did I drive in the store and how did that equate to sales? So that's kind of where we, you know, we look at, and the success we've been having is with, you know, the location analytics third parties out there to help us close that loop. And to take it one step further, one of the other things that we're looking and we're testing right now is what was the actual purchase lift, right? And that's working with the third party credit card companies and so forth. And how do we really close that loop? And I think once we do that, then retailers can be like, oh, you guys can, full service from top of the funnel all the way down. And that's really where we're going, and we're almost there. And that's the key for all the retailers, at least that we work with. Those are their key metrics.
Well, we are finding on that, the intelligence part of it, right? So bringing everything together. We're finding interesting conversation happening from retail mall owners where they want to bring in big data into the play, because we have the analytics engine, and we can now look at all the empirical data of where people came from and how long they spend in the mall and all that. So now if you bring in weather data, right? So you're looking at all your timestamps and maps of people coming in the store, and you're looking at the weather data, and you're saying, okay, do more people come to the mall when it rains, or it snows, or the weather is nicer, right? So now you're collaborating with the storekeepers or the brands and telling them, hey, if you're doing that 30% discount program, you might want to wait because the weather forecast says it's going to be bad weather next week, so we'll have more people coming to the mall, right? From the operational standpoint, you're improving by putting more people on the security or in the parking or valet, or you're getting into this whole IoT space where you are putting beacon technology or RFID technology on the waste baskets. And that is sending out beeps when it's 3/4 full, come empty me. So you're saving money, right? So all this intelligence that's happening within the premises, the operational guys and the marketing guys all want to bring all this together into a very cohesive understanding. And that's what we find very interesting. And that's why we want to go into sitting down with our customers and dig deeper into the intelligence of how this omni-channel will work. And I think that will morph. We don't know what we don't know yet, but it's pretty exciting.
We see, again, dealing with just attribution, where marketers have elongated latency to measuring their media investment against the actual purchases that are made. So in the automotive sector, you see visitation analysis used a lot because they've got to wait, literally months to get purchase data that they can then back into their post-analysis versus visitation data they can get, with a few days or a week delay. Also, visitation and lift analysis is huge within cash businesses. So all of the dining businesses, convenience, the 7-Elevens, those types of businesses, because think about it, if you're McDonald's, you're spending $10 million, how do you know what the return is on that $10 million? So if you're able to actually measure and prove out the lift of how many people that actually drive into McDonald's stores from that investment, that's a huge KPI for McDonald's. And then also what we're seeing in the retail world is where you've got entities that are click and brick. They've got land-based and online presence. They've got the offline nailed down, but what they don't know from their online measurements beyond just conversions are how many people are actually driven to my retail store. And a lot of these retailers can ascribe a revenue amount per visitor. And so what we're seeing is that they're incorporating visitation metrics into their online conversion reporting, so that way they can then calculate a more holistic return on ad spend that bakes in online purchase along with offline visitation metrics. So those are the kind of three primary use cases that I see today that marketers are using to incorporate visitation metrics into their attribution methodologies.
Anyone else? Any questions?
I'll throw in a question for Robert. So in terms of the level of sophistication of the retailers you're speaking with, and we're pretty niche here talking about location, and for us it means mobile location. With one being like deer in headlights, 10 being incredibly sophisticated, where is the retail market today in terms of thinking about location?
Probably about 6.
Okay.
5 to 6. It's fairly new, let's be honest, because there's a lot of variables there. But before it was just e-com, how much what was the ROI on this campaign and how much did it drive? Now it's okay, how do we close that loop again? How do we get that in-foot traffic? Because everybody wants people in the store, right? That's one of the biggest challenges they have.
Are there certain points, so if we talk about your clients that you work with, where are they seeing success? when they work with you? Are there certain use cases that you've uncovered that folks haven't thought of yet? Or, like you said, like they don't know what questions to ask? Where are you seeing success relative to your clients or their clients?
Well, it will be very salesy for me to say this, but mostly the transformation from Wi-Fi, to coming into a newer technology that can give you a more precise location is a whole different dimension, bringing a whole different dimension into what in-store marketing can do. And this omni-channel aspect, I think, is really opening up, where you can follow an individual from online experience into in-store experience. And like Asif was talking about earlier, where your store becomes a destination, right? And you can bring those kind of atmosphere, because you can then go to Generation Z, which is the big attraction now, people trying to figure out, how does this retail 2.0 or 4.0, wherever you want to start that, is to bring all this thing together. So I think we are going through this metamorphosis of omni-channel, and earlier we were talking about how we don't know, all the technology saying, me, and that will happen for a while. But eventually what will pan out is a really true omni-channel experience that would kind of even out. That's sort of what I think will happen.
There's a case study actually top of mind with me very recently that we just announced. It was for Quick Stop, kind of at 7-Eleven. They've got a 1,000 or so locations. Again, cash business. They were trying to figure out A, who are their customers, and then B, they're running digital campaigns. They wanted to be able to measure and prove out the efficacy of their spend. And so we created audiences for them around some of the intelligence we provided to them. So we analyzed, who are the people that are going to Quick Stop stores, found out from a lunch visitation perspective, they tend to go eat lunch at a Taco Bell and a Burger King. Allowed them to not only adjust messaging, but also what lunch products to emphasize in the messages to those consumers. Executed digital campaign across the web. And the KPI that we used was visitation lift. They saw an 83% increase in visitation lift over the control group, control being people that weren't exposed to Quick Stop ads. And then probably more importantly, just what's persisted over the ensuing last few months is they're actually seeing a significantly number, meaning in the tens of thousands of new consumers that are actually visiting Quick Stop locations. And so this is one that we did kind of beginning of this quarter, but really resonates around the notion of cash-based businesses didn't understand who their customers are, using location data to provide those insights, and then bake those insights into the actual creative executions, and then being able to measure through visitation analysis, which again incorporates location data. So kind of bakes through in a very pragmatic way all of the different disciplines that we've been talking about.
Anyone else?
Well, I'll say that, all this stuff is so fascinating, and I think that what our customers are really, the guys up here on this panel, these guys are building really cool things and exposing really neat use cases to customers, and we build technology to help them do that. So, I think days ago, or currently, people are using things like geofencing, and that's something that we help kind of toss out the window because we are able to get a little bit more accurate than that. And so I think that uncovers a whole lot of opportunity, rather than saying, hey, this person walked within 100 meters of your store. You can say this person actually walked into your store. So I like thinking of us as empowering this cool stuff that's happening over here.
So if I'm a marketer, right, if I'm working with marketers, what kind of questions should I be asking then, right? If geofencing is something you're like, oh, that was like a year ago, or, however many years ago, like what should I be looking to answer, so I can build a case? Or I can like help drive visitation, right? If it is like a cash business, if it is something that, I depend on foot traffic, like I can't buy gas online. Right. Well, maybe Asif knows, but I don't know. What kind of questions should they be asking?
I was at a meeting in Toronto actually. Asif knows these people. They're LCBA, right?
LCBO.
LCBO, yeah. So we've had this conversation, and they're saying, the liquor is controlled in Canada or in that particular Ontario territory. So they want to sell liquor to the right people, and they have all these Mother's Day and Valentine's Day and Christmas and all that. So they want to make sure that the campaign is working.
I don't think anybody's ever brought up Mother's Day and liquor ever in any type of panel. So
Those two things are really good.
Kudos to you for correlating that.
I am telling you what the
You're the one with the data
customer was
scientist, so I mean that's
So
awesome.
they're saying, Valentine. I'll give you another interesting example. So Valentine's Day, you bring the cheap wines in the front. Mother's Day, you bring the expensive wines in the front. That's the difference. But so they're saying, we have all these stores, and we put billboards out there. We have got in-store. We have got coupons on the newspaper. We have all these pieces, right? So if we have to tie everything into one string for marketing campaign as a marketer, how can I make this work, right? They have labs, and we had a long discussion about this, and there are other vendors like TELUS, who are using their GPS technology and seeing which billboard works, where is the traffic coming from. So they are trying to work with various different vendors and trying to string this whole marketing campaign together, where I want to follow, or lack of a better term, the customer from their home to the store and attribute a purchase and see what this campaign works. And I want to evaluate that campaign just like we do in online, right? We put an ad up there and we see what the click rate is. So I think marketers are more and more getting savvy in asking that question. Is like, if I am spending all this money in different mediums of advertisement, I like to see what's working and what not, and weave it in for me. And earlier we were talking about how we have different vendors doing different things, and Scott was pointing that out. And I think more and more these have to work together, and the marketer will ask that question, and us vendors have to come together and deliver that one platform.
Yeah, for me, I'd actually flip it around and say, not what are the kind of location-specific questions that a marketer should be asking, but they should be asking, how can location data help me solve the problems that I face today, right? So, how can I use location data to help me prove out the efficacy of my spend? How can I use location data to create better audiences or augment what I'm currently buying around visitation? How can location data give me insights into who my customers are or who my competitors' customers are? And there's some really unique ways that you can address those questions with location data that you can't using either purchase data or online behavioral data sets.
Yeah, I'd say that's a really great point. There's a lot that's possible today, and it's important to engage with these companies to find out what is going to be relevant to you as a marketer. But I think I'd also ask what's coming down the pipeline, like what's next, because this stuff is moving so fast and it's so new still that it's a good idea to be forward thinking right now.
What do you see, what types of questions do you foresee us being able to answer in this space, maybe by in the next year, or even by end of year, that we couldn't last year? What shifts are you guys seeing?
So, today we're, from a measurement and an audience perspective, right, we're measuring visitation lift around digital spend. We're doing this around linear and addressable TV through different partnerships we have there. In the out-of-home space, we've got a public relationship with Clear Channel, and so right, the kind of old way of billboards, they still actually count by having people sitting there and counting people. So we're able to not only count using visitation observations, but also provide audience insights. What are the types of people that are passing by that outdoor space? But all of these today exist in kind of different buckets because, well, each of the partners have a household joint over here for TV. Digital space, it's a mobile ad ID and or cookie space. And then in the out of home, it's completely different. And so I think what will evolve very quickly actually is a persistent join across these different identifiers So that way, as a marketer, you can then have a much more holistic understanding of who drove by that billboard, who saw my digital ad, and who was actually exposed to content online. And then to back that into a combination of both creating audiences from that exposure, as well as being able to measure holistically across not just online, but also offline engagements.
Yeah, and I think just to be blunt, like, where's your roadmap going, basically, to the extent that you can share, right? So that people can start formulating these questions.
So what we're getting from retailers now, and this is really at the early stages, is the beacon technology. So what they want to do is impact that user experience once they're in the store, right? We have all this data, so they know the personas, and they know, everything they have a ton of data that they know what this user, their propensity to buy, et cetera. And they want to be able to impact that once they're in store. We're obviously not there yet, but that's been coming up more and more in our conversations.
I think you're going to see more data being surfaced, so using more sensors either on the device or in store. And then I think you're going to see a lot more cross-data correlations, so people taking, whatever, transaction data and mapping that back to location data. And so you're going to see a lot of partnerships happening where we meld data together to create even more insights.
I think by end of the year, we'll be able to provide our customers with predictive analytics, whereby we're working with one of the airports, and you see the traffic flow through a particular pathway. And for example, there's 8,000 foot traffic going through this pathway, right? And there's a Starbucks around the corner that only sells 2,000 cups of coffee a day. We can now create a simulation where we can move the Starbucks store on the other side in front of the foot traffic, and we can see how much more business can that Starbucks generate. But that's not only it, because now if you put that foot traffic, the coffee store in front of the foot traffic, would it congest that area and impede the movement of the traffic? So not only that we can now look at the business aspect, but also what impact it creates around that particular area. So these kind of movements and playing with the location and your store location, being able to create value for the retailers who are coming into your mall and say, if a J. Crew is coming in and that mall already has a Hugo Boss and an Abercrombie Fitch, and the customer journey, and you can say, hey, this is a better spot for you, J. Crew, than the other, and this is a premium you have to pay to get this spot, right? So these kind of predictive analysis is what's next, that what we see from our customers.
I'm just looking forward to you guys powering pop-up liquor stores for Mother's Day. Any questions? I think we have time for a question or two. David, are you sure? Because we talked about beacons, and that's like your passion.
I thought it's going to be we got a few more hours. I got 20 other beacon questions.
Pace your beacon questions. Yeah. Any final thoughts? Anything that you think this room should know? Did you have a question?
Yeah, a quick.
Don't be shy, man. It's okay. Go for it.
Sorry. On the kind of not cross device, but cross ID space, as you're trying to link up people across different channels, and particularly in real space. I'm just wondering, it seems like there might not be a whole lot of crossover in the big join you do there. Do you have an early read on the percentage of IDs or percentage of users that you might see across all of those different spaces?
Yep. So with very large publishers, within the cookie or the kind of matching from a mobile ID within our mobile ID space to those publishers kind of cookie spaces, we're generally seeing match rate of 50 to 65%, somewhere in there. The methodology that we use to associate mobile IDs to a household parcel address is what we call a home dwell. So we actually observe where mobile devices are resting at night, and then we map that to the home parcel, right? And so we've got fairly beefy coverage there in the 40 to 50 million range, and then you've got other entities out there, whether it's ComScore, LiveRamp, and so forth, that have their own notion of household addresses and whether it's panel based or census based. we haven't done a full join yet across cookie to mobile ID to home. There's also nuances in this, but I would anticipate, you know, a match in the probably 20 to 30% range across all three with a very, you know, robust set of data across all three data sets.
Anyone else? Well, I'm sure you guys are going to be around, so if you have any questions, feel
They're
free
all
to
waiting
ask
for the
them.
pop-up Lakers numbers.
Yeah. I know, I'm getting my mom this Mother's Day. All right, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Big round of applause for these guys.
All right, we're going to move to a bit of a case study presentation now from one of our sponsors, which is Verve.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah. That's what I was saying. You guys hand it off to you guys.
Yeah.
We kind of bring it to the 5-yard line. You guys.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll go to the door.
Sure.
You want to click it?
Sure.
I may have to pull it back in. It was in PowerPoint, right?
Probably.
Yes, there we go. See, look at that. Sometimes technology is.
Did you want us up here?
Is it okay?
Yeah, anywhere you think is a good shot. And just throw this in. Ready to go. Yeah, it's So just right, ready to go. All right, guys, we're going to just move on to this case study presentation on location context matters from Danny Newman here from Verve Mobile, who's one of our sponsors. So if you could just take your seats, and then as soon as we're done this, we go to a break, so you have a chance for some networking. But I'm going to turn it over to Danny and let him share some very valuable insights. And this guy, by the way, how long ago did I meet you? Like 5 years, maybe longer.
Yeah.
It used to be Roximity, and literally this guy was rocking location, you know, long before a lot of the companies in the space. So there's a lot to learn from Danny. But good luck.
Thanks, sir.
Right, thanks.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Obviously, a very intimate group here. So jump in with any questions as I go through here. This is a lot of preaching to the choir, I would say, for a lot of this, but so jump in as I go here. So even through a few years ago, location as the driving indicator was kind of what we were using to present media. So, you know, am I in front of a Taco Bell? Deliver me a Taco Bell ad. I mean, that was kind of the location delivery context for quite a while. And obviously, we all know that there's a lot of factors. To actually making a decision of what we should show to who and when. So, taking this kind of concept of going from location to location context, and understanding actual consumer insight behavior and historical value for that particular customer. So, you know, before I deliver an ad for Taco Bell, is this a place that I've been before? You know, do I even like Taco Bell? Is this a place I frequent? You know, things like, am I even hungry? Have I been to another location right before this? So taking all of that kind of contextual triggers and being able to deliver the right message to the right customer at the right time. Also, we don't want to potentially, you know, use ad dollars to push something that somebody's already going to be going down the path of. So going from location to contextually relevant location triggers is what we're this world that we're moving into. And at Verve, we've been on this path for a while. So, using all of the demographic, sociographic, demographic info, who I am, where I live, where I've been, what my interests are, what places I frequent, all create that consumer, info and historical track. And then another contextual information about what app am I using, where have I been prior, what does this pattern look like historically, and get in front of that user path to deliver the right content at the right time. Now, Verve recently conducted a study of what we're calling mobile prodigies, which is a combo of millennials and Gen Z, so ages about 14 to 29. And this is obviously the biggest and just most accepting user group of mobile tech, mobile apps. And getting a good insight into what this group, how they're using their phones, especially in the location front, obviously, since that's what we're all talking about here. So what those location permissions look like, which apps they're sharing their location data with, and how to respect that relationship with this very personal device. So it's just expected with this user group that ads are going to be targeted, personalized, and absolutely relevant. And users are totally open to receiving very targeted, personalized ads in this user group. So it's not that they're not completely ad blocker happy and like blocking absolutely everything. They actually are wanting and embracing cool, innovative, contextually relevant information related to them. Additionally, I think a lot of us probably know the stats around physical purchases are still 90 to 95% done in store. So as much online shopping as we're all doing, 90-95% of purchases are still happening in brick and mortar locations. And our kind of collective mission here probably is to elevate that lift and continue to make those relevant connections and using location drivers as as a trigger there. Another interesting piece of data that we found is that not only are these ads acceptable in a lot of cases, they're actually wanted but saved for later. So ability to trigger some sort of advertising content, coupon, redeem for later type ad event, and save that into a mobile wallet for redemption later, either in store or online. This is really cool. This is really unique data across our billions of ad calls and interactions throughout the day. What we're able to understand is, so people are actually obviously using their devices all day long, but you've got this real peak in the evening hours. So maybe it doesn't make sense to deliver an ad at lunchtime as somebody's going to lunch, but maybe understanding that pattern and getting in front of them for that purchase for that next day. So we see peak hours, in the evening, late evening time, between 9 and 10 p.m. with these huge peaks here. So this is really interesting about how to use that day, that previous week, that historical location collection data to understand what that user was doing, what they're up to, and potentially what kind of activities they're going to be up to, in the future days, and get in front of them during this peak mobile usage time. I think it's been kind of brought up a few times here. The key to a lot of this, or all of this, is attribution. So understanding if actions that we took, advertising, those kind of moments actually led to the desired impact. So Did it lead to a visit to a store? Did it lead to a visit to a product within that store? Are we able to track that customer walking into the store, going to our product, and then going to point of sale? So figuring out the precision and all those different attribution factors are obviously playing a huge role in this whole feedback loop that we're working on here. So again, this is going back to some kind of previous, this is all kind of lining up well here. So we've been talking about GPS and even Wi-Fi data, and the accuracy here is, or historically was okay. A few years ago, getting 100-meter level accuracy outside, did somebody go into a Walmart parking lot, probably meant that they were going into a store. This is still a huge percentage of the data that is being seen in ad networks and other type of publisher data is just this kind of pretty rough GPS data. But in working through all of this, obviously we need to get more granular onto this type of technology. But this really is that next level of accuracy, granularity, and indoor precision that's needed to really connect the dots on any of this type of media spend. So I'm sure a lot of you kind of know everything there is to know about this kind of tech, but the ability to place beacons at department level, aisle level, point of sale, and actually at product level has really been able to take all of our big CPG brands, retail brands, and make those minute connections between the customer and really kind of get more granular on that full consumer journey. And this really changed the game over the past couple years. Able to take data that we thought we were doing well with and either confirming or being able to really tweak those models to get real discrete data here. So the ability to kind of take these online concepts, pathing info, dwell time, bounce rates, path to purchase, conversion funnel, all the other buzzwords here, but really actually take those to the real world has taken all of this, the retail game up a level. So now we're able to actually create on the fly, personalized campaigns at a user by user basis. So does customer come in, potentially see if the line's too long, or just decides to turn around? We've got that kind of immediate bounce. And how do we get in front of that customer? Do we send them a message? Do we, maybe the customer's understanding that they can game the system by coming in and leaving and getting a coupon? Like, how do we understand what those types of user behaviors look like? Same type of idea. If a customer comes in, they go check out the new item arrival section. They go to the dressing room. They come back. They go to the dressing room and then leave without ever visiting the point of sale. How do we get in front of that customer who's probably even more likely to make a purchase? And how are we tracking the overall flow of when did this person first get exposed to this particular campaign or product and come into the store? Was it within the same day, the same week? And full trackability on all fronts there. This is some really cool, kind of omni-channel type tech that kind of go back to some other questions here about kind of connecting those dots between online and cookie-based tracking and mobile identifier, and really merging those two to create a cohesive online to offline to online, kind of depending on what type of journey we're looking at. So, in an auto buying experience, you're doing a lot of research online, probably for weeks, if not months, before actually visiting a lot. but arming a salesperson, a car salesperson, with the information of what that particular customer has been researching online for the past weeks or months is incredibly valuable and gives a new level of kind of confidence and a better shopping experience on both sides. Same type of information can be done. This person goes to these types of movies, and so my pre-roll when I'm back online can be really tailored to the types of experiences that I've been doing in the real world. So really meshing the online to offline contexts and bringing that all together into a cohesive picture of that customer, both from a marketing perspective and a consumer perspective, is just making everything awesome. I think we've just got one more. And then, of course, all of this leads to the predictive advertising. So understanding what historically has led to visits to different kinds of stores will get us in better position to predict and utilize those kinds of data to optimize spend, influence spend, influence behavior, and really get a full bang for your buck from an advertising perspective. So that was it from a slides perspective. Would love to answer any questions on any of this stuff. No questions? Nothing? Beacons?
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Two from Blue Dot. I think we're just all kind of like trying to take in. I think you've offered us so much wealth of information in all the slides, so everyone's kind of like digesting it.
Sure.
Can you talk, the last slide you talked about predictive advertising, even in marketing, that next frontier is predictive machine learning, analytics, AI, right? That's kind of like the theme in all the talks here, right? That next artificial intelligence. So can you talk more about that and what you guys are doing and kind of what are some of the kind of challenges, I guess, in the technology, but what can you currently do and what are kind of the next areas where you're looking to do? What some of the challenges in technology
Sure.
or limitations there are?
Sure. So as unpredictable and cool as we like to think we all are, it's actually, we're all pretty much kind of following the same path every day. And so within just a few days and certainly within a few weeks, building a predictive model of consumer behavior is actually, it's very straightforward. And understanding, we were talking about where you work, where home is, what your commute looks like, what types and what even the real actual collection of stores, restaurants, gym, those types of things all becomes abundantly clear really, really fast. And so being able to know what those, the things that are kind of going to be happening, it's really easy to figure out when those anomalies happen. So, are you suddenly in a different city? That kind of, that's a prime opportunity where, you can really affect advertising and really affect behavior, because if you land in a city that you haven't been to, kind of in our known history of you, that's a great opportunity to, get you restaurant food, entertainment, all those kind of recommendations, get those in front of you for that kind of thing.
That must be the signal that you're you're up.
Exactly. That's
So
my
you're
thought.
saying we're all creatures of habit and we're all
Yes.
boring.
Yeah, exactly. But also, you can also predict with accuracy, business travelers, entertainment travelers, those kind of things too, because it's all that kind of, you're always in a different place,
Yeah.
but you probably also.
How does that go from like one location to another? Let's say I'm in the Bay Area and I do certain things and I frequent certain places, but now I'm in Austin, so obviously, even though I don't normally eat barbecue every day,
Yeah.
I'm in Austin, so I have to eat barbecue every day,
Yeah.
So how does that translate?
So that's a really good one, and we love to play with that. There's definitely some other companies that do some really cool stuff around that too. But kind of those comparative models between the same types of places. So you can do lookalike analysis and things like that. So a customer in this city is, or in your own city, these are the types of places that you go to, and we can do a comparison to those types of places, with the categorical, metadata that we already have on our POIs and our indoor data, and really be able to connect those. And so, we're certainly not where we want to be with that sort of thing, but that's the steps are there to really put all of that together. Yeah.
I have a question just as a user, as a consumer. We all have apps on our phone, and many of them have given permission to record a location.
Yeah.
Is this data staying inside the app, or is it being licensed to other people without our knowledge? You talked about millennials giving personal information in exchange for something back. And we do get something in exchange. We get to use maps, we get to use Waze, but it doesn't seem like we're compensated for things that are tracking our location all the time. We're probably not aware of it.
Yeah, fantastic question. So, at our company, everything, we don't touch anything on the PII side, so no, phone numbers, email. Obviously, there's something to be said that there's probably, correlations that could be made for that, but we steer clear of any kind of storage of that kind of data, or even collection of that. Everything is opt-in, so you have, which is what your point was. You are opting in, and you are granting whichever app the permission to.
Sometimes you opt in and you forget about
And
it.
sure, yeah.
Leave it on.
Yep. And Apple does a good job of kind of doing some reminders and things like that. And so, from our company perspective, we want to make sure that we're very much on the up and up. There is cross pollination of information, and this is kind of the unmixing of the paint kind of concept. So every data signal from everywhere that we're getting kind of adds to a overall profile, but not a discrete profile. And so it's kind of anonymized data pings that are going in to help create that profile of you. But that overall profile is kind of the end result. The actual underlying data gets tossed after it actually adds to you. So we very much are pro privacy, pro consumer choice on all of that, and we want to make sure that we don't even nudge up against the creepiness line on all of that. So everything that we're talking about is very much within kind of the verticals of whichever app context that we're talking about. But we do have the ability to get a little bit of data from all of these to create the overall bigger profile. But yeah, we're very conscious of and conscientious of making sure that we're very much always on the up and up on that. And even though there's some a lot of technology out there that you could potentially add to this to make it even I would say more complete, it definitely gets into Creepyville pretty quick.
All right, well, I think we can take that offline. I just want to try to stay on time. But Danny, thank you so much for coming and sharing your insights. All right, we're gonna move to about a 30-minute break right now. So if you just go straight out this door and right to the back, the room in the back end, there's food, coffee. Help yourself, network with people, and most importantly, go and visit the sponsor tables and learn about those companies that are there. Yeah.
And I was curious about that being how much of that is ad placement, how much of that is ad messaging, right? Because I come at this from the messaging side of things. I'm curious about how messaging effectiveness or creating effectiveness.
Hey. All good? So far, so good, yeah. Interesting conversation.
Sure, I really like you mentioned some of the content
no.
Sorry.
No, I live in Toronto. Yeah. Toronto? Austin, I love. It's great. It's a good city. So, yeah, there's nothing bad about this town.
There really isn't. There really isn't.
How are you,
nice
brother?
jacket, man.
Thank you.
I know that jacket.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm good.
It's a trademark, I guess. Hi, I'm Peter.
Peter, how you doing? Tim Hayden. Good to see you.
All good?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I've only had one confirmed person drop off the panel.
Oh, who's that?
Anyway.
Yes, yeah, retail me not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they tried to get a replacement, but they couldn't find anybody that was around.
Okay.
So, which is kind of odd since the base rate. You'd think somebody would be around.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, whatever.
We're good.
All good.
All right.
Yeah. So, are you feeling good about the panel, or are you ready to go?
Yeah. I mean, I asked for questions from everybody. This was the first group I had. Only a couple of them responded. So I got their questions to them 24 hours ahead of time.
Right.
So study up.
The next
one. Using location data and program loyalty.
Yes. Thank you.
Are you all right?
Huh?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm alright. I just need to get through the day.
Yeah.
And then I can relax a little bit, and yeah, it's all good.
Okay. I lost my voice on Wednesday night, and I'm slowly nursing it. I've got a little trick to do with salt water before I get up here to make it better than it is right now.
Salt water is always good.
Yeah.
Heals all things.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, alright. You got coffee, you're good? Water, whatever you need?
Water. I got whatever I need. You don't worry about me.
Okay. So I've got this will just be in the background there.
Perfect.
Right?
Perfect.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So, if we, I'm just saying, one of my questions is going to be, we do all of this, but how many customers and brands are actually ready to really take advantage of it? It's still, I'm the old model in some ways.
Like 10 years before it's the same thing we're talking about. Before 10 to 15 years before it was even available, or there was a market for it. It was like a disaster recovery tool. For literally when the signals went down, it was like it's kind of like it's
So like for example, it's like I use stats as well as feedback on the app.
Do you guys, what's other obviously products that for the whole time?
But it's a lot of brands, a lot of different things.
summer's easy. Everybody go with companies from Colorado. It's like it's customers. So went the other day. Just like 2 days ago. The first time I've been there, it was a snow. I got on Monday and I was like, so I was dying to feel like
Oh, they have the elf. And then they also, oh no, you should have totally. Oh, yeah, yeah.
How's it going? I'm Trip.
Good. Tim Hayden, good to
Nice
see you
to meet you,
again.
Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We met at, I don't know how many of these things.
I know, several.
Yeah.
How was your drive in?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got down here this morning and went to a couple other events. Yeah.
Hey, Jeff Sessions. Nice to meet you.
Tim Hayden.
Hey, Tim. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm gonna put my bag down.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Like a break, going to the airport, right?
How are things over you, man?
Pretty good. No real complaints. How about you guys?
Real well. Yeah, no, we just launched a new consultancy 6 months ago and doing digital transformation road mapping for Fortune 1000. So
Okay.
yeah.
That's not entirely dissimilar to what I'm doing. I'm 6 months ahead of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my partners are Scott Lonnie, who ran global digital media for another company for 5 years. Christopher Barger, who was his counterpart at GM, and before that was the head of digital comms at IBM. And then Frank Eliason, who's been running global customer experience at Citigroup for the last 7 years. And,
So more on the agency than the
actually, no. I mean, we've got about 15 vendors right now that we bring in. Once we've assessed what's going on, we have one vendor that we bring in as a base layer to do plug and play for the next 10 years. So basically showing folks
Like it's picking you guys up. Just
So don't talk bad about you. That is CT. He's an ass.
yeah.
Like that?
Like that. It's all good.
If you think about what's happened in the last 10 years, everybody's just technology on top of technology. Sure. Instead of sending an email, it's saying, hey, Trish, they say, hello, customer. So, it goes all the way back inside the chip, it goes all the way back inside the box. Car dealers right now, they're tearing down the walls, and you just sit there and you just got the car, you bring it to you, you be able to manage all that through an app, once you buy the car. That service, wherever you are at the moment, we'll come get it from you. You'll be able to follow all along while it's being worked on. And we'll bring it back to you, or we'll pick you up in limo right back to the car. That kind of thing, a lot of it has to do with supply chain.
Sure. Yeah, well, one of the worst consumer experiences I had was trying to buy a Tesla.
Yeah.
And no. And sent must listen to 10 ideas to improve the experience. Yeah. And you know, it's a huge
Yeah, I focus more on exclusive retailers and hospitality.
Yeah. So if I'm driving by somewhere, it would just be like,
Talk about somebody who's got to work on their.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, they in the Northeast they kind of got a theme, right? It's kind of mean, you're gonna like it.
Right. Right.
This is kind of a cult thing. Yeah, no, they do that. You know, the big difference, even not the large business, right? The large business, franchisees, boutiques are a lot of the smaller part of the story.
this isn't out here, right? So what it pays them through using what?
One thing on one day. So it's an interesting thing, and it's much more about hospitality. Like I said, when you're just when I go to Starbucks, Amanda knows I'm gonna be there at 7:15 every morning, and coffee's ready. She brings it up when I walk in the door, and right, that's in your office. They're really busy.
We work for Walmart.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's a scale issue. It's a change issue, which everyone's resistant to. Yeah. If it ain't broke, it don't fix it mentality.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But the payment's permanent. From the consumer it's totally yes. But it's an interesting time.
Yeah.
So that's good for you. I hope you enjoy it as much as I have.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we have a blast.
So you guys, do you always lead with an assessment?
Yeah. Number one thing is nobody knows who their customers are.
Sure.
We've got a number of tools, and we have another methodology. We go in and we say, we show them things about the customers that they never knew. We do that about a week. So we do quant, we do qual, and using some public data that we have, looking at the data sources they have. We got subscriptions over here. They got a direct mail list over here. They make a CRM. They make a DMP way down low. But they certainly got somebody that's running social that's way over at the side. They've also got a list of Facebook followers and a list of people that are in Snapchat. So what we do is we go in. That's homework that they have from us is to provide the data for us. And then we have a way that we go about assessing what we know already, what they may know already, we know what the presumptions of who the customers are, and then we usually have this these things that they have no idea. And then we're ready to quickly, based on who we have in the network, what we know is possible, plausible, we have a way to go with 3 big ideas. If that works, we have to do 10 big ideas. Whatever they latch on to, we get referral fees or something that we walk in the door. We usually retain oversight, we run it.
Do you guys you know, I mean, if it's usually about a week, I mean, you come $400,000 a week.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I've done it 3 times. You know, 3 people buy that right there. Lowest was 25K. Highest has been about 150K, just for the initial lot. But that's part of a larger contract. Yeah.
Okay.
GE comes to us, says we want to work with you guys. got 25 grand.
Yeah, a lot of you're working with outside of
Right. You guys
so I find myself having to start, start step before, because it's it's been super. I've done this. Well, that's cool. I'm always I got a blue one now. We'll see how Well, if you guys get anything that's, where are you guys based? That's, not worth it.
Yeah. Me and the car.
Yeah, I'll recommend that. Okay. Are you guys here? Virtual?
We're Texas-based LLC, and our office is here.
What?
Especially when you get down. You want
Oh, you didn't have
It was seeing the market need and it was seeing the talent was there. Tim.
All right, yeah, let's get this going. All right, folks, if you can take a seat, we're going to get things restarted. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we got
You good to go?
One extra chair.
Yeah, do we have a mic?
No, it's all broadcast from here, so it actually
Gotcha.
gives you a little room.
All right.
Give you a little room, not because you did anything wrong, just because.
Because I'm not one of you.
It's like church, I think, sitting in the back.
It is Sunday.
It is Sunday.
All right. I'm getting questions going.
Just when you kick off, all the Twitter handles are there. And
Yes.
Hashtag retail.
You got it.
And go get the rest of you.
All right.
Bagels are a big draw.
What's that?
The bagels are a big draw.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Maybe it is. My name's Tim Hayden, and I'm a president and co-managing partner of Brain Trust Partners. We're a digital transformation consultancy for the Fortune 1000. I also am the president of the San Francisco chapter of the Location-Based Marketing Association. Today I'm going to be your moderator for this panel, which is about using location data or weaving it into so much of the automated or programmatic ways that we want to run campaigns, specifically around loyalty and repeat purchasing and everything that's involved in that. To remind everybody, a little housekeeping, the hashtag is Retail Loco for the event. If you'd like to tweet and if you want to say anything nice or critical about us in public, all of our Twitter handles are up here as well. So I will let these guys go down the list here and tell you who they are and give you a quick look at what they do before we get into questions. So we'll start off with you, Chris.
Perfect. I'm Chris Turnley, and so welcome to Austin, and I hope everybody's having a great time. So this is home for us, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Dosh. We are launching an app in April that is on the consumer side where people swipe their credit card one time. It's a card link offer where then any of the offers in the ecosystem where you go eat, where you go shop, where you go stay, where you go rent a car, you'll automatically get cash back as a consumer. And then we serve up a ton of data and then abilities to drive behaviors on the retail side. So we are launching with about 250,000 locations around the U.S. And so now we got to get that many consumers, right, to go make it happen. So we're really excited that we're coming right up on launch time for us.
Hi, I'm Michael Weaver, and I work for MediaMath. I run our channel solutions group, which is everything that we do for mobile, video, audio, programmatic, out-of-home, programmatic print, and the like. And MediaMath is one of the largest independently owned demand-side platforms. In other words, we're a tool for large marketers and agencies to come in and buy media across really omni-channel supply sources with the idea, the sort of fundamental principle that all advertising and marketing should be outcomes focused. In other words, buying your audiences based on what you want as an outcome. Do I want people to buy something, go somewhere, do something, create some action? And that all of your media should be transparent and there shouldn't be any black boxes where people are arbitraging and hiding and obfuscating media. And that you as the marketer or the advertiser should have control to manipulate where your media is being run, how much you're paying for it, and the kind of results you're getting.
Great. I'm Trip Sessions. I'm the managing partner for Exopsal, which stands for Exploiting Opportunities Through Solutions, and it's based on an old Peter Drucker quote that says, you can't make any money by solving problems. The only way to make money and create lasting value is to exploit opportunities. And we focus on exploiting opportunities in the retail, restaurant, and hospitality verticals, which is where all of my background lies. And we have clients such as Dunkin' Donuts, Baskin Robbins, Zaxby's. We do work for the Student Veterans of America, which is a cause we're really passionate about. And we specialize in digital transformations. And if you're not ready for that, once we get there, we end up doing some traditional technology consulting as well.
Fantastic, guys. Let's start off with the basics. We're talking about people. It's one of the things that we think about this great world of technology, and we always get hung up on media or devices. How do each of you, and I'll let any one of you take this first, but what are some of the primary ways that you would go about building a consumer profile? And perhaps do you start with a CRM? Do you start with data that already exists?
I'm good with this. So like I said before, MediaMath is a demand-side platform. So we're actually a tool that enables advertisers to build audiences using existing data that's out there, first-party data, CRM data, even data from companies like Blue Kai and Lotame, where you can actually build the audience that you want to target. We take a sort of three-pronged approach. Almost, by the way, as a caveat, almost everything I do is in 3 segments. It's annoying, but you'll remember it. The idea is that as a marketer, you can assemble your audience first, and you build the parameters on which you think your audience is going to perform best. And we have a lot of data that informs that, whether it's CRM data or cookie data or device ID data or app usage data, et cetera, et cetera. And then you apply that audience across the largest piece of media that you possibly can. So the idea of having access to the most amount of media where you can then apply that audience to. So in our instance, we actually listen to the entirety of the internet, mobile and digital, and the app space as well. So we hear when a consumer goes to a website, call it the New York Times, CNN, whatnot, a bid request comes into our platform and has a bunch of data associated with it. Where someone is, what they're doing, what type of device they're on, what time of day it is, where they've been in the past, purchase behavior, all of that kind of stuff. And if it matches up to the audience that you've programmed into the platform, then you can put a bid in to buy that media. So that's what I mean by applying it to the media. And then the third piece of what we do is put machine learning and optimization onto that. So as your campaign is running, it's constantly being informed by the performance of that campaign, which enables you as a marketer to retarget audiences based on past behavior.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think you begin to hear what's available, but I think where your question started is the biggest one. There's 2 pieces. There's people, right? And so how do you get people to actually, do that? And I think, we've always lived with the collect everything and show as little as you need to. To start, because you begin to start taking retailers on a journey,
right,
and you begin to take people on a journey. And I think retail as a whole has not good at collecting data. So if especially we talk about loyalty, it's disparate systems. They're like, I've got a system that does this, and a system that does this, and a system that does this, and they're just getting to dashboarding and things like that
right,
across omni-channels. They're not even to real data collection across omni-channels yet. So I think even the last panel, there's a bunch of, they're talking about getting within 6 inches of somebody. I'm like, dude, people are kind of like happy to get within a block still, and on the retail side. So I think there's it's, for us, it's about trying to help people find those gaps of what are people really comfortable with, and what actually will people respond to. So what we see is, we know 50% of people, when they think about leaving loyalty programs, it's because it's too hard, right? They kind of think it's rigged against them, right? Or they think about, but they know they'll actually go, they're 80% more likely to pick a brand that has a loyalty program that they think benefits them, right? So it's not losing track of that data drives the program that is going to be most effective to hit a specific person versus backing it out the other way, saying, what can I learn and then how can I apply? So I think it's fascinating what's available, but I always take it through the lens of what do we think is actually going to be meaningful to that person, because they're the ones who's going to make the decision to leave or not leave that loyalty program or come back. We know 65% of people say the most important time to do loyalty is first purchase, right? So what can you provide to somebody first purchase that incentivizes them to come back before you may even know a bunch about them? And that's what you guys do is so valuable, because you may know a whole bunch about them before they even come in. So we've implemented a lot of that data specifically into Dosh. So even before we have users, we have 200 million profiles so that we can begin to provide that kind of data back.
Yeah, we take a very simplistic approach. We work with companies, and we recommend that they find what is unique about their first party data and what is 1 or 2 elements that are unique. So a practical example of that is at Fridays, when I was there, our unique data elements were, we dynamically knew what the last beer you ordered, the last drink you ordered was, and the last appetizer you ordered was. And that was unique data. Nobody else had that data. Nobody else knew that you liked boneless buffalo wings and IPAs. and which is really cool. I mean, when you think about it, that we know that about you as a person. And so I think if you start there and you understand, okay, what position of strength do I have within my own first party data, and then how do I take steps to leverage that first party data with other data sets and mash them up and all of those things. I think that's the key. But starting, to your point, starting is what do I have that's cool and unique, and how do I leverage the hell out of it?
Right, right. So let's skip away from the person now and the profile. Let's talk about location. Everybody's talking about location in a different way, and let's be honest, it's where a person was, is, or what they were doing in the very moments around that. How do we go about thinking about loyalty, or even about that first touch, which a couple of you guys talked about? How do we go about finding the right time and then weaving that into that programmatic campaign, or when we think about media math, perhaps even the buy? How do we get ahead of that, and we take that into the consideration of when a push message or a signal needs to be sent to somebody?
Sure. So at Media Math, it's not so much, we're not in the push messaging space really at all. It's all responding to ad calls.
Right.
In the wild west of the internet. And we do a little bit of we do in-app advertising as well, but we don't trigger pushes so much. We're not in the CRM space, although that may change in the near future. But the idea for us, like you said, we divide location into three major ways. Where someone is right now in the here and now, where someone has been, that is, going back to the first point, is establishing audiences based on people's behavior. So I want to target auto intenders, people who have been on a car lot in the last 90 days, or people who have been to a sporting event in the last 90 days, a particular team or whatnot. And that's sort of the where people have been. And then the last piece, which is more on the tail end on the intelligence side, is was my advertising able to affect the physical movement of someone from point A to point B? In other words, did I increase footfall traffic? Did I increase sales? Did I increase lot traffic, et cetera? All three of those things are really important, and I think the winners in this space take that location data and use a combination, and then apply an audience layer, or a third layer on top of that, which is contextual relevance. In other words, like a tactical example of this is I want to target business travelers, and I want to target them while they're on the road. So I can identify people who've been at airports, who are currently at an airport, who have 13 different travel apps on their phone, right? They have Avis, Starwood, Delta, whatnot. And you can imagine how very quickly and very granular that can get. But if you can start to combine the relevance of what that person is doing in the moment based on not only their physical location, but the context of the content that they have on their phone, be it apps, be it web usage, be it historical travel patterns, et cetera, and then apply that to a targeted audience, that's when you really start to see a massive uptick in attribution, like in effectiveness of your advertising.
And I think that's the challenge with it, is that every retailer wants to provide that exact experience to somebody, but you can't, or else that person be getting barraged with 1,000 messages, right? So you need third parties, or you need apps that pull it together and say, hey, this is how we're going to serve this up, because everybody wants that. It's a challenge with everyone creating their own loyalty app, everyone creating their own loyalty program, everyone creating their own. Everyone wants to provide that exact right information to the right person at the right time at the right place. Sorry, I had 4. But they want to do that. They want to do that all at the same time. But everybody wants to do that, and there's just a bandwidth issue before people will just shut it all down because it's too much. So there's always that line, like we were talking. If you're in a hot day in Austin and you're walking by, a place, and it's like, hey man, you should come in. I know it's 80 degrees in Austin. I know you're walking outside. I know you're not from there. You should just stop into this place and grab a cold beer. That's a really cool thing to get served up. An app that says, hey, you've had 3, you should stop. Okay, now we're too much, right? Now, so it's always walking that line of how many of those things
it gets into just because you can do something, you don't necessarily need to do it. We don't really play in the push space, and for large part, that's why. For a long time, location-based and mobile advertising going back, all the way to 2000. In every one of these conferences and talks, someone would talk about I don't want to walk by a Starbucks and have a message pop up on my phone that says I should go get a coffee. Like the number of times I've heard that as an example against mobile advertising. Well, duh, of course you don't, right? In the same way that Starbucks isn't going to put a person out standing in front of the Starbucks with a bullhorn and a sandwich board yelling at you while you walk by. It's just a bad idea. So the idea, and this is why we always lead with outcomes and optimize towards outcomes. When you're setting up advertising, in particular mobile advertising, and anything that is personal and has that one-to-one connection with the consumer, it is really important to be contextually relevant to what they're doing in the moment of how they're doing it, so as not to be this disruptive and annoying force to them, and to optimize towards the outcome. If you were at the bullhorn outside of Starbucks and screaming at people to go into Starbucks, less people would buy coffee. Like no one would come in to buy a cup of coffee because of that. And it would be very clear very quickly that that was the case. And that kind of data is available in real time on the internet. You can know if your bullhorn's too loud or not loud enough.
Right. Well, Tripp, I'm gonna skip to you on that and just say, because you work in the coffee business indirectly, how do we balance between push notifications? I mean, I can remember years ago, and we're talking 15 plus years ago, when in London, people were worried because they would get on the tube and they would be blue-jacked. They would have people that would send messages to them or try to access information on their phone because everybody left their Bluetooth wide open to be paired. A lot of the noise that Michael was just talking about, talk about the balance that you do, whether it's being reactive based on location or it's proactive push messaging.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of my clients are different than yours, right? Where Tim works, it works with only Fortune 1000 companies. I mean, I work with clients that have $3 billion in revenue or $10 billion in revenue. So they're not even cracking the top end of the Fortune 1000. And I think for me, what I'm trying to help them do is do simple things, practical things that can make a shit ton of difference. So
it's a technical term.
Yes, yes. So
sorry,
am I not supposed to swear?
Is that a hyphen even?
Yeah. So I'm fascinated currently with helping my clients understand the exact places that people go before they come into their stores.
Right.
And I'm also fascinated with helping them understand where they go, where their customers go when they leave. Because then, I see that impacting my clients' ad spend to places they never thought about. So I've got a client where their customers over-index that they go to Shell stations before they come into their stores.
Wow.
Why Shell stations? I don't know. But this client has started spending money at doing in-store advertising in Shell stations, which they had never done before, to try and capture more frequency out of that market, and they've been fairly successful. So I think when you talk about all this stuff, right? It's the old Bill Gates quote. We tend to overestimate the change that's going to happen in the next 2 years,
right,
and underestimate the change that's going to happen in the next 10. Right? 4 years ago, we were talking at this place. We were talking about it being the year of the beacon, right? Like that's right. This really laughable now. But I think how do you help them understand and cut through the quagmire that is the technology landscape and understand? Hey, let's really do things that may be smaller but are really, really effective, and let's work on leveraging those to make more money now as we keep our eye on the future and we build, because we also in some cases have to work with them to build the technology infrastructure to be able to do some of this other stuff.
Correct.
So it's like, what can we do now? And that's what we focus on.
Yeah, and we divide it up into as well. I think those are all really good points. And we divide it up into, we go talk to an ad agency, for instance. We talk about there's the challenge they have is the consumer's on a whole bunch of different devices, right? Every day, you're on your phone, you're on a tablet, you're on your desktop, you're watching TV, you're walking by billboards, all of which is addressable. Then the consumer is on a whole bunch of different media, right? So you think about how you ingest media, some of it's in apps, some of it's in the web, some of it's on, news sites, entertainment sites, et cetera. It's really hard for a media buyer, not only to understand where you are, but to understand the context in which you're viewing it, and whether, when they buy the ad space in that media, whether they're actually getting a good deal, right? Are they buying media that's been bought and sold 10 times before? Is it being arbitraged? Is it being marked up? Are they really just getting ripped off? And then the third piece of that is there's all these formats, right? So I think, especially around here, you'll probably see 100 companies that have new and exciting rich media formats. And so which one is most compelling? Which one actually drives results? How does this work? And the agency needs to be able to describe it. The marketer needs to be able to describe what format works best on what media on what device automatically, back to their client, and what are they trying to drive. We're trying to sell more sneakers, and we know that rich media ads on the New York Times perform best on tablets. Like that's what they need to combine. And by the way, that sold this many more sneakers. And that's actually really difficult to figure out. And that really kind of is the how. And that, is where the MarTech and AdTech layer of software and platforms.
But I think there's an interesting blend though of, right, so obviously I'm not up here saying we shouldn't be doing all this really cool stuff with technology. But just like TV works, print still works. And if you can get hyper-targeted with print, in the example that I used before, I think the blend for me is how do you use the technology and use perhaps some of the more traditional media forms to drive value there, because there's value there, right? Print media is sucking wind, and so there's value there. And if you also can work directly with other companies, you're talking about huge advantages because you're cutting out middlemen. So in the case of Shell and one of my clients, if we're talking about putting ads in Shell gas stations, it just is it's an interesting take. So I don't think we should ignore one or ignore the other, but I think it's helping people. It's practically helping retailers of all kinds figure out how do they get the most bang of their buck for their marketing spend.
And I think we hit on a couple things. One, so but it takes a lot of data to prove how to hyper target print, right?
Sure.
Like that's what I mean, because people will come in and say that doesn't sound right. One of the biggest changes I think you watch over the last 4 or 5 years is radio, and people have gone from bland radio ads to really utilizing the radio personality to sell that particular thing. So it's no longer you're advertising on X and Y network, you're advertising on someone's show, and then that person's doing the personal ad, right? So the mediums are changing a little bit, and I think that's what we're seeing is like it takes a lot of data to make things simple. And what I'm seeing with retailers, that's where a lot of y'all work, is the retailers we work with, the large ones and the small ones, they don't have the ability either to navigate it, where companies like you come in and help them navigate how to get through all the MarTech spend, or they don't have the ability to bring great people on to even implement the strategy. And so they're becoming reliant on, wow, there's a lot coming at me.
Right.
Just this is what I hear more than anything. Just show me how to get more customers. Show me how to get more new customers, or show me how to get more people coming back, and show me how to do it. And so it takes both. I think it takes a real data-driven approach to make a real simple recommendation.
Sure.
To come out and say like, hey, eat this in bite-sized chunks, and you're gonna eat it in bite-sized chunks. There is no cure-all pill to get you there. It is dispersed. It is omni-channel. You are gonna have to look at a more comprehensive strategy if you're thinking about getting and gaining, whether it's new retailers or especially in the loyalty program. It's not one single thing.
Right.
This is nothing new, by the way. And if you look at one of my favorite examples is Utz potato chips. I don't know if you've ever had Utz potato chips, but they're the best potato chip in the world. They're made in Baltimore, Maryland, and they have the oldest billboard in baseball in Yankee Stadium, in right field in Yankee Stadium. There's a huge Utz potato chip. For like the first 20 years, they didn't sell potato chips in that market, but they knew the game was being broadcast, and every time a fly ball got hit, all you saw was the Utz potato chip. When the Orioles played the Yankees, and they sold Now they're the second largest potato chip company.
In Georgia, it's pronounced Utz.
Yeah.
That's in Georgia. I don't know.
But it's an example of being data driven, right? They knew they could
Sure.
put 1 million billboards around Baltimore, but that was more effective because they were selling to that market while people were watching the game.
Right. Right. So let's back up for a second. I mean, to make all this work, we have to know more about our customers and more about our prospective customers. And there are quantitative and there are qualitative ways you go about doing that. There are ways you can buy that information. Where do we draw the line between doing it in a way that's palatable and comfortable versus what somebody said earlier today, creepy?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if we're going to start to have technology automate so much of, at least have us train it or dial it up to reach certain people in certain contextual situations, how are we going to make sure that we have the right information and that we go about doing this with a balance of comfort and overstepping that boundary of creepy?
Yeah, I think for us, and we always use a line in our office, like there's cool and creepy, and there's a fine line, and you better know before you step over it, because you don't get to step backwards. And so that whole cool line is, I want to be able to serve you up relevant data, and this is what even the data says. People want relevant information from the brands they want to shop at.
Right.
If you can make a loyalty program relevant to them, they're 87% of people are more likely to come back to your store if you can make that data relevant. So it's vital for a customer, because we know the cost of getting a new user versus the cost of getting a existing customer to come back is significantly higher to get that new customer. So it's vital that you can put a good loyalty program in place with there. But what I just encourage people is it's step by step, and you nailed it earlier. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something, and so it's just step by step. So I'm going to start with baby steps of knowing you came in, knowing what you did around. So I'm going to serve you some relevant things, right? And knowing what you did after, or knowing if you're on a trip right now, knowing if you're away from home. Someone had mentioned earlier, if I'm away from my home zip code, I might serve up a different group of things, right? Those are things that are really helpful. So if I book a hotel and you can serve me up relevant restaurants around there, or if I book a plane trip and you can serve me up relevant hotels around there, relevant things, that's really vital, and that actually establishes a great feeling for me of affinity towards a brand. If you start going too far over and serving more than people can handle, and you haven't tested your way in, then that's where I think where people get a lot of, is they fall in love with the technology, or even, there's a great one from a couple years ago around AI where IBM, launched one of the first AI Twitter, right? Within like 3 days, some hacker had taught it to say every foul-mouthed thing in the world, right? Because they started
Hitler.
They started sending bots. It became a racist, right?
Yeah.
So if you don't test the machine learning and test your way very slowly into it before users get to it, you never underestimate a good hacker, right? Or a good bot driver. So I think that's where I would recommend to people is you've got to test your way in with small steps, because once you cross that line, it's really hard from a brand standpoint to cross back over.
Right.
I think this is really the art part of, right? The technology is the science, and this is the art. But where we encourage our clients to come down on is the side of creating value for the consumer. And real value, right? So one of the things I'm fascinated with is the concept of perishable inventory. So what if a restaurant client, say Fridays, said, you know what, we've got a lot of perishable inventory, not only in food, but every minute that a booth isn't filled, that's lost revenue. What if we partnered with a hotelier and an airliner and Ticketmaster, and we all ponied up our perishable inventory that wasn't going to use, and we give Tim the opportunity to take 10 of his friends to Seattle for a concert this weekend, right? It costs us damn near nothing to create that experience, but you're going to create a really cool experience. I don't think anybody would say that was creepy. If somebody offered me that, I wouldn't think that was creepy at all. I think that was pretty freaking awesome. So I think it's really about how do you hone in and add value, and if there's a way that you can really demonstrably say we're adding value for people, I think you're pretty clear of staying away from the creepiness factor.
Yeah, I think it's, advertising in general is a largely self-regulatory business because of the diminishing returns, right? So I would argue that it's really data-driven, right? It's if you go into your campaigns understanding what the outcome that you want is, I want to sell more chicken wings, and you're optimizing towards that, you will see very quickly when you've reached sort of peak on a strategy that you have reached on. And then it's time to dial back or switch strategies. And you know, that's why we always go back to this. You really need the outcomes-based advertising with the transparency to see everything that you're doing and the control to change it. A lot of people get into trouble because they want to do something just for the sake of doing it. We need to run a mobile campaign. We need to be on TV. We need to be on radio. They're not measuring what actually that's driving in real time, and or they're using a platform to go buy media, say, you know, quote unquote programmatically, and they don't understand where their media is running, and they don't understand how to control it and how to switch it, and then before long, you know, they have all sorts of fraud happening, and they have all sorts of nefarious ads going up, and then that's when you get to diminishing returns. So you just really sort of have to pay attention on the outcome, and if you do that, it should be fun.
But I think that taps into, and just not to lose the point, where are you controlling your message and are you controlling your medium, right? So a lot of brands get in this because they will sign an agreement and they lose control of one of those two things. So all of a sudden an affiliate network takes it, and I'm not anti-affiliate network at all. I think they serve a vital role. But if there aren't really clear brand guidelines and really clear messaging guidelines that come along with that, I think you can end up, you may not even have driven the bus into a bad place, but you allowed your bus to get driven into a bad place.
Well, look at the app download space,
Yes.
right? If someone wants to download a bunch of apps, you can go buy app downloads for 25 cents a piece, right? They're super cheap, really easy to do. Turns out, not surprisingly, that they're all garbage, right? Because they've been bought and sold and resold, and there's incentivized traffic and people being paid to download apps. But you know what? It could serve your final outcome, which is to get your app to the top of the app store.
Right.
And then there's other different ways to do it. So you know, we do things like cost per download, lifetime value, or cost per download first use, cost per download first purchase, right? So you just have to sort of start to think about, hey, what is my outcome? Is my outcome to have a bunch of people download my app and then delete it 45 minutes later? Or is it to actually have people engage and use my app? And so that's when you think about outcomes now with all the different ways we have measuring things. Like, is it enough to have people come into Fridays, or do they need to come into Fridays and order an appetizer and an entree? Or can we take the people who just ordered appetizers and get them to order entrees? You know, it's like you start to tweak the outcomes and push the envelope on the outcomes, and then that's when you start to really see incremental increases in what you're doing.
Right. Well, we have a few minutes left here, and I'd like to open it up to you guys sitting in the chairs. Any questions you have for any of these guys while they're up here on anything that's been said up here? Obviously, there's a long road to go. I always quote Jerry Reed. You know, we've got a long way to go in a short time to get there, in terms of making all this work. And if you guys have questions or ideas in the audience for anything that's been said up here, we'd love to hear it. Sir.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot about location and behavior. What about psychographics? You know, anything from current emotional state or some sort of more personality-ish information? What's the status of that?
And so the best I've seen is you can pull a lot of composite on demographic. I haven't seen a lot on current state. You know, more than that. And again, you know, we haven't probably looked at it enough to look at it. I think it's an area for us. We're still trying to get down. I'd say crawl, walk, run. I think that's a sprint that people are going to test their way into, and I think you're going to get into. Whereas maybe some traditional areas probably serve that a little bit better.
The car manufacturers were all over that.
Yeah.
At Mobile World Congress, in terms of understanding someone's driving state. So the next generation Mercedes and things like that, we're looking at people nodding off at the wheel, So I mean, in terms of getting sleepy, yeah, maybe.
What about if you're angry?
Or if you're angry.
Well, progressive, I mean, you have a bunch of car tools that do that, but it's more, that's behavior based, right? I think as far as when we talk about targeting, I don't think there's a lot there yet.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Emil from Blue Dot Innovation. So we, for instance, in location, you often generate some really powerful, insightful data, and for us, like really narrow, really accurate location data, but it's only a piece of the puzzle. And so there are multiple layers, as you know, to deliver a location-based use case. So how are you seeing the brands and the end client, how do they want to consume that location data? Is it just a matter of ingesting it into their analytics suite, or are you packaging it up? Is it a small marketing unit that needs clear insights and reporting around it, or do they just need the data and analyze it themselves?
You want to go?
Go ahead.
We see it very specifically in our platform because we're a buying platform. We have a tool inside the platform itself that allows them to enable any of our partners. Currently we have the sort of usual suspects for hyperlocal, where they can build geofences. So if it's something around a conquesting campaign or a time-sensitive campaign or something like that, where they want to do hyperlocal, but the most effective and most common usage of location that we see is a location-based audiences based on historical, either travel patterns or historical, auto intenders and segments like that. So packaging that data into consumable chunks and then being able to apply it across large pieces of media.
What we're seeing for large retailers that we work with is they actually rely on firms like this, because they can't parse the data. They're happy for us to give them a bunch and then interpret it for them about what that means. A lot of them aren't there yet. I mean, I think a lot of times they're stuck in a spot where the industry is moving so much faster than retail technology. The back end of retail, a lot of people in their point of sale systems and some of them just aren't there. And so they're capturing data in pools, and now they're just getting to BI layers, right? They're just getting to now say, ooh, we should start thinking about capturing and integrating our own big data. They're just at the tip of that. And we're, especially as mobile app providers, and we're way out ahead of that. So now our job is to interpret how to take that and say, all right, here's a couple things you need to know. Hey, I love your Shell example. It's the same thing we see. Like, hey, you should look at a cross promotion with this restaurant or this type, because what you're finding is we're seeing a huge connection right between those two stores. And that gives you an ability to be smarter. Allowing them, there's very few of them are to a spot where they're able to make those links today. So just giving them data doesn't help. You got to put that middle layer in.
And I think for me, it's helping them come up with solutions with their data.
Yeah.
These organizations, they're not, unless they're big enough to have somebody focused on innovation, their innovation they get from an agency, and largely and usually exclusively, or a set of agencies, and sometimes those can be great, but there's other ways to look at it, and really what we focus on is how do we create. So I believe, before I tell you that, I believe that competition kills profits, right? That's right. That you want to. If economics 101 is we move to equilibrium, nobody's making anything, and so the challenge that I think, especially in a restaurant, in the restaurant space where it's crowded, but retailers are overcrowded as well, is how do we use the data to create an experience or something that's defensible, that we can really build a solution and a program or a set of products around. And I don't know of a lot of retailers that I talk to. I've got a bunch of buddies, obviously, that do this stuff. I don't know of anybody who's got departments that are proactively focused on that. So I think it's taking the data, helping them understand what's possible, and then helping them come up with an actual solution, whatever that solution is.
Do one more in the back, and then we got to wrap up.
Just very quickly on the topic of loyalty and motivation, there are dozens, it's amazing how many loyalty programs there are out there, and some retailers you go to, there are 3 or 4 different models you can try out. What do you think they're all getting wrong in essentially needing to have so many at the point of
So I think a lot of loyalty programs are email marketing programs. And people call them loyalty programs because they don't know what else to call them. And so, I think those are, right, email marketing works. It has worked for 10 years, and it's probably gonna work for 10 more. And so I'm not poo-pooing email marketing by any stretch of the imagination. But I think there are very few actual programs that I'm aware of that provide me as a consumer with any kind of sense of loyalty. So I don't see a lot of loyalty. I see a lot of offer platforms. I see a lot of email platforms. But I think loyalty is it's got to be experiential. So the Miami Dolphins, we had a lady here 3 or 4 years ago from the Miami Dolphins. What's her name, Terry?
Yes.
And she was talking about how she could not get her season ticket holders to spend their loyalty points because what are these guys don't need money to buy food in their suites, right? And so what she did was she started offering experiences like running the M flag out on the field before a game. Now, that's a loyalty program, right? Because you're giving me access to something that I could never get on my own. And I think that's what we try to encourage our clients to steer their direction. We try and steer their loyalty to programs to.
When we started Dosh, one of the things we really wanted to look at is that exact question, was what's wrong. One, I think the consumer base, especially the millennial consumer base, isn't as loyal. So they're gonna go, trying to have an individual program.
But they love experience.
They do, yeah. So you're trying to combine this thing of like, if my loyalty program doesn't have enough bang for the buck, then having an individual loyalty program is gonna be a failure, right? Many of them don't integrate with even their own credit card programs, right? So I think you're right. It's around, you're capturing my data, but you're not collecting enough data about me to make it that you can give me a valuable loyalty offer. So you're just going to give me another way to give me discounts. And I think that's where a lot of people are even in their loyalty programs today. It is all around data capture. It is all just like someone went in and said, hey, how are we understanding who's shopping in store? And they're like, oh, crud, we should have this. So they create a loyalty program, and it really isn't there. So I think you're going to either see a lot more cross-platform loyalty, or you're going to see, to your point, a lot better loyalty programs. I think, to be honest, I think Starbucks has nailed a lot of those things. Starbucks has driven behavior. There's people that are buying sandwiches at 3 p.m. because it earns them more stars, and they don't even like sandwiches, right? So if you look at how they've taken people on that experience, I think they've really done a better job of saying there's value, there's status, and there's recognition for what you're doing. And I think that's where a lot of loyalty programs just are at the very start of that.
All right. Chris, Michael, Tripp, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here.
Awesome. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job. That's right. I'm out of here.
All right, we're going to move on to our next panel, which we're calling the gamification of proximity. And it's an interesting one. We've got GameStop, Fung, retail consultancy group, and Walmart. And so we're going to cover a lot of ground in this in a short time. We're going to talk a little bit about game mechanics and driving traffic and engagement in store. We're going to talk about a little bit of AR and VR stuff. And maybe a few other things that we'll throw in there. We'll see how it goes. John, come on up. I'll sit down, I think, for this.
Yeah, sign it down.
So why don't we, maybe just to get things started here, I'm going to let these guys just take a minute or two and introduce themselves and kind of what they do and why that's relevant to the location world, location-based marketing association world. So John, why don't you start since you're at the end there?
Okay. My name is John Harmon. I work for the Fung Global Retail Technology Group. We're part of the Fung Group. You may not have heard of the Fung Group, but it's a big privately held entity out of Hong Kong that has several major publicly traded companies in it. The largest is Li & Fung. It's a $20 billion company in the sourcing of apparel business. And our group, we do research on retail trends and technology trends. My boss loves technology. My background is in technology. We're looking for technologies that could be used by our company or our customers or people in the industry to help further retail. So location-based technologies, beacons, other technologies are one of the things that we look at. Hoping to find ways to get people to buy more stuff, buy more clothing.
Excellent, cool. Alex?
My name is Alex Hurd. I'm with Walmart and sit within our Health and Wellness Transformation Group. And so we're tasked with delivering new services and programs that ultimately drive better patient outcomes. And we've run several tests and several programs that really look at how we can use innovative patient engagement, both using payments and other things to drive, better patient outcome. And so I can give you a couple examples where we've built a rules engine that interfaces directly with our POS and allows us to take any tender type, like a gift card or a credit card, and we can program it to buy a specific item or category in the store or do discounts on select items. And so there's several health insurers actually that then we've collaborated with that leverage the technology to engage their member base. And so Humana, which is a big insurance company here in the U.S., they have rolled out for the last 4 years a program where their members actually get a discount of up to 50% on healthy foods. And the way it works is they swipe their membership card, the discount is instantly applied to the qualifying healthy foods, and the member pays the basket, and then we collect the balance from Humana regularly once a week. And what we've seen is a reduction over the years for those folks that are engaging in both hospitalizations and emergency room visits. And so, that's just an example of how we're using kind of innovation both in terms of payment, but also in terms of collaboration, right, with other third parties to ultimately drive a better patient experience or customer experience and improve health.
Excellent, thanks. Charlie?
Yeah, I'm Charlie. I'm with GameStop. I've been there quite a while. Current role is leading our innovation lab as well as technology strategy for the organization. We have a broad area of focus, everything from merchant supply chain and how we get our products out in the stores more effectively to end user experiences. We've played around with beacons, virtual reality, augmented reality. We've deployed several things, done some great marketing campaigns. The list is really long. I'm sure we'll talk about some of them as we go through here today.
Yeah, excellent. And if you weren't here this morning, I'm Asif Khan. I'm the founder and president of the Location-Based Marketing Association, who's hosting this event, and excited to be here, excited to get this panel kicked off. So we're here to talk a little bit, we got a broad range of topics, but we're going to talk about game mechanics to kind of start things off. So before we kind of get into game mechanics in location proximity, what's your favorite game on your mobile device that you play for fun?
I'll start with that one. Working in a gaming company, we might know a couple things about that. The current one I play the most is Hearthstone, so it's a digital kind of card game put out by Blizzard. It's fun, love doing it.
So I have an 8-year-old son who downloads games on his tablet, and so we're playing Minecraft, and I don't know, every week it's a new game, and it actually makes for a fun experience, kind of a father-son bonding where we're playing these games together, and some of them have like the little minions, where it's races, or now he's got a Marvel Spider-Man game. So it's really kind of driven by what my son, what the newest trend is for him.
I'll tell you, but it can't leave this room.
Okay.
I really haven't had good experiences playing at least action games on my mobile device, but the thing I do incessantly, and this is classic gamification, is that MGM, the gaming company, has a has a couple of gaming apps where you play it and you earn points. And
Okay.
you check in every 4 hours, they renew the points you can get, and you accumulate enough points, you can get free hotel stays or free buffets in Las Vegas, or free play gaming. So I check into that all the time to it activated my greed factor to accumulate as many points as possible, especially since I'm going to Vegas in a few weeks.
Awesome. All right, so let's kind of pivot from that into game mechanics as it pertains to retail and how brands are starting to use that. Charlie, I mean, you guys obviously gaming is everything for you, right? I mean, it is your business. You sell games, you play games, you teach people how to play games. The associates are in there. Their whole business is about being knowledgeable in the latest games and helping impart that knowledge to others. But how are you actually using game mechanics to engage customers when they're in the store or drive traffic to the store? How's that manifested for you guys?
It's interesting. We've done a number of tests, and the biggest thing with game mechanics, just like any other kind of technology change you want to make, is you just got to test and tune often. And we started with a simple check-in at your local store. When Foursquare was big years back, and everything was about the check-in. And we put one into our app, and we offered it to our loyalty customers, and the engagement rates were crazy. And we kind of did the poor man's version of it. We just let them check in as long as we could see they're within a few miles of the store, because back then GPS satellites and proximity range, they weren't all that accurate. You get a lot of zero reads and stuff. Tons of engagement. And then as the satellites got smarter, we put this capability in to make sure that you were actually in the store. And this is a counter to proximity story, by the way, because they got really pissed off when we made them come to the store to get their points for checking in, And it was interesting because we ended up saying, you know what, who cares if they're in the store or not? They're engaging in the brand. We see them engaging in the mobile app. We see collinearity between engaging in the mobile app and purchases in store. So interesting enough, the concept of proximity was interesting to the customer, but actually kind of leaving it a little bit loose and focusing more on the engagement with the customer was really productive for us. So that's one good example. I could literally go for a long time, so I'm just going to offer one more, kind of more on the store associate side of things. So we actually are using game mechanics to drive behavior with our store associates now as well. There's 2 areas of experimentation that we're focusing on right now. The first one is allowing basically employees across our test groups, but the vision is, if it goes well across our entire chain, to actually start creating duels between stores or regions of markets, or start putting out quests and things where they can basically earn points, reputation, badges, kind of the standard game mechanic things that you would hear. But then those things actually turn into a secondary form of compensation for the employees. So if they do a good job with their merch plans, they earn some badges. They do, there's a company-wide, competition for, who can drive, the most Call of Duty sales, perhaps. Then the winner, that market all gets, free tickets to an upcoming blockbuster movie or a couple free Uber rides. So we actually turn that into a way to really compensate them for their hard effort, but to create some kind of competition. And not all industries competition, really drives that behavior that you want. But in the gaming industry, everything's competitive. So it's that's been really productive for us. And then the next area we're looking at with the associates is also turning that into gamifying the learning management experience. We actually did that several years back with our own internal product, but we're now playing around with the concept of how do we tie proximity into that. So how do I take a new hire, have them walk the store, and as they go throughout the store, certain areas of training light up, or certain products they need to focus on light up. And so we can actually drive proximity as a way, or as an overlay to experiences that are already there, to make it that much more productive. And I've got more examples.
That's awesome. Cool.
We've got other panelists.
Yeah. And Alex, I mean, we talked beforehand about some of the interesting gaming activity that's going on in terms of how the discounts are earned or things like that.
Yeah, so if we go back to the Humana example that I was speaking to, they've run the program for 4 years, but about a year and a half ago, they introduced kind of new gaming into their app. And so what they have members do is do like a memory game every month. And depending on the outcome of the memory game, it determines what level of discount you get. So anywhere between 5 and 50%. And what we've seen is just a skyrocketing, almost doubling of the folks that then are engaging with the program. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but what's interesting is they actually did a subset analysis of a subset of folks that are using it, and they saw a reduction both in emergency room visits and hospitalizations. And so, this then for their core business turns into a very relevant offering. Another example, and this is maybe less gamification, but it speaks to engagement, where we worked with a different health insurer who manages the state Medicaid program in Indiana. And what they've been struggling with is getting folks to submit their biometric information. So by state law, within 120 days from them signing up to a new plan, they have to submit that. And so what we built with them was essentially a program where we offered a special purpose vehicle, a special purpose card, $15 or $20 that could be used only for healthy products in the store. And the way to activate that card, folks had to come into the store and sit down in one of our interactive biometric machines where you can do a blood pressure and weight, and they had to sit down, do their biometrics, consent to have that data shared back with the health plan, and that second then the card got activated and they've got $15, $20 to spend on healthy products in the store. And the plan has loved it because they have seen almost a doubling in terms of engagement for folks participating in the program. And of course it makes for kind of an interesting new member experience that folks are taking advantage of.
Excellent. And John, I mean, from your perspective, obviously you guys, you're very global in your outlook. Maybe share something that you've seen, one of the retailers that you're working with in Asia, in how they're leveraging game mechanics.
Well, from my own experience, stores in China are really good about loyalty programs and having cards where you buy 10 get 1 free. I mean, they really understand the topic of loyalty. And I think you had a great example today about the Chinese red envelopes at Chinese New Year, and what Alibaba was doing with these red envelopes that you can hide around the house to go find them and get money. So it's taking a cultural tradition and just making a lot of fun out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe, and it's interesting because both you and Charlie, well, actually all of you in some respects mentioned loyalty, and kind of following from the previous panel. For those of you who don't know, I think probably the biggest loyalty program in the U.S. is you guys, right? In terms of subscribers. I mean, can you just tell us a little bit about that?
We're definitely proud of it in terms of the amount of data it kind of empowers us with. So we kind of think about it in a couple different ways. I would say the first thing is internally we really talk about it more as a rewards program, and what are the things that we're rewarding our customers, the behaviors we're rewarding our customers for. Loyalty is something that we would love to get as an outcome, but that's getting harder and harder these days, especially as generations roll through. Millennials are harder. Generation Z, if you're paying attention to that, is even harder with their attention spans and kind of the on-demand instant access to anything. And so we focus, a lot on, how we're creating stickiness with our customers and rewarding them. And then, we want loyalty as a result. The key metric we tend to talk about a lot and it fluctuates between, 74 to 76% of our customers or of our transactions are actually through loyalty members. And that membership base is, I haven't looked at the latest number, but it's over 50 million. It's a large amount of U.S. households, and it's got really broad coverage. And we really do focus on rewarding folks for engagement. There are discounts associated with it, and of those memberships, I think about 40% of those are actually paid memberships. So we kind of have tiering. We have a free tier, we have a paid tier, and we're currently doing a pilot of a third elite tier in a couple of key markets. So we constantly look at ways that we can evolve that program and how that drives engagements with our customers. And it gives us great insight to our customer segmentation, our buying habits in the store, and kind of, a regional efficacy of traffic and conversion patterns as well.
And, one interesting thing that, I think with your loyalty program is that from a innovation perspective and from a testing of technologies or solutions in the app, all of the new stuff that you try is always with your loyalty folks first before you roll it out into the mass market, right?
Yeah, it really is, and we just find that they're gamers are vocal to begin with. I mean, if you just go to the internet, gamers are very, very vocal. But our Power Up, especially our pro membership base, is even more vocal. They're a source of great information for us. So when we want to go do surveys or we want to go do testing, we find that focusing on our pro customers is really the way to go, because we get insights very quickly and we can tune and adapt, and they really like to participate with us in that. So in a sense, they're okay with us trying new things. They like getting to participate, and they love giving us feedback. It's not always the best feedback, but we would prefer to get out there early and test with a small group, and then adapt to how quickly we can get out there to the broader audience as quickly as possible. And that Power Up membership base has really been a key differentiator for us as a retailer. And again, a lot of it comes back to, and I really appreciate the comments from the previous session about how you think about loyalty, because loyalty is kind of a little bit of a misnomer if you focus on that word alone.
Yeah, for sure. And Alex, with you guys, I mean, how does loyalty play into how some of the brands, the insurance companies and others whose products are in there?
Sure.
Are
So, loyalty, my company has kind of a very interesting take on loyalty programs and rewards programs. And so you've probably seen this, Walmart does not have, a loyalty program, right? And the historic thinking here has always been, everyday low cost and everyday low price means exactly that. You don't have to be part of like a gimmick or, this rewards program to get access to the lowest price. I think while that still stands, I think where the company is realizing that cost alone and price alone in today's environment isn't enough. And so to drive loyalty, what you're seeing is a lot of focus on convenience. And so there's a lot of focus on omni-channel, on creating kind of, an integrated experience that really transcends from the store to online and in everything that we do. And so, how do you then leverage the Walmart app and Walmart Pay to drive convenience that then, or things like, grocery pickup, where now, if you've got a couple kids in the car, instead of having to come, instead of having to come in with all the kids, we bring your groceries out to your store. And so from a health and wellness perspective, one of the things that we've added and just announced here in the last few weeks is the ability to refill your prescriptions as part of the Walmart app. Now that's not new, you've been able to do that for the last 2 years, but what is new is now the ability to not just refill your prescriptions, but pay for them through Walmart Pay. Know exactly, in a transparent way how much it's going to be, and then if you leverage this new functionality, when you come to the store, you go straight to the front of the line. There's an express lane, and you just pick up your prescriptions and get a counseling session with the pharmacist. And so it makes for a much more convenient experience that not just is it easier to get in and out, but our initial kind of read is also showing that it has a positive outcome. Well, it's positive in terms of patient outcome because folks are more likely now to fill their prescriptions, right? And so, that's really how we're thinking about loyalty. How do we continue to make it easier for folks to, get access to the lowest prices, but also, get their shopping done in a seamless way?
See, I think that's really interesting, and I wish that grocery would adopt that model, because if you think about it, right, you go to the grocery store and there's people who come in there and they're buying like 4 items and they get express checkout, whereas the guy who goes in there and spends like $300 every week and is the loyal customer that's actually spending a lot of money with this brand has to line up, right? And I don't understand why they don't have like airline like treatment, for the people who are spending the most money at grocery stores. And to me, that's what should be happening. Right?
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and I think grocery pickup is kind of driving towards that because mom who, probably has, 2 jobs, and, several kids, like, she's the one who's spending, that $300 a week, right? How do we make it easier for mom? And, grocery pickup isn't the only thing, but I think it's an interesting test to go to exactly to that.
Right. Cool. John, I want to shift the conversation with you a little bit, and let's talk about the role that you see AR and VR playing in how the gaming mechanics of that is tying into retail today.
I mean, the prime example is Pokemon Go, which mixes AR and gamification and the revenue opportunities for retailers to make locations where you can get power-ups and points. I think AR and VR have a way to make content better, enhance content on mobile devices. I mean, VR, for example, there were virtual malls created on Alibaba's Singles Day on November 11th, where they have a partnership with Macy's. You could wear a visor and walk through a Macy's store and nod down to buy things. I think there's a lot of potential for services to be offered in knowing what's in the store, knowing your way around the store, seeing what's there, having some kind of shopping experience, just from your sofa. But I think probably AR is going to be the bigger technology because it doesn't require additional hardware.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to use, so it's just more accessible by a lot of people on everyone's mobile device.
Charlie, you guys are probably all over that, right?
Yeah, we know a bit about both spaces actually. We've been experimenting with AR for several years. Some of it we did. I was with Apple, I think about 2-3 years ago, and they ended up buying the VR platform we used to do the pilot together. The concept of AR and VR, they're both really interesting, and I think generally the world talks about which one's going to win, AR or VR. And I think we've got it wrong a little bit. I think there's applications for both, and there's a time series that we have to pay attention to. VR is really going to require a lot of innovation in the hardware space. Chips need to shrink, battery technology needs to grow, the ability to visualize in higher fidelity so we don't have to put things on VR headsets that say don't use it for kids under 13 or you'll screw up their brain. That kind of scares people away. We sell a whole hell of a lot of VR headsets, by the way. I mean, we work with Microsoft and Sony and Steam, Samsung, HTC. I mean, we sell them all between our various retail chains. And so we're big believers in VR, but we still believe it's still very, very early stage. It's still kind of in the middle of the hype cycle. And interesting enough, we feel similar about AR. I think AR's challenges are more about having a compelling enough experience for somebody to get that phone out of their pocket and use it. You see all these studies, and you can go read any marketing study you want and see, they'll tell you 60, 70, 80% of people are pulling out their phones during their shopping experiences. But if you go into the specialty retail locations like ours, the smaller stores, that actually doesn't happen as much. Folks go to specialty retail for kind of knowledge and expertise, and so if you just go stand in any specialty store and watch people who are on their phones, they might be on them. If you look over their shoulder, they're texting. They're not really showrooming as much as you think. And so what's interesting with AR is we think AR really needs to enhance your shopping experience for it to be valuable in terms of just applying it strictly to retail. And the broader market, things like Pokemon Go, we're big fans of that. We had Pokestops and recharge stations and the whole thing, And so our experimentation with AR is really more about how you make your store and the content in the store come to life. And what we're learning there is that the technology isn't too terribly hard. It's really getting your organization to think about content differently, because it's not as simple as just having a creative designer go and make a really cool looking 1D flat image. You've now got to think about how you have a 3D model and what type of sensors you use to fix that in the right location of the store, whether it's a beacon or you use internal Wi-Fi. But there's a lot of technology challenges with making sure that AR experience is good. But the real hard part is content. Now we find when we do AR and we do it right, we did it for one of our Star Wars launches. I mean, it was a huge hit. It was massive. Customers love it. Drove engagement through the roof. Revenue around Star Wars was going to be awesome to begin with, but if you can double that up with some great experiences, you're in good shape. I think the tough part there is, especially with any new marketing technology, you kind of go from the flashy stage where it's new and cool and fun, and you kind of have these one-off things that make a lot of noise, to how do you then sustain it as kind of an ongoing marketing, digital marketing competency, or build an organization around it so you can kind of keep getting those hits. And that's where organizations are going to have to really spend a lot of time thinking about, do you need to have 3D creators? Do you outsource to an organization that has them and kind of pay them in a marketing agency relationship? And depending on how you want to scale it, there's a lot of work to be done. And I would say that there's a lot of folks trying to solve all these complex math algorithms for AR and VR. If we have any startups or VCs in the room, please, for the love of whatever, enterprises need you guys to think about building software that lets us scale this thing into something usable over time. Because it's fun to go out and do an AR or VR campaign. I mean, they're awesome and you get great press for it. But actually creating a sustainable competency out of it still feels like it's a few years out. And for those reasons, we still think both are early stage, but very, very promising.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you raised, the importance of the content piece, because it's if you don't have good content creation, then it doesn't really matter, because AR in the store is about bringing the elements of the store to life, right? And I think it all centers on location data. It's all proximity based.
Yep.
You don't have AR without a marker that's there, that's activated in that particular place. I think one of the interesting things when you talk about scale is that how do you AR, but like anything, requires an app to activate that, and you have to drive the capability, whether it's in your app or some third-party app. Another one of our members, Blipper, out of the UK, they do a lot of CPG based engagement on beer packaging or whatever. When they came to the US, it was really smart. It was during the previous election, a couple election ago campaigns. It was Romney and Obama, kind of coming up, and so they actually took the U.S. currency, and if you had the Blipper app, you could scan a $5 bill, and it would show you Obama's tax plan, and if you had the $10 bill and you scanned that, it would show you Romney's, and it was really, really interesting to see this activation off of everyday currency, from a scale perspective, that made that happen, and I think that's what it comes down to is how are you thinking and how are you driving that scale that ultimately makes that happen. Or what about you guys? Are you investigating this stuff right now, Alex?
Yeah, I think if you go to some of the new concept stores, I was in Florida earlier this week, where in the Orlando area we have a new store, and we're starting to weave some concepts and some tests into those. But from my business, vantage point, I think there's phenomenal opportunity. You think again about kind of making it easier for folks to identify healthy foods in the store, right? Or health related products, whether they're over on the electronic side or an activewear, exercise equipment. I think the promise is that it can tie everything together, and that would fit in very well into the framework we're trying to establish of a health ecosystem that really starts at retail, right, where we can leverage the touch points that we have with consumers. I mean, to your point earlier, you have folks in the stores once or twice a week, right? Well, if you look at the medical system, right, you have folks, if they have a primary care doc, and our research shows that the majority of Americans don't, but if they do, they see that person maybe once or twice a year, right? And so if we really kind of want to drive healthier behaviors, then let's focus kind of on where folks already are. And the great promise is then AR, VR to tie things together and make it seamless for the consumer to identify those healthy options.
Awesome. I want to open it up to the audience for questions. So, David, we'll always start with you, right?
Yeah, well, thank you. Everyone, give me a chance. As you know, my favorite topic is
beacons. Yes.
Yeah, so I had to get that out.
All right.
But Charlie, I think we spoke about 2 years ago about using beacons as a way to kind of beat back the idea of showrooming.
Yes.
And was wondering if you talk about kind of AR and VR still in that hype cycle. Are beacons kind of sort of a past thing for you guys, or have you moved on to look at the next thing, or? Does that have any value for
This
mobile?
might be a bit of an obscure reference for folks.
That's
but
why we're here.
I'm a big fan of the Gartner hype cycle. And it's basically like this big hump, followed by a valley, followed by a gradual rise back up. And internally, we actually talk about and we plot a lot of emerging technologies on this Gartner hype cycle, but we kind of overload it and we focus on customer demand. Because the customers, aren't going to, and customer demand doesn't mean they're beating down our door for it. It means that when we test it, we get good response, right? So that's how you kind of get past the Henry Ford, give me a faster horse scenario. And for us, beacons are in that trough of disillusionment. So all the hype's kind of built up and everybody did a bunch of testing and now they're going, oh crap, it didn't do exactly what I thought it would. And I think beacons unfortunately got hit the hype cycle too early. It hit the hype cycle before the majority of these devices that we carry could all ubiquitously use them, right? So we hit this area where you would go get this gimbal beacon, and depending on what version of Android you had, it might work. And if you had an iPhone, it would work, but you got these really gnarly like opt-in messages that could scare people away, right? And so the hype really built up in this interesting area where the customer demand element was a little bit nascent, right? And so we all kind of came up with really interesting pilots, and we did some awesome work. I think I saw flyers for Shelfbucks out there.
Yeah.
We're huge fans of the Shelfbucks team. We did a lot of great work with them, and what we saw is that the beacons are in that trough of disillusionment. It's that middle valley, right? So they've gotten past the hype, and now folks are looking at what those real kind of practical use cases that are coming out of it are. So for example, with Shelfbucks, it's all about integrating into kind of your marketing material in the stores, right? For big box stores, you actually see things like the Aisle 411 team actually making some progress with kind of wayfinding and kind of the larger footprints. So I think what we're seeing is beacons are really kind of starting to emerge with kind of what the clear use cases are. It's past the hype, but it's still coming up that trough of disillusionment. It's not a mass scaled implementation thing yet, and I think that's why you still see retailers doing testing at best.
And Alex, does Walmart look at beacons or other sensors or indoor location, whether it's maybe light bulbs like that Aisle 401 works with Philips on, stuff like that? Does that hold any interest for you guys? Or?
So I'd say, there's probably folks in the next room, right, or maybe even in the audience that could respond better to that. From a healthcare perspective, we again we see tremendous promise, but we're just scratching the surface.
Cool. Other questions?
Yeah, I got a question. You talk a lot about loyalty and rewards. Something that stuck out to me or that I've been thinking about was, loyalty and rewards go kind of both ways, right? So how do we get people to keep coming back or be a part of our brand? But what I'm curious to know is how do you market or tell a compelling story that you also want to be as loyal to your customers, especially with the mysterious millennials or groups like that, right? How do you create a culture and maybe even a community where you're able to invite these groups in, these demographics in, and show your loyalty to them as customers and how much you appreciate them in the same way, besides just thinking about it. Maybe that's the wrong terms. I don't know, David. But thinking about it first of all in terms of loyalty towards your businesses or brands.
So I think I'll go first and I'll keep it brief, but I think every interaction kind of has to be seen as value, and I'm not saying discounts, right? So in our case, it's not value is not discounts. It's value in, hey, you're working hard to give me the absolute lowest price, or value in you're saving me a bunch of time. Value in, hey, you're getting me kind of easy recipes, right, that are healthy, or you're figuring out ways to keep my family healthy. That, I think, in today's customer base will go a long way if you do it right. And so anyway, that's every kind of interaction has got to be seen. I get something out of it, and I don't think it has to be a discount. There's many other ways in which you can demonstrate that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're too dissimilar there, really. I mean, we certainly have a catalog, so the premise of our program is there's different things you can do to engage. You earn points for buying, engagement, et cetera. And then we have a catalog of content, some of it which you can get anywhere, but it's kind of popular stuff that you can then get with points instead of cash. So it's kind of the value-minded shopper side of things. And then the other side is, or other two sides really, is content you can't get anywhere else. So we do have our own licensing and production capabilities for popular things like Marvel, Star Wars, etc. So we kind of produce things that are limited run type things that are really attractive to customers. So that's one thing we do. The other thing is if you're part of the program and you hit one of those engagement points any given month, we have what we call epic rewards. And you get entered into basically a pool of folks to win these epic rewards, and we do it every single month. And these epic rewards have been all sorts of things, from an 8-day tour of Italy where you follow along the Assassin's Creed video game and you learn about all the history, to we built a Mario Kart, like a straight Mario Kart go-kart, and had a whole experience around that. So the other thing is we just like anyone else, we try and offer our customers something fun and interesting that they can't get somewhere else. And it doesn't have to be monetary. The engagement doesn't have to be monetary in order to be eligible. And so really, our whole thing is we're the experts in gaming. We're not the big box with tons of money. We're the small guys who love gaming, and we want to share that with folks, and we want to share those unique experiences and that knowledge with folks. And so we just make sure that permeates every part of our brand. There are areas we are way more successful than others. It is a constant journey of adaptation for us. And the easiest thing to lose sight of with loyalty programs is that you still have to kind of focus on the retail fundamentals of convenience, availability, and interesting enough, I think with millennials and Gen Z's, reputation becomes a lot different, right? It's more about the social representation of a brand, right? So if one of your buddies all of a sudden, thumbs down GameStop, well, now we have to worry about their whole sphere of influence around that, because that's something that didn't exist 10 years ago that I think is really important for marketers and operational folks to understand. And so I think that's the next area where we need to unlock more value. And I don't think it's just about advocacy or influencer models. There's something more to that, and I think it is community oriented. We've got some tests we're working around designing in that space, but the tests for us are to learn more, not that we've kind of nailed a program we want to go to market with yet. And so we feel like community and loyalty is something that you kind of got to generate a bunch of different tests and learn your way through till you get it right.
I think that word community is really key in this, right? It's about building these audiences and having access to them. Whether we were talking about Pandora earlier and that user base, or this morning when Scott from Coke was talking about how they use Shazam because there's 600 million people on it. It's a community, right, that they can tap into. Do you see anything, John, from the research and the work that you're doing on kind of the importance of these communities?
Well, there is the whole social media side, and communities talking about things, and I think another thing that you're doing is you have exclusive benefits for members. You have something, it's like frequent flyer tiers, gold, silver, platinum, or you have something for members to want to participate that they can aspire to get that's exclusive to them. I see with Walmart, what you were talking about, and those guys, Amazon, they're piling more and more benefits onto their programs to get you to join, to add more value to it, and then to kind of build barriers to fence you in and make it harder to jump to another platform. They keep adding, Amazon in particular, right, for their Prime members, keeps adding more and more benefits that are exclusive to them. Video content and 2-hour delivery, and to use an Alexa, you have to have Amazon Prime, and they keep adding value to these, enticing you to stay with their platform.
Yeah, and I think it's about learning and listening and to the data that you have about what drives those people and what's going to motivate them to tune, right? The what you're offering and what those platforms look like. To me that's the interesting part. But it's also when you go back to the community and the game mechanics piece. You don't have to look any further than even some of our non-retail members that would use that, guys like Waze or even guys like Tinder or OkCupid or whatever, that all leverage location data. And now a lot of these dating platforms, for example, are doing things like teaming up with retailers, and they'll say, okay, who's within 6 blocks right now on Tinder? Let's have a meetup at Abercrombie and Fitch at this corner, right? So it's actually driving traffic from the community to a destination in the same way that Pokemon would. You know, but you're leveraging that community because you know that community, you know, has an affinity for this type of brand or this type of product. You know, and Abercrombie's doing that, you know, has been doing that for years, using some of these platforms, and several other retail brands are kind of looking at that as well. So, was there another question out here somewhere? Yeah, back here, sorry.
So first of all, thank you. I really enjoyed this conversation so far. Wanted to know about how do you feel, so Amazon Go, you know, came out late, you know, last year. Kind of wanted to hear how you feel about how that's going to change some of your retail experience and behavior during checkout of your customers.
So one of the things that we're testing is this concept called Scan and Go, where you come in and, you know, as you pick up items and put them into your basket, you're scanning them. And so what that allows you to do is you're scanning them, and it goes and essentially allows you to pay for everything without going through the checkout line. And we're seeing kind of interesting adoption, and from a customer experience standpoint, I mean, the folks that do engage absolutely love it, right, and do it every time. What we're finding, you know, is kind of because it's so different, you know, enticing people to try it out and to do it. And so I think, look, it's testing that, going back to the grocery pickup, you know, how do you make it easier for folks to come in and out, you know, in the shortest amount of time, and make for a better experience. Store pickup is you know, we're investing a lot in making that experience more better and more seamless. So it all goes to that, but I don't think there's that one you know, solution that we figured out yet. And I think that's all okay, right? It's okay to go test and learn and adjust. What I love about Walmart is that, you know, so I'm an Army brat. My dad served for 50 years. And so lived around the world. My point with that is, second to the Department of Defense, there is no other entity out there that can scale and execute like Walmart. And so, you know, I think right now we're in test mode, we're learning, but once we do figure it out, you know, then I think there's a very good infrastructure out there to build and, you know, to build on to roll this out.
I don't know if this is everywhere yet, but, you know, Sam's Club is piloting that experience. It's in our local area already, and it's really impressive. I think the thing with Amazon is you've got to. I think there's always more than kind of meets the eye when you talk to them, and I had an opportunity to really kind of get up and close with some Amazon folks and understand some of the Go concepts. And it'll be interesting, you know, the futurists all, you know, start their predictions day one. The YouTube video comes out. And so it'll be interesting to see what their long-term focus is, which is to create a technology platform usable by retailers, and then they get a rev share of, you know, a large amount of retailers out there versus trying to kind of get deeper into the retail space. And, you know, they've certainly kind of gone back and forth on it, and they've got to figure that out. I think when you look at the experience itself, it's really, it's a combination of things, and the big thing that most folks you know, don't understand is they hear machine learning and they think machine learning, which is a big part of machine and deep learning is a big part of what they're using. Somebody has to train that model, you know, and so you see the Amazon Go video, but what you don't see is the people sitting on the other side of the wall or across the globe who are really out there making those decisions and helping train the model, and that has to be done for every type of concept. There's pressure plates underneath there that are figuring out what's getting picked up along with the video coming in. And I think what they're doing with the technology is brilliant, but then when you look at how that technology scales to other types of retail concepts, it becomes much less scalable. So if you think about trying to put pressure plates on every single shelf in a Walmart store, that gets pretty expensive, along with all the high-res video and the processing that goes behind that. And so it's interesting to see the technology, and I think that those kind of barriers are why the Amazon Go store is kind of taken the 7-Eleven fast convenience approach that it has, because you can kind of test that in a small space. I think the most brilliant part of all of it, though, is what you brought up, which is the payment. Amazon doesn't need to go count traffic and conversion. All they need to know is who walked in, because they know every single person that walked into that door, and they've got stored payment credentials. And I think that's the thing retailers need to pay the most attention to in the Amazon Go store, because they are creating, we love to talk about our 75%. You know, we're so proud of it. It drives so much of our data, and these guys show up day 100, right?
Yeah.
Right then and there. And I think that's the biggest underpinning there that we should all pay the most attention to. The rest of their experiences and technology that they'll iterate on, and I bet you they go the AWS route at some time and start licensing that out. And so I think, you know, it's less at that point about, you know, am I going to create my own version of the Amazon Go store? More about how am I creating an experience with my customers where I have a closer relationship with them. I'm giving them the value and the convenience that they're looking for, and kind of the reciprocation for us is we get more insights to our shopper behavior in store.
Very cool. All right, we're gonna have to cut it off there. So I want to thank these guys for coming and sharing their insights. If you would, please, thanks. You guys hanging around for a bit?
Okay.
Yeah, they'll hang around for a little bit. So before we break, we got a quick little fireside chat coming up with Bosch, you know, the big German retail and technology company, and Trey Courtney, who leads the Austin chapter here, is going to do a little interview with JP Persico from Bosch. But and right after that, then we're going to break for lunch. So food's getting set up now, so you got to hold for 15 minutes. All right, thanks, guys.
Good job, man.
Great job, man.
Try.
Always a fan.
Thanks, man.
You guys are doing amazing stuff.
Yeah, thanks. Do you work with Deborah?
Yeah, she's my boss, yeah.
Oh, she is? She's awesome. I sit on she's so
All right.
You
That's
can
awesome.
say that
Thanks.
again.
Yeah, I'll reach out to you and see if we can get you down to our main event in October. And we'll probably have different panels and different.
They go hand in hand.
And we're actually looking at we're doing a thing that's on kind of just on the pharmacy and the health sector. So that probably be good. Like we've got CVS and Walgreens, all those guys kind of playing. So yeah. All right. Thanks.
I know. No, that's still reality now.
All right. You got in?
So we try it every year.
It's good, amazing. All right, guys, if we can just kind of take our seats and we just want to get into this next session, and then we'll break for lunch in about 15 minutes.
No, I'm in New York.
So Trey, I'll just let you guys do your introductions. So it's all everything's picked up off the boom mics here, so you guys are like it's all pushed out. You don't have to hold everything.
You can give people a couple minutes, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll get people settled back in there.
I need a cup holder. That's what I really need right here. Yeah, because if I do that, it's bad things happen. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard on me. What? We're good? All right, I'm going to give people just a couple more seconds to settle down. I know we're holding you up against lunch or holding you back against lunch, so we've only going to take 10 or 15 more minutes. All right, so I'm going to get started. My name's Trey Courtney. I'm with Mood Media. Mood Media is based here in Austin. I also run our Austin chapter for LBMA, so I'm playing a dual role here. For those that are in Austin or have offices in Austin, I'd love to talk to you about how to participate in LBMA as a member. We're going to start spooling up more events through the year, and you'll start to see that come now that you're signed up or have signed up for Retail Loco. So I want to introduce JP Persico. He's with Bosch. Why don't you just, I don't want to speak for you, so why don't you give your intro.
Sure, I don't know if you're familiar with Bosch. We are a $75 billion Euro company, so quite quite big in the space, privately owned, still not public, and have 395,000 employees worldwide right now, still growing. I'm responsible in the automotive aftermarket for innovation and strategy in the digital space. So making sure that we are emerging from a more traditional place into a more digitized environment, and the transformation and the whole process into that.
So you obviously are focused on that piece, but I mean, you just said Bosch is a huge company. So can you kind of just, for these folks that may not be familiar, just give an overview of how Bosch is playing in the location space?
So for us in the automotive aftermarket, location is really important. It's kind of like sad because when you look at doing car maintenance, it's like going to your dentist. You kind of have to, otherwise you might be a bit bad mouth flavor at the end of the year. And the same thing is with your car. If you don't really change your oil, it might smell a bit bad, the exhaust pipe. So there is a certain maintenance schedule you have to follow. And what we are doing is trying to figure out how can we follow this consumer journey from I have a problem into I have to get it fixed. And location-based marketing is really important to that. So we have multiple, let's say, like initiatives, from a more like tactical initiative on social media where we are doing location-based, according to weather data, advertising, towards prototypes in retail stores where we're looking at beacon technology and try to flow the consumer to our products. Because automotive retail is kind of, I would say, like a little bit backwards in the industry of retail, also due to the nature of it's just tough to service a car when there is not a standard. You have a million makes, a million models out there. There's over 350 million cars on the roads in the States, ranging from like daily drivers with a 25-year-old car to a brand new car which has a maintenance schedule. So that's where we're trying to be within that journey to make sure when the consumer gets to a part that we actually follow that consumer and lead them to our parts.
Got it. So can you dig in a little bit more on just kind of how you guys are using beacons in store with maybe your service centers or your retail partners?
So we do that with our retail partners. We have a prototype beacon store. So we basically we are looking on how can we move people from the in front the counter product, so the product which is in the planogram room, towards behind the counter, so product you don't see. And now that's like really technical, but if you buy a wiper blade, you buy it in a planogram or in the store where you can access it. If you want to have a spark plug, you actually have to talk to a guy. So how do we make sure that when you talk to that guy that you have our brand top of mind is via beacons? And that's what we're currently testing on.
Got it. And you're using your own app for that? Or
Yes.
How you, okay, got it.
But we are looking, the retailers are really interested in actually taking the technology into their app.
So I know it's early days for you guys, but can you share any insights from what you see today that maybe?
No, I can't, sorry.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay.
It's all right.
Well, then let's flip a little bit. Let's talk about automotive for a second, right? So, and you scared me a little bit earlier when we were talking about the connected car. But can you tell me what you see with the connected car and how location is going to play into, say, insurance or all the things that affect the car?
So as I said before, we hate going to the dentist. We hate maintaining our car. So we are looking at the fact that connectivity can actually take care of all of this. For example, if you're an insurance company, you're hedging the non-frequent driver to the frequent driver, so the probability of having an accident and not having an accident. So now there are business models emerging where you actually have a usage-based insurance model. And that means whenever you drive, you pay your insurance. But you have to do that with connectivity. And this connectivity was becoming more and more available. So for some people who might be familiar with OnStar, if you drive a GM vehicle, OnStar has always been a connected vehicle. Usually it was your emergency button. When you had an accident, you pressed OnStar. In the future, these are services which open to the market. And insurance companies at AAA can all of a sudden literally play into the marketing aisle. They can start assessing your data and delivering asset-based marketing towards your needs of what your frequency of car use is. And we are looking into that as how can we bring these users into our workshops into our retailers. So yes, it's a bit scary, and there is a lot of regulation, and actually from a legal standpoint or from a governmental standpoint, they want to make sure that it's not being misused, because at the end of the day, it's your car, it's your property. But on the other hand side, there will be I would say marketing opportunities which are not yet established in the future, which come into this connectivity of driving.
Got it. Now, do you see a tipping point where, like, where do we get when all the cars have, I guess, that are connected? I mean, there's still a lot of cars on the road that aren't.
I would say the usage in the US is mostly with, it's really, really wide on cars. So we look at 2025, where we see a tipping point where more cars are actually connected than not connected. But I mean, if you would have asked me 5 years ago, I would have maybe said 2030, and now we have cars which drive themselves. So it's super fast. So don't quote my prediction, because my prediction will mostly be wrong in a year again. So.
Top 3 predictions in the next 12 to 24 months as it relates to location.
I would say consumers become more familiar. The millennial is influencing it, so they're willing to share their location data. And number 2, retailers start using it because they're scared of Amazon.
Okay. And what about 3?
And number 3, that's a good question. Maybe you might see a consolidation of certain social platforms.
Got it.
Which makes that happen too.
And from your guys' perspective, you know, are you guys using a lot of third-party partners to bring this to life as it
Yes.
relates to location?
Yes.
You're not
You
building
have to.
anything in-house?
I mean, we're building the app, but we're using a third-party beacon provider. We're not building our own beacons or anything like that. So
Right.
we're using third-party geolocation fencing providers. So
Got it. What about the connected car? Because I know there's applications
No,
like
that's-
automatic and
that's
some
fully in-house.
fully
So
in-house. Okay.
from the aftermarket dongle you plug into your connector in your car, which you actually can buy nowadays and make your car connected,
Right.
to the future connected cars. That's all in-house.
Got it. And how big is the team working on location for Bosch?
On location, I saw our digital marketing team. So
How big is that team?
5 people.
5 people. Okay. Well, I'm just going to open it up because I know we're getting close to lunch. I see some hungry faces. So, anyone got questions for JP, what they're doing with Bosch, or just in general with the connected car? I need to work on my driving skills because.
Maybe you already glossed over it. I'm sorry if you did. Like at some point, the connection between your home appliances can fuel like a shopping list into the car as you're going to the grocery store. 'Cause you guys do kitchen appliances.
Yes, we do. I think, and this is, I'm not quoting here Bosch strategy or Bosch future,
But I'm recording you, so.
but I give you my personal viewpoint on this. I don't think we need the car to tell me the shopping list. I just tell it Instacart.
You just what?
You just give your shopping list to Instacart and they deliver for you, or to Peapod, or to Amazon grocery delivery. I think, I'm thinking personally about this. I'm kind of scared a little bit about the whole thing because I love driving. I'm a recreational driver, so seeing a car become driving itself, I'm kind of like, what I'm going to do in the future. I really like to actually drive manual even, have an old car, and it's kind of like, does the car become a commodity, which is actually just like a bus, where you sit in and you can see concepts right now. Airbus actually just released a concept at the Geneva Motor Show of a car driving and then going to a pod where it's lifted with a drone and then flying somewhere else. So does a car become more an A to B thing besides a recreational thing? So there's a big switch. I think our IoT concept, Bosch is huge in IoT. You can look it up. We actually have an IoT cloud. We have a lot of conferences coming up this year. We're building a secure IoT because we believe that if we connect cars, if we connect our products, we want to make sure that this is secured. Your consumer data is secured. And that's what we are really, as a private company, we strive for customer first, consumer first, so, and not marketing first. So.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice? No? All right, well, thanks, everyone. I'll let you guys get to lunch. For those, if Asif didn't tell you, it's going to be in that room across the hall. And then I think we come back here in about an hour. Thank you.
All right, guys, so lunch is in the room down the hall, and please go visit the sponsors and learn about what they're doing. Thanks, guys. It's like an hour. Yeah. Thanks, man.
See you around.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I don't know.
Yeah, 416.
I did, I wasn't able to.
You check one with you over here?
I might have, yeah.
Let's just see. Is it it's 412.
This is the old lady, I don't know if it's
416-564.
Yeah, there's 6
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not back.
Too quick?
No.
564.
Got my number.
I'll text you back. Cool. All right, man. Coming for you.
You do? Where's that?
Is that a place called Garage Bar?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Definitely. I'll text you. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
How's it going?
Good.
See, I'm gonna take off and get some work we're doing and get after this stuff for the day.
All right. Love. See you tonight.
Love it so far, for sure.
How are you? Oh, you can have a Yeah. Yeah, you did a good job. He was here.
Oh, last year was your South
I know, that's pretty awesome.
2 years ago. This is our fourth year being here.
Ah, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks again.
That's funny, like, this is like not like you party, it's not like people jumping up and down and drinking guns in here. This is like classy.
Look what we did last night.
You might want to put a jacket on. No, I was kidding.
Text me the location.
Yeah, yeah. Yes or no? You can't? That's weird. Okay. Can you see the can you see the white chairs? Can you see the white chairs? And you don't see me like leaning on the chair right now because I'm on the white chair. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna wave to you. Hi, Megan. Well, I already did, so it's just coming delayed, that's all. Hi. Yeah. No, I was asking if you can see me because I'm leaning on a chair. And she's saying no. So oh. All right. So like if I go stand at the podium, you can see the podium. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I can't right now because my computer's showing the sponsor. So, no, I can't. No, I saw it. I saw it this morning. I don't have it all. No. All right. Me too. Hi, Matthew. Hi. Hi, Matthew. How are you, buddy? I'm good. Yeah. Can you see Dad? Cool. Alright, cool. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Alright. I love you guys. You gotta go and hope you have okay, bye. Yeah.
there's it's a little bit different. So it's mostly sponsored by the so like do you swear there's a capital factory, there's a couple of stations. I don't think so. So the startup are all sponsored, so it's cool. So
San Diego. Love San Diego. Yeah, right. Me too. Dream is like. Yeah, we did. We did. Both my brother and my sister went to UCSD. I used to go there every summer as a kid. Yeah, not a bad place to go, right? Cool. Thanks. You guys just got acquired by Local Majority. Yeah, yeah. Right. Cool. Congrats.
Yeah, now we're playing at a pretty fun space.
Yeah. It's like there's a lot of like consolidation, right? You know, it's there. I love your dramatic pauses. Are you gonna incorporate that into your talk?
I've been with 2.5
Yeah.
And early on it was interesting because the folks that I was doing deals with, it was like, here's our platform, this is everything that we do for you, here's all your things, here's your abilities, we love it, great. But then I fast forward to now and I'm like, there's so much more to the ecosystem. I was in your town last Monday and Tuesday and it was, I don't think a beacon vendor creates hardware and then a stack on top of that is you've got SaaS-based platform, and you've got analytics and so forth. But then now I see there's a greater layer where I think and this is even me talking about a favor of even though we see what I'm about to say, but you've got to be able to manage a large organization.
No, I mean it's important to be self-aware.
Well, we got all of our APIs are entire package together. All of our that's heavier than our sales team. So when it comes to like security, reliability, customization, we can definitely do it. But there's so much. I think there's a lot of. The good thing is we haven't had one day of Salesforce is that part of. We built connectors for all of enterprise top 5 automation clouds, but I think that the more I look in the game, I can see it being more like a utility than like a single solitary platform that's like a walled garden, which we've pivoted. We've trying to say aligning our platform with those capabilities that our end users want.
So you think that's the right? Or you think more
So that's funny because
so you think like 2 years ago it changed, so what's the greatest change?
no, we're done.
Coming into the market?
I think the biggest challenge I've had is I know we're past the media for the music space, a lot of the brands we speak to. And so now it's like, now the companies that select you, they want to know who you work with. They want to see your progress. They want you to consult with them. It's just a difference in sales philosophy. I'm not coming in there going, well, this is a video fest. This is how we do it. This is here. It's
Give them like a really, yeah, big, I guess, injection of FOMO. Of fear of missing out. You know what I mean? Kind of like, this is where all the cool people are, all the cool brands. This is where you are. This is how it's going to be.
It comes from, going into some of the companies
watches videos. That's a job, to watch videos all day. And then they look at faces, and let's say like a face of you in your video. Like 10 different versions will pop out of you, and then they would just like select kind of identify, I guess, an actual celebrities or names, or be able to kind of like almost like, I guess like X out the ones that are inaccurate, right? To kind of teach the machine whatever. That's their job. Just look at watch videos and just images. So I was like, that is so creepy. It's like, yeah. And then probably later on there maybe identify the stolen footage or somewhere. Oh, have you met Sam? This is Brian. Yeah, some people. Sam wants to meet. Oh, You're not young now, Sam? What are you talking about? And you already met each other, right? Oh, sorry, we're listening to this. Give us one of those references. It's always a food or it's kind of like buying Montgomery. And it's right across the street from, I guess, Equinox. That's amazing. Yeah, that gym. Gym. Oh, you go? Sorry, did you hear for the rest of South by Southwest, Ryan? This is for this event?
Am I disturbing you?
No, go ahead. I can multitask.
Are you happy with how things are going, except for what we just talked about? That
Yeah,
was just like children going
I think
in
so.
all places. Yeah. Is Brianna here yet?
Brianna's been here the whole time. She's wearing like black and white stripes. She was just in the room. Have you not met her yet? Oh, okay. Yeah, brunette. About this high, black and white stripe.
I'll go say
Hard-
hi.
You can't miss her.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, don't make me nervous. We were in Zoom parties.
So during our acquisition, that side,
No, we didn't have them last year either because there's this boom thing like
Yeah, that's
basically
right.
projects
Okay,
everything.
good.
Right?
Just making sure because Ron was asking.
Yeah, so we can have like what we could do, like, you know, cloud hosting, creative services. We could have both, kind of almost like a mall front office, you know? Be able to just walk across the street, be like, across the doorway, be like, hey, I need, collateral for this. Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna start.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Get them as a client,
Here's our portfolio.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you say that? Software handles all of that? Who's boss?
Where's it headquartered? I don't know.
What's happening? I'm Matthew.
I used to work in Incubator, right? At this one station.
Thank you. Thank you.
How like, I mean,
Yeah,
not
so
that-
now I know. Yes, I have a pair like that, but it's time for me to start. Hello there.
not much of a-
Very nice to meet you. Ron, nice to meet you.
Like, for our space that we're at, so we wanna like rent for $1,000, you know, to use the like actual, like, fees and then that we want, we wanna have an event, yeah. No, I mean, just for as a space that is a but like, we work like, we, events where,
I'm gonna go round people up.
space.
5, 6.
It's like a little bit more on the inside, to make sure everybody knows. It's a little bit younger. Youngest when I mean like early 20s. You're looking at me, you're like, what are you talking about? It's like I've been like, I was looking at yeah, what is that? I looked at my Facebook feed and one of my high school friends, she's like, this is like the saddest day of my life. Like, I realized like, I'm bloody. Because you made that cutoff, like, I'm turning 34 this year, so it's like, yeah, I'm like, what? Like, and if I think about it, I think of these like young girls now, and I'm like, what? They talk about this like fickle consumers.
All right, folks, we're gonna get things restarted. So if you want to just take your seats. Let these guys walk in here. All right. So hope you guys all enjoyed lunch, and we want to thank Verve for sponsoring and for helping provide that. Hopefully you got enough to eat. There's plenty of food there. If you didn't, you can sneak out later and grab that. I just want to remind you guys before we jump into the first panel of the afternoon about the party tonight. So it's at a place called Garage, which is really cool. There's some shots from last year. We had the party there last year as well. It's a really classy. It's actually an old parking garage that got converted into a high-end bar. So it's craft cocktails and whiskey and crazy stuff. So it's at 503 Colorado Street, which is Colorado between 5th and 6th. So we'll be there from 7:30 on tonight. So we encourage you guys to come and participate in that. And so with that, I'm going to ask Aubriana to come up here and introduce her panel. And we'll get started in the afternoon looking at indoor location. And I don't know where David from Geomarketing is, because all he wants to talk about is beacons, and he should be here right now. I'll let you do your thing.
All right. Yeah,
And
come on. Yes, I will, of course. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming back after lunch, after a fajita. Oh, by the way, and if you're going to drink the tea, if you're from the South, you need 3 packets of sugar. 3. Okay. I found out the hard way. So we have hopefully a great panel for you guys, and since it's an intimate crowd, we can address some questions as well. But I'm just going to actually go down the line and let everybody introduce themselves, their companies, and kind of their role in this indoor positioning landscape. So, Matthew, you want to start?
Hey, y'all. Matthew Davis, VP of Marketing at Reveal Mobile. We are a 10-person company based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. We have technology, SDK, that goes inside of apps. We listen for any location signal that we can detect, whether that be a Bluetooth beacon, GPS, Wi-Fi, whatever. We then turn that into audience segments, and then our customers turn that into money. So they go out and sell these audience segments to advertisers.
My name is Miriam Dombrovskaya. I'm a VP of Retail at Shopkick. Shopkick is first and foremost a consumer-facing app. We reward our consumers with kicks, that's our currency, for watching videos at home, but then also for walking into physical stores and scanning products, engaging with products at shelf. as well as for their purchases. And these kicks they can exchange for rewards ultimately, so it's almost like cash. And on the brand and retail side, we work with partners to enable them to reward users for engaging either with their stores or their products. And here we deploy beacon technology, we have geofence messaging, as well as then beacon messaging, and help this way to basically accompany the user throughout the entire customer journey, from home, from discovery, all the way throughout to purchase.
And I'm Ron Holmes from Blue Cats. We're based here in Austin. We have an office in Sydney as well, hence the Australian accent. We make, primarily in the retail space, we make Bluetooth beacons, but what we actually really do is make the Bluetooth low energy chipsets that go into beacons. And what we really focus on at the moment is industrial uses of these BLE chips, so things like sensors and tracking assets and tracking people within buildings without the need to use mobile phones, essentially removing the need for the mobile phone in the whole piece of things. And one of our use cases for that as well in retail is actually table tracking.
Thanks. And I'm Brianna Lopez, and I'm Chief Mobile Strategist at Digital Element, and we're an IP geolocation data and services provider. But I also have the privilege of running the Atlanta chapter of the Location-Based Marketing Association, and I get to do the weekly podcast, This Week in Location-Based Marketing, alongside Asif every week. So I'm thrilled to be here and actually talking and meeting face-to-face people who we get to talk about all the time within our events and then within our podcast. So excuse me. So in terms of getting started, I think that it would be really good to talk about where do we feel like the state of the indoor location market is. How far have we come? We've been coming here, how many years is he? Four years now, and I think that the first time we were here, we were already talking about beacons, and like a prior panel said, it was the year of the beacons, and now I think that indoor positioning and the technology behind it has grown. It has changed a lot in those years, but we still have, I think, a far way to go. So Miriam, do you want to start off with what your opinion is on how things have kind of changed over the past several years and where we're headed?
Yeah, I recently read, I don't remember where it was, but someone had surveyed retailers during National Retail Federation event in January about how they feel in terms of how ready they are for new technologies in retail. And I think 80% of retailers said they feel actually quite overwhelmed and not quite there yet. Our experience has been that retailers seek to understand kind of what do I have to do to increase traffic and sales. That's ultimately my goal. So talk to me less about the technology, talk to me about what am I supposed to do with it. And so it seems to me that those retailers who really zoom in on a use case and really understand what am I using this technology for and what is it driving exactly, what are the KPIs, they are able to advance better and to kind of have a learning curve than others who install beacons and only then try to think about, okay, what would be the use case. That has been our experience.
Okay. Matthew, you want to chime in?
I think there's a couple things you can throw at this. One is I feel like I have to explain with a lot less frequency what a beacon is, right? So there is still a ton of education that has to happen when you talk about indoor location and what that means. The other piece of it is the use cases are really evolving. So I completely agree with, I think it was Charlie from GameStop talking about the Gartner hype cycle, and we're in the trough of disillusionment right now. There were all these wonderful announcements about big brands and retailers deploying beacons. And that's, for the most part, subsided. But on our side, we see 500 new beacons come online every single day in our office. We see about 1.5 million beacon activity or beacon bumps a day. And so from our perspective, the beacons are evolving in that you don't see these big splashy headlines, but companies are putting beacons in retailers, in restaurants. So you may never have heard of these companies before because they represent a kiosk or a brand that's going behind that.
Okay, and Ron, I know that one thing that I'll kind of go from there is that we had talked about the use cases sort of continuing to evolve and be elaborated. So I think that, 4 years ago it was like, oh, we're going to be able to tell when somebody's picking up this pair of shoes, it's going to be awesome. And we're like, okay, that's great. But, I think that a lot of the challenges that we have, these big hotelers and resort chains, they're rolling out millions of dollars worth of technology inside of their resorts, and you're like, so what is your goal and what is your objective? And I don't think that they're really sure. They're like, well, we just want to have beacons everywhere. Like, we want to know where our customers go. Well, they go to their hotel room. Like, that's that's probably where they go. But anyways, I know that we had talked about new use cases, and I think that's great that people are thinking outside of the box of just picking up that pair of shoes. So can you share a little bit more about what you guys are doing?
Sure. So, I mean, up until probably the last year, the retailers that we've been speaking to have pretty much been rolling them out to do exactly what you said, tracking where they go in the store. But they've never really offered them much at the point of sale, or even thought about how they can apply it for their own uses. So some of our customers are now saying, well, how can we track our employees? So instead of making the store full of beacons, they actually have the employees being the beacons. So they have a key ring, which is a beacon, and then they can track where they are. But that also then extends to offering customers the ability to have a beacon that's in their pocket, because the reason for that is a lot of retailers are all of a sudden coming up against iOS 10 and Android 7, and in those two operating systems there's a lot of battery saving happening. So after about 3 to 7 minutes, the operating system shuts down all of those non-essential services, including the background scanning of beacons. And so all of a sudden you start seeing retailers saying, well, we didn't get them to open the app, so we're not going to be able to interact with them in the store. So what they're usually asking me and some of my colleagues at Blue Cats about is, how do we get them to interact? And I keep telling them, you need to gamify, you need to give them some reason to open it. So either give them wayfinding, so if they want to find the baked beans from where they are right now, give them that, or alternatively give them some reason to open the app that gives them points that they can then use to get an experience, whatever the case may be. But we are seeing now in retail, we're seeing asset tracking, and that then lends itself towards the table tracking piece as well.
Could you join me for a pitch one day? Because it's exactly what we're talking about at Shopkick oftentimes, is that the currency that we have, the kicks that we give to users, really are like digital breadcrumbs. So we can incentivize them to go to a particular part of the store to collect points if they're there. We had a use case with American Eagle where, for an apparel retailer, someone who goes to the changing room and tries on a piece of clothing is 3 times as likely to convert as someone who doesn't, right? So then the idea was, well, why don't we incentivize users to actually go and try on a pair of jeans or some clothing? And so in our app, we told users upon entering an American Eagle, it said, welcome Miriam, welcome at American Eagle, here are your 50 kicks. And you can earn even more kicks if you try on these jeans back in the changing rooms. And we really saw a surge in conversion there. So if you have a clear goal and you really know what you're driving at, then I think gamifying it and really incentivizing your shoppers to do it can be very impactful.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I really like also the idea of the customer service standpoint, from tracking employees or where they are, because I feel like there always has to be that human factor, no matter how much we evolve as technologists and digital marketers. We have to have that human element. And so if you have this really fancy technology, but you have employees who can't answer simple questions like where to find something in the store, then it's ultimately a fail, right? So it's completing that cohesive experience and using, I think, the technology to enhance that, right?
And, exactly, and in fact, that same wayfinding technology also makes the employees look smarter, because they can say, oh, actually, I can show you exactly where that is, without looking like they're just following a map.
Right, absolutely. And what about, I know we've talked a lot about beacons so far, but we also know that there's other different types of technologies that are available, and different things that are accessible through our devices. What are you guys doing with the different types of technology besides just the beacons? Anything, Matthew?
Yeah, you have to make use of every available location signal that you can.
Right.
So despite the challenges of GPS latitude and longitude data, you still want to make use of it. And if you're working with somebody who knows what they're doing, you can get rid of a lot of that really bad GPS data. If you're working with Wi-Fi, there's, that market is, I won't say it's completely mature, but it's pretty close to mature in terms of being able to help customers navigate and find their way through a store using Wi-Fi as a location signal as well.
The only thing I would say about Wi-Fi is making sure that the retailer spends money on the right kind of Wi-Fi. Just getting a cheap router is going to give you the worst possible data you can possibly think of. If you get the newer generation of routers and Wi-Fi base stations, they actually can what's called beamform, which actually gives you a direction of travel of your customer as well. So you can do some really clever stuff, making sure you do that sort of thing too.
And I'll give the LBMA super plug pitch right here. It's so much fun to come to this because then I'm talking with Jay, right?
Yeah.
From Acuity Lighting, right? And they're putting in beacons into the light bulbs, and right. It's the story of a company who's been building lights for 80 years and their business model's being disrupted by LED, and they've got to go do something new. And it's fun. That's why it's fun to be here.
And at what point, do you feel like indoor technology is too big for any business? At what point do people say, I should plug this in? Is it when they have 10 stores? Is it when they have a certain square footage? Is it when they reach a certain, transaction amount? What is it?
To me, I would challenge the retailer to really think about what is your value proposition? Who are you, and what do you want to deliver to your customers? Because you can see it's a bloodbath at the moment in retail, right? The people are going out of business, and other businesses are thriving. And I think if you zoom in on success factors, as many times those people who know who they are and what they're trying to be to their customers are the ones that are more successful. So that basically means that if I know that I want to create a customer experience with the highest possible dwell time in stores, then I will make a treasure hunt in the store or whatnot to be able to really drive customers around the store for as long as I need to. Or if I want them to engage with me at certain times of day because I know, for instance, Safeway introduces now buffets at lunchtime, right, where you can go and grab lunch. So knowing that, they have now a use case where they know that throughout a certain time of day, they need to reach their customers. So I feel like it doesn't really matter how big or small you are. It matters what is your strategy? What's your objective? Who's your client? And how are you gonna execute on that?
So who's doing it right?
I don't think everybody's doing it right. They're all doing it differently. But one thing that I think is interesting is retailers are coming to us with some really interesting ideas. And one of those is being driven by legislation. So for instance, cold chain storage for fresh foods. With beacons now, because we can generate our own firmware, we can put any number of sensors on these little chips and actually have external probes and so forth. And in the advertising data that comes out of these, we can send the temperature, the air quality, all those sorts of things along the whole journey of the cold storage foods. So the retail experience with the customer is they can see that fish has had this journey and the maximum temperature reached was that, and this was the breadcrumb trail that they got to. And the reason for that is the particular retailer we're speaking to, their fish sell for about $1,500 a pop for one fish. So they're well worth it. But you get some very interesting use cases once you start going beyond the basics of location. If you can add additional data on top of that data stream, then you're going to get some more value for your customer. It doesn't cost you anymore. The beacons are still, less than $15, but you're going to get extra data for your customers.
So I can throw two things onto this here to think about, answering both the when is it too big or who's doing it right. So part of what's fun about coming to this for me is I get to hear all these stories of big brands doing really creative things, and it validates a lot of work that our customers are doing. So our customers are primarily media companies, TV stations. They work in central regionalized markets. And these folks are sometimes out innovating the big brands. And the way that they do it is they're going into, an example here is the Lonnie Pool Golf Course with NC State University. They walked in and said, we can tell you everybody who's playing golf at your course. And by the way, let's look and see if we see beacons at other golf courses around the area. Lo and behold, there's 5 other golf courses in our part of North Carolina that have beacons installed. Now let's geofence those. Now let's find people who live within 3 miles of the golf courses so that we can target them instead of the entire viewing area of the station. And so you can see when they're pitching this, the advertisers like going, oh my God, this is amazing. I can find people who are actually coming to our spots and our competitor spots. So it's not just the big companies out there that are doing this well. And a lot of times it's these really small, nimble groups that are a little bit forward thinking that are making smart use of it too.
I like that.
And one thing to add to that also is, I always say that it probably for the shopper, for the consumers, will get a lot worse before it gets better in terms of just the sheer push notifications that they're getting, and really, you know, one of the things that we really value is our highly engaged user base and the trust that they give us and the 2.5 hours that they spend in our app every month. And what that also means is that we've built equity with them. So when they get interrupted with a beacon message and it has a blue S on it for Shopkick, they know that they're getting some value and they will open that app. But if you just randomly, you know, in a shopping mall, bombard the shoppers with messages, you will only get to the point that they will turn off notifications altogether. And so oftentimes I would say less is more, because like let's not get on the nerves of our users. That's what we always say.
So you're talking about advances in indoor location. It's what do we mean by advances? Are we talking about advances in the technology? Or are we talking about advances in the strategy? Unfortunately, both are evolving. And one of the questions I always like to ask panels, because it's always, there's no wrong answer, but I always feel there's a right answer, because it's mine. And that's like, what's more valuable? Like location data in real time or location data over time, right? So there's no wrong answer there, but we think about it from our perspective. We don't use beacons for real-time notifications at all, never ever. It just doesn't fit our use case. We only think about it in data over time, and that's, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really boils down to what are you selling as a company? Are you selling, you know, a higher basket size to your clients and driving more transactions at that moment? Or are you selling analytics and saying, understand your users, connect with them over time, and build that one-to-one, you know, communication and relationship with them? Like you said, I don't think that either are right, and I think there's right times for both of them. It just depends on the specific use case, right? And there's sometimes that passive things work, and there's sometimes that a push works, or you know, that conversation is growing. But I do want to kind of go back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, and I remember I was in Chicago for one of the Retail Loco events in the fall, and this must have been 3 or 4 years ago, right when you guys had rolled out with Macy's, and I think that the Chicago store was kind of like your flagship store. And at that point, everything was just based off of the microphone signals. So I want to talk a little bit about the different signals that you're using now, because obviously it's opened up a lot more. And I think we all know that, you know, beacons are not the only thing. Again, you know, there's the magnetic fields that people are using. Obviously the smart lighting is something that people are using, which I think some use the Bluetooth within the lighting, and I believe some use actually like a signal from the camera. So I mean, there's such a wide variety. So I'd love to hear your input on how that's changed the game a little bit as well.
I mean, one of the things I've seen with customers is that, and unfortunately I'm a little bit beacon biased, but one of the things I have seen is that they're starting to get the customer to do most of the transaction on their phone at a beacon. So restaurants, for instance, in Europe are now actually getting the customer to tap a beacon that's on their table. That not only lets their staff know which table the customer is at, but they can send the whole order through. It includes an encrypted key, so they can actually make the payment at their table through their phone as well. And those sorts of things are, in terms of advancements, are happening too. But for us, it's still BLE play, but we are seeing a change from RFID to now using BLE. The cost is not that much different from RFID unless you're using passive RFID, which is very cheap. You can get stickers for less than $1. But if you're looking at active RFID, which is being able to see how far away something is with RFID, your range is very limited, but you're actually paying more than you would for a beacon. So like I said, we are seeing a lot of restaurants coming to us now for table location. So what we would do is the customer essentially walks around with a beacon, sits down at a table. We've got beacon scanners throughout a restaurant, and that then tells them which table the customer sat down at. And at the same time, the staff are all walking around with beacons on themselves, so they always know where the staff are, and they also know where all the expensive equipment is. The same thing's happening in hospitals too. So they can track where doctors and nurses and beds and IV lines, all those sorts of things are.
And babies are. I know, I mean, this was 2 years ago when I had my daughter, but they had a bracelet on her, and there were certain areas that she could or couldn't go out until they actually cleared her to leave the hospital. So if she rolls past one of those sensors, then and at one point, I guess something happened with her sensor, like there was some sort of a kink in the technology, and they came rushing in our room like, where's your baby? Like, it shows that she's like out the window. I'm like, she is not out the window. I haven't gotten that upset with the crying yet. We're like 24 hours in. Give me a little bit more time.
Just love the thought of
I
beaconing
know.
babies.
It was
Like, oh, man.
literally a beacon baby. So yes, I mean, and that's 2 years ago.
Next
so
Disney special right there.
It really is, yes. So yes, obviously those changes have with the beacon technology. I love to hear that you can order something and you know exactly where you are. What about from your perspective and Shopkick's perspective?
Well, so we started out with a hybrid technology when we started in 2009, 2010, where Bluetooth-enabled devices had not yet a high penetration amongst consumers. So we had to have a solution that would allow us to reward those users who didn't have a Bluetooth-enabled device. And so we used ultrasound, and basically on a very high level, right, that the human ear cannot hear, but your microphone can detect. And that was neat for that time. And then we moved over to beacons completely. And now, of course, as we're exploring different partnerships with pioneering technologies to see what can we do to get this right, because you'll all know that's the toughest thing to do in indoor positioning, because if you think about a grocer, the planogram in every store is completely different. So it's, it has to be very accurate, and probably it has to be Wi-Fi or sensors. But that's kind of the areas that we will be looking to partner with the pioneers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that like you said, sometimes the accuracy is necessary, and I think that another panel talked about this a little bit before as well, where they were talking about, are you trying to target a specific product, or maybe it's a department, or maybe it's a point of sale system. I mean, you're all talking about different levels of granularity, but obviously as you get the granularity, you lack the reach sometimes, right?
Yes.
And so it's a compromise, and I think a layered approach is always like really helpful for retailers especially.
Yeah.
I'm going to just stop for a second and open it up for a couple questions, and then we can continue. Does anybody have questions? No. Okay, well then I'm going to go to one of my questions. How about that? So this is something, obviously, I think that we talk about on almost every panel, but as you build value with a customer, or as your clients build value with their customers, how do you continue to provide enough value where you eliminate it being creepy, or it's a fair exchange of data and information for their location?
I can start with that. We when our users sign up to Shopkick, we will not ask for all the rights up front, because we would ask them for their camera and their microphone and their locations, and because of the different things that we do with them. So we educate our users on why. So we explained the microphone was necessary in with our older technology because of the ultrasound, because that's how it will detect you, and it will only be on when you turn on the app. So I feel like the most important thing is communication, and really explaining to your user what is it that why are you asking for the data, and what do they get in exchange? And of course, for many data analytics companies who are not client or shopper user facing, that's a bit harder to do. But my impression is, and I think in the press, I've read it several times, that millennials especially are very aware of that. They're they even say, oh, I'm getting these benefits, I'm giving them access to certain information about myself, but I derive a lot of value from it because it's more convenient for me, because I actually enjoy the fact that I'm being prompted for something when it's relevant. So I think for Shopkick, the strategy is a lot of communication and education of the shopper and why we do it, and B, really delivering value to them so that they don't get upset.
Okay.
So I'd like to enter into a philosophical discussion.
Oh.
And what is creepy? Right? So it's almost like the ship has sailed in terms of the amount of data that our phones are collecting and sharing about us, even on an opt-in basis. the governments of the world have proven time and time again that they are more willing to traffic in this type of data in all sorts of nefarious and non-nefarious ways. When you have the world of marketing and mobile advertising, and advertising in general is probably more concerned about privacy than anyone else out there and all the various trade groups that we all belong to. And so when I say what is creepy, it's a poorly executed campaign for the most part, right? When you look down and like, how do they know that? I recently started using Facebook again. I took like a 3 or 4 year break. It was fantastic. I loved it. And I'm looking at the ads showing up in Facebook, and it's stuff that blows my mind. That's like, I know I've got that email sitting over there in my Gmail, and like Facebook has been able to match what's in my Gmail account with what I'm seeing on their site. That's not, as a marketer, I'm fascinated by that. Like, but I'm also a little creeped out about it. But
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that you know, there's times where you're like, I've seen this ad for 15 months. I had bought a car, 13 months ago. I do not need to see this ad one more time, right? That's when I think it becomes a convenience factor. And not only is it a convenience factor for me as a consumer, but it's a convenience factor for whoever's paying for that ad, because obviously I'm sure those CPMs are not cheap. So, at some point there has to be, I think the data becomes valuable for both sides, right? For the consumers and for the brands or the retailers or whoever's placing those types of ads, and making our life easier. But at some point you're like, why do I have to feel like I'm being taken advantage of, right? And it's not necessarily things that you're not going to just jump off of social media or stop using your Gmail because, that's just not going to happen, right? But being able to actually set those parameters, and I think that it's almost, there's a shift that needs to happen, and I think it will happen at some point. This is my one prediction, where the consumers are going to say, this is what I'm interested in, this is how often I'm interested in it, and I can go in and change those parameters at any given time, right? How that's going to be accessible for us as consumers, I don't know. Is it going to be on an app-by-app basis? I'm not sure, but I think that's where there's a lot of value and opportunity.
yeah, to be fair, when we talk about what's creepy and what's not, so there's certainly limitations in marketers and their mindset to be able to think like, okay, this is creepy versus not, but there's also limitations in the technology itself. Like, you bought a car, it's really tough a lot of times to then marry that back to the digital advertising you're seeing and close that loop. That challenge is not solved.
I think it's really interesting though that people are worried about being creeped out by retailers tracking where they go in their stores. But what most people who have a credit card don't realize is they're getting sold to retailers from their credit card issuing companies every single month. And those credit card issuing companies tell those retailers who they sell the data to where you shop. It's usually cleansed, not always, but usually. And that's been going on for 15, maybe more years. And yet now we're introducing new technology, which is probably less creepy and more. Maybe the issue is that it's more annoying than anything else.
It's more personal.
Yeah.
It's in your pocket or in your purse. That's
people probably think it's creepy or annoying when they don't get the value in return. So if I'm giving you the ability to see where I go, I want to make sure that I get something that's valuable to me in return. If I'm not, then I don't use your service. So I don't use Facebook anymore because I wasn't getting anything value in return for using their service and me selling all my data about where I browse, all that
You
sort of
didn't
stuff.
enjoy everybody's political rants?
Oh man, that was
That's
the best
not
thing
why I got
did
back on
Facebook. No more politics. But so I think it's all about the value. So if customers get value, the creep factor goes way down. If they don't get any value, then the creep factor goes way up.
And I also always say that we, being in the retail and brand space, there's just less creepiness in general, in the sense that, I can find out that you're in the market for a car, and then I can market that to you. What I find more critical is actually in other areas like healthcare, or where it really impacts your life, because your insurance rate will go up because it's clear that you have a precondition or whatnot. So I oftentimes think to myself, that's a luxury problem. Like the creepiness is a bigger problem in other industries, and really for them to discuss more.
I think you can tie it back to, so if we're thinking indoor location and the car purchase example, if you have a way to verify that somebody actually walks into the finance of a car dealer, with almost 100% certainty that person's going to buy a car. And so you can do that with a beacon. You can do that with some sort of other sensor. And now you can close that loop and not see the damn car ad for 12 months after you bought a car.
Exactly. I mean, and it is all about also, I think, the specific use case. So I know we had talked about how retailers versus grocers are very different. I mean, but think about any of, Shopkick's retailers compared to like what you allow an Uber or a Lyft, or what was the car service that I just downloaded this morning? That's Fasten. So I used Fasten this morning, but I mean, imagine getting a call.
Yeah.
Hi, Aubriana, this is Miriam from Shopkick. Where are you exactly? Oh, which aisle? Like, that would be like, okay, wait, what is going on? That it doesn't make sense. But I think that, the vendors are learning alongside of their clients and the retailers and saying this is valuable when, and I think that the grocery store obviously is a completely different use case, because I don't know does anybody shop through the grocery store like this? I mean, does anybody do that? Or, I don't know, if you have...
I see people shopping like that in the grocery store, and I smash them with my cart. Like,
I suppose the shopping list is one thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
I just know I have to get in and out before that sucker runs out, because at that time, game over, right? Let's talk about gamification. That's kind of how I do my shopping now. But so what are you finding that are like? What's your plan of attack for the grocery stores? What are you guys thinking? And
so actually, we do have a real use case in the grocery stores, because Blue Cat's actually got to start before BLE came out, and we were actually looking to help retailers put smart shopping carts in the stores.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do now with beacons is, instead of necessarily tracking the customer, you can track the carts.
Okay.
So what we do is we have a beacon inside the handle of the shopping trolley, and have the sensors everywhere throughout the stores, and then they can actually measure the track and how long. So it's not necessarily tracking the individual customer, unless you find a way for them to tap the trolley to actually get offers. So if they tap their trolley when they first get the trolley, then it ties them to it. But no one's doing that yet, but that's entirely possible.
That's really cool. Yeah. And then you could actually get offers directly to your device versus like 10 feet of paper printout.
And you're only being tracked in the store.
Yes.
But you're going to have an opt-in button on the shopping cart to share your data. That's going to be amazing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it could make your travel through, the store more efficient, I mean, that's good for everybody, right?
Yeah, that's right.
If you, I think that if you increase the basket size, but you decrease the time of, the dwell time inside of a grocery, that's actually better, right?
I think actually by tapping the cart, you could actually bring up a map, which then ties into your shopping list, which then gives you the optimized path.
So now we're talking about advances and innovation, right?
Right. I mean, I go to the same grocery store like 5 times a day because I have 3 children, and I still don't know where everything is. And if I could have something point me the right path.
Yeah, or like, what's the most efficient path through this, so I don't have to go to aisle 3 15 times.
So if there are any retailers in here that are doing that sort of stuff, please do it now. But the technology is available right now. Just no one's actually doing it. They are tracking trolleys, but they're not giving customers any benefit on top of that.
Well, and we're again thinking of it from a perspective of, how can we bring joyful moments to shopping? And grocery is not always joyful, because you have to do it regularly, and your family is huge and it's boring sometimes. So what we try to do there is simply, we have a big grocery launch coming up now, where we start really at home, discovery recipes where you can create shopping lists. And then we give you new ideas in the store. We tell you to go bundle products. That gives the brands the opportunity, obviously, to bundle the meat with the meat sauce or whatnot. But we try to engage you like that and kind of bring joyful moments to a very routine activity of yours. And you have to do that in the right degree, right? Not every day, not all the time, but rather have these surprise moments that delight the customer. So
actually, imagine in the Shopkick app, you pick up the trolley and you tap it, and the trolley says, "Oh, you pushed me around once before." That'd be joyful.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah, that's it.
Tommy had a question.
Yeah. So, do you see any value with combining eye tracking with these beacons? So, for example, like I have cameras mounted all over the place in my store that are passively running, and I have my app that's connected. It geolocates me near one of those beacons, and then it can actually detect interest. So, for example, I'm in Macy's. My Macy's app uniquely identifies me when I'm near this beacon. I stare at a blue shirt for 10 seconds. I'm obviously interested, but I don't buy it. I leave the store, and I can connect that to the POS system to recognize that I didn't buy that shirt. 2 days
you're turning that current abandoned shopping cart model into something that's real, as opposed to online. Yeah, it's certainly possible. I've seen the opposite being discussed in Australia, and that is a company called, it'll come to me eventually, but it's what they do is they've got a plugin for websites, and websites that you browse, if you look at specific products, they've got it tied into a retailer. And what they've done is they've deployed beacons around. So when you walk past those retailers, it'll say 3 days ago you were looking on the website to buy this fridge. It's on sale inside. It's a similar thing, but it's the other way around.
Gosh, what are we doing to the shoppers?
I know. Well, actually, what we are doing is we're training them to get used to, if they don't buy straight away, they're going to get a discount, which is also a danger.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. We're training shoppers.
Yeah, that's
good.
right.
Training.
We don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah, exactly. I find that technology very, very interesting. If you think about it, one of our value propositions to the brands, Oreo cookies, is to say, hey, we can drive someone to go into the store and then actively seek out your product, take it out of shelf amongst all its competitors and into their hands, right? And that's something that they love, because it's an engagement in the physical world. Now, eye tracking, if you think about it, is that in a much more sophisticated way, right? That you can basically report back on and say, hey, they looked at Oreo cookies and this size or that flavor. So I think it's a very promising technology. I'm just a little bit skeptical still as how long will it take, and if you think about just the cost, they're inhibitively high today for grocery. So you would probably start with Tesla, or I don't know, something very expensive, but it's an amazing technology.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you're just giving me time.
Yeah.
Thanks. I thought you had a question. It was the
I
5-minute
can ask
warning.
a question. You were talking about this idea of maybe tapping the trolley and then getting a map or so on. But what do you guys think about where indoor mapping is today in retail, and the sort of the layering on of things like Google's Project Tango onto that to create experiences for consumers?
I think that Google have done a lot in terms of doing indoor mapping in industrial sites. So they've, for instance, a lot of hospitals are mapped by Google, and so forth. And Tango is showing a lot of promise. It's still fairly new, and I think it's probably more an AR use than a phone use. But I think that's a mapping, like a physical mapping problem more so than a deploying beacon style problem, at least from my perspective. I don't necessarily think beacons are going to solve that really fine-grained mapping issue, but what they will do is they'll track the breadcrumbs of where you did walk and which direction you were walking in. But I do like what Tango is promising to do, but I think we need to figure out whether Google, Apple or Microsoft's going to do AR the right way. Unfortunately, Facebook put all their money in VR.
Yeah.
And is AI the wrong way, where we end up with robots attacking us and killing us?
Exactly right.
Yeah, okay.
In fact,
We're on the same page.
Yeah, banks are even putting in robots now to do customer service. So.
Well, Asif and I were in San Francisco last week for a live ramp event ramp up, and we actually went to have coffee made by a robot, so it was prepared.
Was it good?
It was okay. They didn't have any sugar, and you couldn't go back and ask the robot for sugar.
Yeah.
So.
And no charm yet. The baristas are sometimes so charming.
Right. You didn't have like the cool personality or that hipster.
No. They didn't have tattoos. And
No, sleeves rolled up.
It would have been
glasses.
better if Pepper, the SoftBank robot, came and kind of talked to me about my coffee experience.
Right. We probably have time for like one more question if there's anybody else. If not, then I think closing predictions or hopes for the future.
Can I just ask one thing? Like, just in terms of, we've heard a lot about where we are today and beacons and so on. What's coming next in terms of sensors or even non-hardware based location, magnetic, other things like that? Like, where do you see that? I mean, you guys started in ultrasound, went to beacons.
Yeah.
Where are you going next?
So I think next will be around sensors, magnetic fields. We're exploring Wi-Fi. We're definitely also looking at eye tracking, but it depends on kind of the vertical that you want to go after and how profitable is it really.
Sure.
I think it's a matter of not just choosing one technology. I think what we're going to see is companies like yours, Matthew, that's going to take all of that data and put it together for a retailer to make sense of it. If you roll out just beacons, you're going to get one set of data. If you roll out a whole lot, you're going to get a lot more. But I think that certainly the next phase for beacons is the data transfer. So not just pinging out, but also receiving data back, and then sending it up the line to do something with it. Especially around that idea that we spoke of earlier, where customers can shop, scan, and as they go, get out of the store. If the beacon can if the beacon network, sensor network, can track the beacons, and also you can have sensors in the trolley that are not only the beacon sense that's in the trolley is also sending up the weight of the trolley as it goes, and those sorts of things will probably make sense.
I think we'll see more and more consumer acceptance of what we're calling proximity marketing or location targeting. It's just kind of that type of term. It's never really been a consumer-facing term anyway. It's what we here in the industry call it. Like, that's going to continue to fade in the background. But people will just come to expect more and more. I have my phone out, or my dashboard on my car, or my Amazon Alexa, and those are all going to use my current location or the locations I've been for some sort of value add.
Well, I think that's better than closing statements, so we'll end right on time with that. So thank you guys. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Can we take a quick picture of all of us?
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead. We have to stand and pose.
Pictures are out there.
Over there? Over there? Oh.
All right, we're going to move on to, what's that? No, it's actually broadcast straight from here. So, we're going to move on to a case study and data presentation from Unicast. We have Mariana here to share with us a little bit on that. So just bear with me a second here. I have to shift decks to another one. Look at that. Technology actually works. So,
Hi everyone, that is actually me. I do have curly hair, I'm not an imposter. Same person. So I'm here from Unicast. Thanks so much for having me. This last panel was a really great tee-up into what I'm going to talk about for the next about 13 minutes, and I'll leave 2 minutes for Q&A. So this isn't so much an agenda, this is just what I want to leave you with after this presentation. So a couple things. So one, I want to talk about who Unicast is, so you know why on earth I'm up here. Two, I want to give you some stats that the proximity industry is still on fire. Again, Matthew sort of said it nicely where, yeah, okay, we might be in this trough, but there are still beacons being deployed and quite a lot of them. So I'll leave you with a couple of stats to sort of prove that. I also want to share with you a retail case study. We have a lot of case studies on a directory we run called proximity.directory, which I'll talk a little bit about, but I'll just share a retail case study with you guys, which we've talked so much about already during this panel, so you guys are going to be experts in retail use cases after this. And lastly, I want to talk about the real world graph and the applications of that. So I'll explain what that is in just a moment. So, all right. I usually use this in presentations where folks don't know as much about beacons. We've talked a lot about them already. The point is, it's an analogy, right? Google, we all know this company. Online, they track every click, buy, view, everything, right? And they aggregate this all into an index, right? And they power so many products and services that we get online, offline. But obviously, there's a much bigger world out there, right? And it's also being tracked with a lot of sensors. And when I say sensors, by the way, I mean beacons, I mean magnetic, I mean any kind of technology that's out there coming or here right now, GPS, Wi-Fi, NFC, that's what I mean when I say sensors. So there's a bigger world being tracked out there, right? And when our phones interact with these sensors, pretty unique data is generated, but up until now, nobody's really been aggregating this data into this index, right, this offline index. So that's what Unicast is doing with the real world graph. That's what we do. So hopefully this analogy is good for you guys to understand what we're trying to build. One more thing about Unicast, how do we do this, right? So obviously these sensors are being deployed in a lot of different venues, everything from stadiums, auto dealerships, retail, airports, even hospitals, schools, universities, right? And usually these are deployed by what we call proximity solution providers. They're companies that deploy these sensors, geofences, Wi-Fi hotspots, and typically they're also offering some kind of software on top of that, right? It's either push notifications or it's BI, customer analytics. If you're in a hotel and your lights turn on when you walk into your room, that's all powered by some company that we call a proximity solution provider. So Unicast works with these companies because they sit on this data across these verticals, and we aggregate this data into our platform, which we call Prox, and there we build the real-world graph. And today we're selling this data to advertising companies that you guys have all heard of probably, Oracle, TapAd, Lotame, Bliss, Amobi, Juice Mobile, a lot of mobile ad networks and DSPs. All right, that's it about Unicast. So, want to give you guys a couple of stats that prove that beacons and sensors are still being deployed quite a lot, even though, again, that trough and it might be happening right now. The reason I mentioned proximity directory, it's, when Unicast started out and we were trying to figure out, well, who are these proximity solution providers? Who are they? How do we reach them? There's hundreds of them globally. So there was really no database for this, and we often would get actually calls from retailers or stadiums or airports. Hey, I'm interested in deploying sensors. Who do I work with? So we created a directory. It's free. You guys can go on it. A lot of white papers, a lot of good data on there. Proximity.directory used to be called Proxbook. You might have heard that one as well. And we report a lot of stats on this directory, issue white papers. If you're looking to deploy sensors, you can find your proximity solution provider there. So these stats are from there. So really quickly about Proximity Directory, it has 371 members across 50 countries. There's over 200 use cases on there. 20 industry verticals are covered, so it's a really great resource. We don't make any money on it. Go check it out. So sensors. So Q2 2015, look at the number, 879,000 sensors globally. That's tiny compared to where we are today. The last stat I have is Q4 2016, 13 million sensors deployed globally. And this is actually doubling every year, which means here we are, 13 million, end of 2016. In less than 5 years' time, we'll be somewhere around 500 million sensors globally. So still a lot of sensors being deployed. And right now, that market is a $53 billion market when you count all the products and services that are generated off of these sensors. So still a big industry. We're still pretty much cheerleading this industry, but we are also looking at other kinds of things outside of beacons, just like I think a lot of us have been talking about today. So want to share a case study with you about how sensors can be used in retail and why. And I might be repeating myself again because we've already heard this a lot today, but in retail, there's a really great use case for indoor mapping, right? So you walk into a giant store, especially like Walmart, I need chips, I need Tide, I need diapers. Where do I go first? How do I get there? So we know that this is a really great use case for sensors. Secondly, customer analytics and data monetization. So a lot of data is generated off of these sensors. There's a lot of BI you can do. You can see heat maps. Where do people go? Where do you place certain things? Which doors are more popular at what times? Where are people aggregating? So you can put sales associates there, right? How many of us have been in a Home Depot? You walk by many sales associates. The second you have a question, can't find anybody. So you want to know these kinds of things. And just to that last point, finding a sales associate, wouldn't it be great if you could actually just ping someone to come to you? So you could do that with sensors as well. And lastly, of course, proximity advertising, get deals, get coupons, affiliate marketing, so on and so forth. So case study, in market, worked with Heineken and deployed sensors in a lot of retail locations where Heineken is sold. And through their SDK collected a lot of really great data and enabled notifications and communications with folks that had the certain apps downloaded. The goal was to drive purchase intent, in-store sales, and brand awareness, and this was in conjunction with the release of the James Bond movie called Spectre. If you guys remember that one. So this stuff actually worked for them. So that's why we're presenting this case study. So 320,000 estimated revenue from this campaign, which represents a 6.2 times ROI, not bad. And they recorded 200,000 in-store and point-of-sale engagements just through this deployment. So again, I think the main message from this conference generally is this stuff works. It just has to have a use case, has to have a KPI. There needs to be a reason, and not every venue or retailer and not every technology is going to work, but it does work. So I want to talk about the real-world graph as well. And by the way, I have plenty of other case studies if you guys want to talk offline, and smart cities, stadiums. There's a lot of proximity directory too. So there's a lot of stuff where you can see certain analogies about how sensors were deployed and what happened. What was the ROI? What was the return? So real-world graph. So obviously Unicast is in the business of sort of aggregating all of these different proximity solution providers onto a single platform. Why is that interesting? Okay, sure, advertisers want scale, so that's an obvious reason why we're doing this, but there's a lot of really, really, really interesting things that you can power when you have a scaled up location data set. So I just want to talk about that for a few minutes. All right, ad tech, touch on it real quick again. Retargeting, attribution, you guys know this one. What's really interesting also, validation and modeling. So a lot of ad tech companies have their own data sets, have their own SDKs, there's lots of different ways that they're obtaining data, but how do you use a really, really accurate data set, especially one that's generated off beacons, to validate other data sets, or to model on top of that, right, as an input into your models? So we're seeing a lot of interest there. Retail analytics. So wouldn't it be interesting if you were, let's say, Target? Would you want to know 15 minutes before customers walked into your store, where were they? How often do they go to that place before they go to your store? What about 15 minutes afterwards? What about where people are congregating that are your customers, that look like your customers, but you don't have stores? What happens in a certain region where your store is when there's a competitive store that opens up? What are the trends? How do you predict things? So there's a lot of really, really powerful analytics that you can start to understand, and you can run those numbers once you have a scaled up data set outside of just that Target store, or just the Walmart store, or just the stadium, right? Apps, Snapchat, geofilters, this would be a great input into there. Pokemon Go for shopping, that's gonna happen, right? Those kind of apps need location data to power those experiences. E-commerce, so this is interesting. A lot of times e-commerce data powers what happens offline, but offline should power what happens online, right? So we're not seeing that too much right now, but that can and will happen. There's obvious use cases also in finance. If you think of like the hedge fund industry, all day long they're trying to figure out, do they long or short Walmart? Do they long or short Target? Do they long or short some other retailer or some other venue, right? So foot traffic trends are pretty interesting to this industry. City planning, that's obvious, right? Where do you build the next transportation hub or commerce center? How do you enable smart cities for tourism? Lots of things you can do there. AI, all right, what is it? Yeah, there's gonna be products and services that are powered by AI, which means they need to be powered by data that we don't even know about right now, and we're not even using right now. But location data, a scalable location data set, 1000% will be an input into those products and services. I'm right on time, 3 minutes. So, last thing. What Unicast sees and why we're so excited is, you had the online data sort of phase where we understood clicks and what clicks meant. Then we kind of moved into this like location data phase, and we understood what does mobile location data tell us about where we were, and maybe where it's going, right? Where we're going. But proximity data, now you can understand a lot more, not just, okay, this person was in this store, and then they went to that store, but over time, and the shelf folks will, will like this one, you'll be able to understand which products people were near. What did they touch and pick up? And eventually, what did they actually buy? And you can close that loop, right? So we're pretty excited about where the proximity industry is going. That's it. Questions? Yes?
I have one. What are the most valuable data that you find? I don't know if it depends on the use case you are working on, but for proximity, I understand that there are a lot of data out there. If you do like an 80-20 analysis on it, if you did, or anything like that, which ones do you find the most valuable?
Which data points or which?
Data sets, data points.
So right now it's pretty basic, really. You're kind of looking at, you need a device ID, you need a lat lon, right? You need that. You need to tie that to some kind of venue name, or what does that lat lon represent? You have to understand the degree of accuracy that is, right? Are you very, very confident that that device ID was in this location and that this location is actually this location, right? So GPS has varying degrees of accuracy, and there's use cases for why GPS can be pretty accurate. Think of like a huge airport, right? You could confidently say if you walk into that geofence, you're probably in the airport, or in a large Target store. You're pretty confident that they're in that Target store if it takes up the whole entire block. But something like a coffee shop, that's not a great place to deploy a geofence, right? So anyways, you have to understand the accuracy, you have to understand where that person went, and whether you believe that that point of interest, the name, is actually that latitude and longitude. So that's the key, I think, in at least what we're doing when we look outside of beacons and we look into all these different data collection methodologies, and we aggregate them all up. That's the key for us in tying it all together. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, partly, but now the question that comes into mind is that which data point or data set helps defining proximity for that?
Beacon data.
Beacon.
Yeah, and it's all about the way the technology works in terms of accuracy, right? With beacons, of course, there's different settings you can put the beacon on. Super, super accurate, a little bit further, but you're never going to go to the extent of something where like a GPS, a data point might say, oh, you're here, but you're actually not, right? How many of us have used like Google Maps and the blue dot is like somewhere on the block? So for us, we still are very much cheerleaders of beacon data, especially for just that accuracy. And once you start to mesh all this data together, you can start to sort of make some assumptions about the less accurate data as well, which is pretty interesting.
Thanks.
Good? All right, thank you so much, everybody. Thanks.
Thanks, Mariana. That was good. All right, now we've got a really exciting panel just to shift the conversation completely off of beacons now and indoor location. We are going to talk about social and location and chatbots and how all those things are coming together and how location is making that happen. And I just realized, one second, hold on. And so it's a pretty diverse panel. We've got Arlie from Condé Nast, Lee from Review Push, which is his local company here, Vivian Rosenthal, who runs Snaps, multiple serial entrepreneur, founder, big success story, and then Dale Duke, who's with a local Toyota dealership and does a lot of crazy social media engagement and marketing here. So I'm going to just have these guys come on in, Ariana and her crew. And we'll get that teed up for you. So they're just out there. So. Okay. Aren't you guys impressed we're actually on time for this conference? I've like all these conferences that I do over the years, they're never on time. Like here we are. So you guys can come right on up. So we have some like for those of you who've been to our South by events over the years, we have some like returning superstars like Arlie, and some new faces like Vivian and Dale. Lee's been here before, and Brianna. So yeah. So I'll let you do your thing.
All right, I'm back. So thanks for sticking around. Again, I just moderated the last panel.
Oh,
so.
excellent, good deal.
I'm gonna just start off and let everybody introduce themselves and kind of their role, and I guess why you're in this space or why you're on this panel. So we'll just go down the line and start with that, if that's okay. And Arlie, I'll start with you. You've done this before.
Yes. Arlie Sisson. So I work for Condé Nast. We're a New York media company. We own 21 publications across multiple demographic areas, I guess you could call them, or verticals. So anything from Vogue and Vanity Fair down to the New Yorker, Glamour, GQ, and then down to some really great niche ones like Arc Digest, Golf Digest, etc. So super fortunate. We have a ComScore base of just around 102 million this month. So we touch like one in three Americans every month with our digital content, whether that be the articles that we write, the videos that we produce, or our social outlets, which are now just crossing over 175 million collectively as a network. So we have really big audiences, which is awesome, and I lead our product and design team. So I get to have a total kick-ass blast all the time with all the different brands and what they want to do. And as you can imagine, it's been a super interesting 2 years in content. I actually met Asa because I used to work for Starwood, and I have some colleagues here from those days. And so location was super pertinent to us then because we were doing, launching Keyless, which is an initiative to use, Bluetooth and beacons and allow you to open your door with your phones instead of stopping at the front desk and do things of that nature. And I saw how the e-commerce side of the world worked. And then now that I'm on the media side, it's super interesting because we are getting squeezed in print publications, and so people are looking at digital like, how much money can you make us and how fast can you make it for us? And so it's been really interesting with ad blocking and different revenue models. So I came over to this side of the world to see how that works outside of direct commerce. And it's been a blast. And I was just telling my friend Adam, I truly enjoy my job. The brands are awesome. The challenges are great. And we had our best subscription year ever because of Donald Trump. So, something's good coming out of this. So from that perspective, it's been really great. But how do we make consumer revenue outside of just people being terrified and needing great journalism? That's definitely where my role and my team comes in.
Very cool. Thank you.
My name's Dale Duke. I do marketing for a local Toyota dealership. So sort of really on the opposite end of the spectrum, as maybe more as a consumer of the kinds of products and services that people around here produce. I think maybe the reason I was asked here is because of the really spectacular growth of the particular stores that I'm working with. 5 years ago, we started off selling 200 cars a month, and now we're selling over 1,000 cars a month, and maintaining our customer service level to the point where we received Toyota's President's Award for the last 4 years running. So getting a lot of attention for that.
My name is Lee McNeil. I'm the founder of Review Push. We help retailers really convert more of their satisfied customers into positive reviews on the web. So these days, it's really a very small percentage of customer base for a retail brand to share a good experience. So we try to help them with processes and protocols, convert more of their satisfied customers and having them share reviews and experiences online, on Facebook, on Google, to bring more customers into their businesses and also validate that location.
I'm a satisfied customer.
Nick?
Cool. I'm Vivian Rosenthal, founder of Snaps. We're an enterprise platform that connects brands to consumers in mobile messaging. Do that with three main products, emoji and gift keyboards, iMessage sticker apps, and then Facebook Messenger chatbots. So building a lot of enterprise chatbots for people like Marriott, Simon Malls, Nike, Nordstrom, and many others. Well, thanks.
So I just kind of, I feel like the not all social location and chatbots apply to everybody that's up here on the panel. There's some bits and pieces that apply. Probably all of them apply to you, Vivian, but everybody else kind of shares a piece of this. So I would just say, or want somebody to, one of you or any of you, to talk a little bit about how does that play a current role in your ecosystem, and what are you using location data for currently?
I can give an example of something that we have live in beta right now. So Allure is one of our publications. beauty magazine. You can see all the guys in here are like, totally, subscribe to Allure. And one of the great things about Conde is our brands have a ton of authority to do different things in different spaces. And filtering is a huge piece. We've seen it, kind of emerge with Snapchat and be really interesting from that perspective and really take off. I mean, everyone freaking loves that dog face one. So like, how do we translate that into a makeup look? And so we're working with specific partners to say, get this Kim Kardashian makeup look, try it on now, do a Facebook lens over it, you submit a selfie via the chat bot, we layer over the makeup look on you, which it's not a good look for me. And then from there, working back with, in our industry, advertising partners. So it's the L'Oreals of the world, the large, cosmetic companies, to then be in aisle with them. So you're walking through Target, you're seeing a specific product, you're laying location data over, your brand authority and trusted voice, and then something that's a little bit more kind of cool, VR-ish, but working through the Facebook Messenger bot to then layer on this look. And so that's kind of how we approach it. Brand authority plus great partnerships with our advertisers, and then creating specific campaigns around that.
So your reach would be specifically through Snapchat, and that's
so our reach is through Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Yep. And that's kind of the cool thing about the size of our audience, is we can test things in that nature really easily, because launching up a Facebook page of several million in the Allure case, you can get a pretty good snapshot back of what people are into or not into, as it turns out, for false eyelashes looks very quickly, and then kind of work back with that partner. And the exciting thing is seeing from my perspective the user behavior, but we have on our sales side, people are like going bananas over the kind of information that you can get directly in the moment with real consumers, right? We're not making this stuff up. We can literally see them say no to that look and try on something else, and then feed that back into product discovery for our sales partners.
Yeah. So let's stay on the topic of chatbots just for one more second, and then we'll circle back with kind of more Dale and Lee, where we talk about social and location driving, incremental sales, obviously. But Vivian, have you worked with any of the makeup brands or anybody specifically to do some of those emojis? I know that Asif and I covered one on a podcast
Yeah,
not
we've
too
worked
long
with
ago.
just about all of them.
Yeah.
So all the major beauty brands are clients. But I was just going to add a sort of story around what we call like intelligent messaging. So using location-based data to inform behavior in chatbots. So the reason we call it intelligent messaging is because there's an opportunity in like chatbots on Facebook Messenger to deliver the right content to the right person at the right place at the right time. And that's really hard to do in social media, and I think chatbots allow for that type of personalization. So just an example so you can wrap your heads around it. Bud Light, who's a client of ours, was doing a sponsorship with the NFL, and they wanted to they had two main KPIs. It's like, one, they wanted people to know that they were their sponsor, and two, they wanted to make sure you were stocked up on Bud Light and start to develop their e-commerce program, right? So the use case was pretty seamless. So it would just be like, hey Viv, where do you live? Who's your favorite team, right? So I tell them New York and the Giants, and then it goes away, the chatbot goes away, and then a few days later I get a text, and 2 hours before game time, it's like, Viv, like, don't forget to tune in and watch kickoff, for the Giants, and are you stocked up on Bud Light? And if I say no, it takes me to Mini Bar Drizzly, and I got, a delivery of Bud Light within an hour, right? So I think that type of use case, whether it's for a beauty brand, a fashion brand, a CPG, QSR, you can use these type of personalized notifications to really sort of connect the consumer to your brand in a meaningful way that provides some type of utility. And what we're really seeing is when you give a consumer a good experience with something helpful or meaningful, the engagement rate is through the roof, right? So we had a 76% completion rate of that funnel to actually have an interaction with the bot and then click through to buy Bud Light. So I think those are some of the opportunities I see as it relates to geography, sort of where you are, what time is it, and what have you said you're interested in?
Yeah. So speaking of, kind of, I guess, driving that interaction with consumers and monitoring that, Lee, we talked a lot about how you guys are able to do that for your customers, more on monitoring kind of reviews and what's going on with either multiple locations or one location, and in Dale's case, one, dealership location, but that has, thousands upon thousands of customers. Can you talk a little bit about how you're using social and location and kind of what you're doing for your clients there?
Yeah, sure. We've actually thought about some chatbot integration, because the problem is, if you're asking more customers how their experience was, you tend to get the feedback of, they had a good experience, or they had a good experience, and they hope that something went wrong in that process. And so if you're asking thousands of customers how their experience was, and you're getting feedback that, hey, I had a good experience with this, could have been fixed, we have to figure out some way to kind of direct that consumer to the right department to possibly give them a refund or figure out what went wrong to make that customer experience better, and so that they don't run into that down the road.
I would add to that, just saying that we use that very specifically. You know, oftentimes we'll get a review well after the transaction has occurred. It could be that, you know, paperwork is delayed or something, and we may not get a negative review for 2 or 3 weeks. But very often we can get a negative comment or a negative sentiment coming out of our, for example, our service department. The oil change is taking too long. And so somebody might come on and start sending that information out, and using tools like this, we could catch that right away, call a red alert, and then go out and try and engage with that customer, you know, while they're still in the service department or while they're still in the showroom, and hope to turn that experience around. A couple weeks ago, we had somebody tweet, not at us, but to their friends, that the thermostat, it was pretty cold outside, and the thermostat was set at 60 degrees, which seemed crazy, but it was literally set at 60 degrees, and so we were able to make a big joke about bringing her a blanket and turning the thermostat up, and it turned what could have been a not so good experience into a much better one.
Yeah. The other thing we're seeing is, I think, like, as it relates to all these opportunities around customer service, we're building like customer service bots that we can integrate Watson's API so that you can actually have like sentiment analysis, right? So you can understand, is your customer like sort of upset, but you know, not too bad? Are they just looking for information and they need the FAQs, or are they like livid about something and you really need to like get back to them and route that to a live person immediately? So I think that's another opportunity, whether it's a really large enterprise company or a smaller company, like they're all going to benefit from better customer service.
Absolutely. And I think that what's really interesting, we were talking a little bit about how things have changed, and I think that traditionally with car dealerships, you always think about direct mail. That's like where they've lived and breathed for the ever existence of car dealerships. And now you have flipped that, a lot in your case and what you're spending. And I know that from our correspondence, you spend a lot, more on your social, and obviously that's generating a lot more revenue for you, which, I think is a testament to itself. But can you talk a little bit about that and kind of how you were able to transform what's kind of been engraved in stone for so long for car dealerships?
Well, it's our industry is sort of late adopters, so we're really pretty bad about that, and we also carry on with things that we shouldn't be carrying on with. I made a joke, but it really is true that every time I send out direct mail, the only thing that goes up is the number of phone calls telling me to stop killing trees. Just don't do that. But you have to stay alert. You have to watch out for the opportunities. 2002. I was the first guy to do pay-per-click advertising for car dealerships, and at the time, I could buy nickel 10-cent clicks, and it was really, it was really a wild thing, and it was a very, very good value. The media was a very good value. Over time, that space has gone a different direction, not nearly as good a value. Definitely things like most of the traditional media has gone the same way, whereas social media is currently bargain priced. If I'm advertising out there on Facebook or any of these other platforms, it's really bargain priced. And more than that, we know that for car dealerships, we know that the number one influence for the brand and the model that you buy are your friends and your family. So, my dad drove a Ford truck, so I'm a Ford truck buyer. Well, now we can actually get in and see those conversations, maybe even influence those conversations. So in addition to it just being a very good value, the media itself, we can actually get out there and use the social part of that to influence the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. One question I had about on the chatbot side, which I guess would be more for the ladies on the panel, would be in terms of the opportunities, is Facebook really like the only thing that you're using, or is there something else, another medium?
We started off building chatbots on Kik because Facebook wasn't open. And for those who don't know, Kik is a really popular platform with a very young demographic. So it's good if you're trying to promote a film or, you know, something that skews quite young, but Messenger has over 1 billion monthly active users, so it's tended to be the default platform. There are rumors that WhatsApp's gonna open up. iMessage could decide to open up a chatbot platform, and then we're also building for Alexa, and potentially Google Home if there's enough interest. But I think right now, at least what we're seeing is Messenger is, seems to be the platform that's putting the most emphasis on bots, and they're really, I actually just came from a meeting with Facebook right before this, and they're really doing a lot to improve their discovery, right? So if you know, are launching a bot on Facebook Messenger, how are you gonna make sure that your customer hears about it, right? And they know that that's something that has to be improved. So, and how to make bots more social, and so I think we're seeing a lot of innovation from the Messenger team that's gonna allow technology companies and their brand partners to do things that, you know, really drive ROI.
Absolutely. What type of data are you able to pull from that currently?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, you want me?
No, go ahead.
Okay, everything. I mean, you can get very granular, right? So if you guys think about a bot, like it can, you can set it up to have it know how many times I've spoken to it, where I dropped off. You can create if-then statements, so it's like if I got 75% of the way through a commerce funnel and then didn't click out to buy, like you can ping me and say like, oh, we saw you liked this, you know, baseball cap or this jersey, like, do you want to take a look at these other ones or whatnot? It will have, you know, geographic data, like it basically has quite a lot so that you can make sure that you stay relevant to the customer. As an example, we built a workout bot for Nike for high school athletes, and it's delivering it's a 30-day workout and delivers a video clip a day. And so it would see like if I made it through day 13 and then I didn't like, you know, go to do the workout on day 14, it would say like, hey, why are you exhausted? Did you have a bad day? Like, do you want to start up again in another day? But like, it's not gonna just like, it's not just that I just fall off, right? And so I think that opportunity to like, for it to chirp back up and sort of ask you if you want to keep going is really useful.
We have an Alexa application out right now for Epicurious, which is a cooking application, because majority of Alexas and Google Assistants are in the kitchen. I think it's like 75% or so are reported to be in the kitchen. And so it's a great opportunity for us, both owning Bon Appetit and Epicurious, to take advantage of that. And the Epi app is actually a really fun one. And one of the things I appreciate about their service is the feedback loop of what people are asking it. Because, you know, no matter how brilliant we all think we are, you're going to have gaps in what you're creating in the speech pattern or what they're asking you for. And so, for example, we were testing, you know, yesterday we were saying, you know, Alexa, how do I cook beets? You know, and she steps me through it. And then we're finding out also like where people are asking us questions and we don't have an answer for. And so we can collect some of that data just to make sure that we're ever evolving the product and getting even deeper on beet recipes than you could ever imagine. But once you start, you know, clicking over a certain amount of requests for a certain, you know, recipe command, we can see that within our data and make sure that we're evolving it and getting that in there, so we're not having a dead end for our user experience. So, the
how long
platform
does
is
it
super
usually
great.
take to like filter through that and then and make those changes?
We're actually running ours off of a Google spreadsheet, so it is not overly complex. So from that perspective, we're able to collect that in real time, and so really it's having the personnel on our side, right, to kind of like mill through all of that and bring it together. But you can see where people are getting stuck within your command flows and be able to edit those things pretty real time.
And I mean, Lee, speaking of people kind of getting stuck, I mean, obviously you're always having to deal with your customers and trying to get them unstuck when they're in, I guess, more sticky situations with customer reviews and making sure that they have that timeliness, obviously, to respond to those so that it doesn't elevate the issue so that they're not worried about, you know, Vivian's not saying they're like really irate and angry at some point when they get to that part. But can you talk a little bit more about that?
I think the timeliness is huge. You know, we've seen some of our customers that respond faster and they resolve the issue more times than not. And so we're really trying to help them get to that response to the review as soon as possible, and then make sure that's across the board. So having some type of daily or weekly report that says, hey, you received 100 negative reviews this week, you responded to all of them. So having the checks and balances and making sure the accountability is there to make sure that a response, because you want to make sure you respond to that customer, one, to fix their issue potentially, but then also to show other customers that you have empathy for, or prospective customers that you have empathy for your customers. That goes a long way when individuals are doing research. You know, a always like to use an example of like a commercial for Mr. Gatti's. Maybe you don't know where Mr. Gatti's is at, but you hear a commercial and it gets you hungry for pizza. And now, where do you go to find Mr. Gatti's? You're gonna go to Google or whatever your choice of preference is, and you may see a 2-star rated Mr. Gatti's, and maybe now you don't go to Mr. Gatti's, you get Little Caesars or something like that, to where you can drive a prospective customer to your competitor if you don't look good, and the socialness isn't out there, it's not positive. But yeah, making sure that you respond to those reviews is very critical these days, in my opinion.
So you're the mechanism anyways that anyhow that's I guess alerting your clients so that they can take action on those insights whenever they're busy with a lot of other things. I know, Dale, you're saying it saves your business, and you have one location a lot of time, right?
Yeah, a couple of hours, because we get a lot of reviews. There's 300 people coming to the service department a day. 5,000-6,000 people that show up at the showroom to look at a car. So we get 20 plus reviews a day, and then they're scattered across a dozen review sites. So it's helpful to have it all put together, and to get the alerts like Lee's application provides to know that that's coming right now.
Well, I mean, if you can do something to make the car buying process less painful and more fun. I mean, obviously, like, consuming media is typically a fun thing, and it's pure enjoyment. And buying a car is usually, you have the idea that it's going to be enjoyment, and then when you actually start the process, it's really stressful. So, what have you guys kind of done a little bit to make the process better for your clients? I mean, obviously, you've done some major changes in order to drive your sales up so far.
All in all, I don't know that we've really improved the process. I think that what we've done mostly is to recognize where the process has problems, and well, we're not really improving it, just sort of putting a salve on it, being more aware of the problems. And in the previous panel, you talked about something really simple about how I keep getting served that car ad, even though I've bought a car already. From our end of it, I would love to stop serving you that car ad because it costs me a nickel every time I do it. That's right. But it's systematically worse than that, and this is what keeps it. This is what makes it hard for us. We know that there's going to be 1,200 new Toyotas sold in the Austin market. But so if you want to sell that to me, those 1,200 customers on a CPM basis, well, imagine how that's going to be. So what they have to do is package in. So there's my 1,200 people, my 1,200 buyers. Well, they're going to package in another 500,000 and sell that to me. So I've already got this humongous media waste out there. And so when we talk about the concept of stop serving that ad if somebody's bought a car, well, it's way, way worse than that. It's not only does the feedback mechanism not exist, but the people that would provide the feedback mechanism are the same people that are packaging up that extra 500,000 trash that they're selling me, and then I'm annoying you with frequently.
And one thing that I think you gave a really neat example of is it's not really a chatbot, but that you have streamlined somewhat the approval process for the credit application online, and talk a little bit about that example, because I think that's really, as simple as it is, it really probably makes, I would imagine that your applications have gone up percentages.
This is a perfect example of sort of putting a salve on it as opposed to actually fixing it. A finance application is this long, and if you present this to somebody, then 5% of them will fill it out. So they just stop. But if you break it down into pieces, so you have a little video where the woman comes on and says, hey, just fill out these 5 items right here, and we'll come back with a quick pre-approval for you. So you fill out the 5 items. Well, the next thing she does is come back and say, in order to get the best interest rate, fill out these extra 5 items. And she walks you through the whole process like that, and you feel good about giving up that little bit of extra information, and then we get 80% completion on our finance apps as opposed to 5%.
So it sounds like that would be maybe an opportunity where somebody like Vivian could come in and you could do that via a chatbot, via Facebook, and then you could have some fun like emoji, Toyota emoji.
You made it.
Here's your new car. So I'll pause for a second here. Does anybody have any questions? I know we're kind of talking about something very customer facing, and then very, I don't know, it's all customer facing, but just varies like one end of the spectrum to the other. So, no? Yes?
How far do you think we have to go to get to where chatbots are more conversational versus it's kind of hit and miss, so that from a consumer engagement perspective, it's probably very frustrating because they're really just querying effectively like a little Wikipedia
I wouldn't
library of terms.
recommend using a chatbot in the way you're talking about for the foreseeable future. I really think the opportunity with a chatbot is to come up with a very narrow use case, right? It's usually, they're great at delivering content. They're good for like e-commerce funnels. They're not good for conversation. And I think that's a real misconception. So I just don't think they should be used that way. I think they should be, we actually see like a really big drop off if you allow for free text entry. So if you let someone just type in whatever they want into a chatbot, you're gonna lose them. So you wanna do like, generally wanna do multiple choice, right? You wanna do branching. You wanna think of it as like choose your own adventure, right? It's like, do you like this shirt or that shirt? Do you wanna like read this article or that article? Do you wanna, see this video or that video? But I think what you're getting at is like, it's where chatbots will be maybe in like 5 years, like 3 to 5 years, but I just don't think that's what they're meant for at this like stage in their life cycle.
Because you're correct, it's querying something, right? And so if there's no response,
Yeah, you just do a
it's
search bar.
experience.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of work for a consumer to go to a chatbot when they can just.
I
put
think
in
of it
a
kind
search
of,
term and
Yeah,
get the
that's
library.
definitely not how I would ever recommend to a client to use a chatbot. It just seems redundant and it's not as good a user experience, right? But there are, like the reason Nike and others are building a chatbot is because like millennials and Gen Z audiences aren't going to their .com. Same for like Simon Malls, who's a client of ours, right? Like they're using a chatbot as like their new CRM, right? Because they just like have no way that the like demo they're trying to speak to like doesn't really want to open up email, but they will chat on like a chatbot, right? So I think like if you think of it as a CRM play, that can be really valuable. But again, it shouldn't be where you go to ask like a open-ended question.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's a social answer for the open-ended question besides a chatbot that would be more valuable? I mean, in a case like with a Toyota. Sorry, putting everybody on the spot. Anybody?
I mean, we do a blended one. So going back to like when Kik was out, their BD team was really knocking down some awesome doors and like trying to get people into the chatbot space. She's almost 2 years ago now. So it feels a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
But they were out really working it, and they had great examples, and we worked on them with some projects where we actually do more of an AMA and introduce like an editor of ours to be live in addition with the chatbot. So obviously we had like a core purpose, right? It was a recommendation tool where you would say something and we were to return direct content. So like a more one-to-one content presentation. But then we would pepper that in with live humans doing an AMA because that was actually the back to the conversation. So not automated whatsoever, but did give a great insight into both a demo that's really valuable for us and some exposure and seeing just from a testing perspective how people want to engage with us from that. So still live humans though, right? So like not saving any time in that perspective. But people, shockingly, really enjoyed engaging with an editor and giving that kind of custom experience in the AMA form in Kik. So for us, it's definitely not, it's still such an emerging platform. Like I think of it back in the day, the App Store was a mess back in the day, where you couldn't find anything on iOS, and like Apple just introduced, paid search ads last year at DubDub. So all of that is brand new, and I think that the messenger space is absolutely going to catch up with it, but it's so emerging still. And I think people are still trying to figure out how to use it, and that's why you haven't seen, a huge crashing in the boards of everything, because it is still, some broken, customer experiences. People are trying to find their niche. CNN came out and did a F8 they released with the original Facebook bot, and of course I got a call from my CEO, and he's like, "What are we doing?" And I was like, "Nothing." Like, we were doing nothing. We were going to watch this, and we're going to test, and we're going to see what the uptick is. And it's been one of those where you have to be involved, because you can't not be on the learning cusps of things. But to your point, unless you have a very, very specific end user experience and problem that you're solving, I do not recommend just crashing into such an emerging piece, because you'll have a broken user experience from that, and that's more detrimental than not being in the game, right? And so that's where we kind of go more towards the Alexas and the Google Assistants, because we can do more command centers versus the bots, which is definitely a little bit more on the development side and still emerging in the sense of being able to be found and discovered. So it's interesting.
What are the social and location implications that lead up to a chatbot or to those types of things? Like what happens in the life cycle of a customer before you even get there? seems like there's a lot that has to happen before they
There
even, like,
is.
trust you to be involved in that, right?
Absolutely, and that's like the brand discovery piece, right? So like we have very authoritative segments that we cover. So GQ and men's style, right? Like that's a pretty trusted, good segment. And that would be one where I would be comfortable saying, of course, let's do a test in this area because we have great authority here. But you can't fuck up that authority by having a fucked up chatbot. So you have to be very careful in that, right? So from that perspective, it's, well, what can we do based on the limitations of the technology today? Great, we can submit and do some common commands. To your point, very good. Like, do you like A or B better? Okay, maybe you'll like C, but it's still so primitive that for us having, you know, more luxury brands, would we put ourselves out there in the sense to be doing, you know, not as robust programs as we'd like because of technology limitations. So it's that classic chicken and egg, like, you know, don't have a mobile application, just have a mobile website. And then you're like, we need a mobile website. So I think from our perspective, it's wanting to be in the space and experimenting so we know exactly how to get there when the platforms kind of evolve.
Yeah.
Because if not, you'll be totally behind the curve, but also being very, very specific in what we're offering consumers so we're not mistrusting ourselves.
Yeah, I think like one of the things we say to all of our clients, whether they're like a media company and publisher, or whether they're a retailer, you know, or a sports team, it's like crawl, walk, run, right? Like, and I think that was like you had to do the same in the early days of social, right? You don't want to like, and I think we're seeing that too with like chatbots. It's like, don't try to build everything from day one. Like with our clients, we put out like a V1, right? And we learn from that. We get a ton of data back. We see what works, what doesn't work. We can improve upon that, right? So it's also not trying to build the perfect chatbot from day one at all. It's really start small.
What's a tragic story that you've heard or witnessed?
Or built, yeah. No.
I wasn't gonna go there. I wasn't gonna make you throw yourself under the bus.
I build bad shit all the time. That's part of my job, right? No, we've had tons of failures, and I think that's the best part. You know, leading product, that's, you got to be totally comfortable with that. You know, getting my entire company comfortable with that is where we're at now, and so we're really fortunate. We actually just opened up an office in Austin, so New York and in Austin connection, just down on East 6th, and you know, the team here is actually building a lot of these experiences out. The lenses was one of them, you know, like getting, like kind of trying to clone over what Snapchat did, and we thought that that would be a great idea because they've had so much success with that. So we tried to do that with makeup, and it turns out that is just weird. Like, it does not look good on anyone. You can't like layer over a massive cat eye on someone and have it be comfortable. Like, all my dude developers were like, can we stop testing this because it's freaking out my wife, you know? Like, it's just, you start to use it in a way that as soon as you put it out into the wild, you can fail really quickly because you can see how people react to it. And that's the kick-ass thing about digital, right? And why we all probably work at it and love it is that instant fruition feedback loop of, is this being successful? And that was one where we were like, nope, it's not, you know, is this too personal of a thing, too hard of the technology there, right, to do facial recognition yet? And Snapchat is Snapchat because they've had that massive success, and we're not willing to invest that deeply into facial recognition content yet because that's not our core competency. So from that perspective, fail quickly, go to the next one. But I think it's like a lot of those things, and that's actually the nice thing about, and probably what you guys see, is like the feedback loop is fairly instant in that instance because you can see where people bail out of your experience, right, almost instantaneously, and you can see that people aren't using it, which is the other big FYI that you should probably take a second look. So from that perspective, it's been really great learnings, and that's one that where we were like probably bit off more than we could chew, and we should have stayed really close to our funnel. You know, makeup is Allures, they are the expertise on that, but we should have done something more product focused and review focused because that's more core to us versus trying to build facial recognition. But you get excited about these things. I did. So you know, you start to get, you know, the big dreams and the big eyes to try to create those experiences.
Lee, like in terms of the social and location aspect of things, I mean, how important do you feel like that is, or are you able to layer any data to say like this is what's successful in this area versus what's not successful in another area? Have you seen any of those successes or failures within your own clients?
As far as like seeing like maybe increase in revenue or
increasing revenue, and also have you seen a difference based on location in terms of reviews of like the same product but just completely different experiences solely based on the different locations?
Yeah, I mean they when they get all that information from all these reviews, like Dale was saying, all across the internet, they start to see these data points pop up that maybe has to do with a manager, or maybe one of our customers is a tanning salon, and they can identify if one location is really doing too much upselling and it's annoying the customers, and so they're able to kind of identify that, hey, we need to figure out why they're doing so much upselling, and we need to put a new policy in place, maybe need to do some new training. So that data does go a long ways and can be very valuable, and then they can start to see maybe more memberships because they stopped doing the upselling and increased the reviews for that one location. And so there is definitely a positive correlation between more reviews, higher ratings, and revenue we've seen.
Vivi, oh, go ahead.
I'd like to add just one little thing to that. Austin is a blue speck in a very red state. And in fact, as you radiate out from the center of Austin, it starts getting pink and then red pretty quickly. And we literally run multiple campaigns for the same products, and then target the central Austin and the more hipster and upscale, and then move out and use different messagings as we get to the edges of town. And that's across products. So even if you think a pickup truck, well, that maybe is more redneck, and a Prius is more. No, they're still pretty cross. So we vary our advertising based upon where we are advertising.
It's the same product, it's just different content and packaged differently.
Quite literally, yes.
Yeah. Vivian, how about you? Do you see any different data based on the location of consumers, like for the same
Yeah, absolutely.
product?
Yeah, we definitely do. And I think like location becomes really critical, especially as you're trying to like understand what the consumer likes and doesn't like, right? So I think paying attention to that is really important. So we try to sort of use that data to inform strategies as much as possible for our clients.
And that's the thing that I'm most excited about, because we don't do a ton of that today, right? We're very authoritative in how we speak. Like our editors are the ones usually opining on different topics, right? Like Anna Wintour is the official, mecca of everything in fashion. And down to like a Cindy Levy who represents Vogue, right, Glamour as their editor-in-chief. But the demos are so different, right? Like a Glamour reader in Wichita, Kansas is totally different than a Glamour reader in New York. And they have similar values and core values and how they identify with our brand. But speaking to them on different topics could be very relevant for your topic. So that's actually what I'm most excited about, is being able to mill more into that. I see like a huge, benefit of being able to dig into these kind of treasure troves, especially within Facebook Messenger, and mill some of those insights out and see how we could be better speaking to our demos. We don't and haven't had, right, like our evolution came from like glossy pages, and now that we're being able to get that instant fruition feedback loop, we're seeing more and more. It's actually helping our brands evolve more and more, which I'm super excited about, and our products evolve more and more. So I'm super hopeful on the side of bots and things of that nature, match with location, match with how our tone of voice is. So we're just not, in One World Trade Center down in New York. We're actually being more, applicable and more connected to our user base.
I like that. We just have a couple minutes left. Does anybody else have any questions? Nobody? All right. So I guess final thoughts, like how would you like to see things expand, whether it be on the side of chatbots or social data or location data that you could apply to your specific, either to your clients or specifically within your own business?
Yeah. Sure. So for me, it's really staying nimble and staying hungry in the space of testing and watching how the platforms continue to soar. I think, for your question, actually, there's so much to be done in the space, and I think that will actually be done by the side of developers. So empowering the developers to continue to work and really dig into that space and see what magic can come out of it. We've all seen this show, and I think we can really learn from watching, Apple and iOS and what came out there. They have a huge developer conference and a huge developer program, actually, because if you empower the development teams and tech teams to really take that, you'll find the best ideas. So I'm excited for what I would love to see more is Facebook being more open with their systems, taking in more input, having a better developer program across the board, so that kind of creativity of the network of people all over the world can start plugging into that a little bit better and coming up with some really exciting ideas. And there's awesome companies out there like Vivian's doing great stuff already, and so how do we continue to empower that and see more of those things pop up so we can get more creative ideas out there, because there is nothing more relevant and better than location being matched with a demographic, being matched with timely content. That's kind of the treasure trove of things that we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, and if you can obviously take that outside of like these, what do they call them, walled gardens
Exactly.
or fenced sandboxes, and plug them on your site as well, is when you really will
Totally.
invest as a brand or a retailer in those. Sorry, jumping in, but whoever wants to jump in next.
I could talk. I'd like to see more brands and retailers be more comfortable with asking their customers for feedback. I think at first when our customers hop on board, they're a little bit hesitant because they think they're gonna get a lot of negative feedback, but a lot of times that's not the case. They get a lot of positive feedback. And then they also learn what they're doing wrong, and they can fix that. And being able to kind of ask them at the right time, in the right moment, is critical too. So if you are creating a mobile app to allow your customers to place an order for a delivery, a pizza delivery, make sure you ask them at the end of the process, how was your experience, instead of in the middle, but make sure you time that right. And then save that data and learn from that data and turn that into a better customer experience and a better organization in the company.
All right, well.
I'll throw something in real fast.
Yeah.
My faith in this industry has been largely restored over today. I saw people here, very careful and very careful about the kind of experience that they want to give their the customers with location and privacy and all of that. And the more of that we can do, I think the better. And then if we can sort of find a way to bring that, what I see at the top, down to the bottom to where we are, and get some of the pirates out of the game, the better it's going to be for everybody.
What we're working on is coming up with templates for different verticals. So if you're, in automotive category or hospitality or food and beverage or whatever, you don't have to start from scratch, but like we've sort of pre-created a bot template for you so that you can jump into the game and feel like you're up to speed. So that's something we've been working on.
Very cool. Well, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move to a short coffee break, and so feel free to move into the back room again, grab some food and drink, and catch up with some of the speakers. And this coffee break is brought to you by Review Push. So, thanks, Lee.
So I was just like, how are you trying to tie this
It's
together?
a panel with
Yeah.
VCs talking
Yep.
about
Yeah.
Like, media brands that are like, oh my God, how do we crash into this as hard as possible?
So I think last time I saw you, I'm trying to think, were you in Chicago, or were you just here last year?
I was just here last year.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was here, but I don't even know that we said hello.
I was probably a crazy one this
Yeah,
year.
we
This
have-
year I decided to bring my 2-month-old because I had a baby.
We do.
Thank you. And I was like, all right, I still do sound coffee. And I was like, yes, I can make it. I just have to.
I did Did you go to Barcelona? I did Barcelona. I didn't this year because I have a 2-year-old. But I went the last 3 years, and I took my daughter. She was 5 weeks old. So yeah, that was like you know what? It was easy. When she was that young. But yeah.
Hi.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Where would you like us?
In the back.
Oh, the back of it.
I do marketing for a texture and a yeah. I'll connect you on LinkedIn. I just wanted to, I had a question about like, so this is your woman, and I wanted to hear more about your story, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, ciao. Okay, cool, yeah, you're in good hands with him. Yeah.
I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for like hours.
Yeah, and then it looks, I don't know if that's the sound system, I just need to know where all this stuff is so I can plug into it.
Oh, nice. No, I'm with you. It's a passion, crowdsourcing app, you know what I mean?
Can we do a test?
No, but one day I'm amazed about some of the stuff.
Thanks.
No, I looked at
Knock
it.
yourself out. There's a mic that's live right now, so you should be able to.
Well, you're from Dallas, so you probably, I was like, everything is bigger in Texas. Maybe it's Dallas, but do you like living here? Where have you lived before? North or south? Just lived in Australia. Last December, we were like, beautiful, what are you talking about? Yeah, I work with us. Yeah. Beautiful, I was like, Sydney, where was it? It was very good.
Really like bring the girls and the guys conversation together.
The girls were like jiving, like they
I know,
were.
and I was like, I wanted to keep going.
But they're both
but I
like
also-
superstars. Like that's.
Yeah, but I also felt like at the same time, like,
The tweet was interesting. I liked it. It was very interesting.
yeah. But yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
I just didn't really know like.
He's not a big talker, right? Like he's,
So he's not gonna like upset that I.
no, I don't think so. Cool. You gonna be here for the VC panel?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Like,
Okay.
So back at 4:30?
Yes. Yes. It is going good. You getting some good shots? Yeah. Cool.
Alright, I'm out of here.
All right, brother.
It was fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll be in touch like in 2 weeks around the
Yeah.
October event.
Get everything kind of
Get that
settled in.
locked up. So
Let's figure out the next gig. And even the local chapters, I think it would be good for us to get in and have some conversations as it happens.
So where do you have the most like salespeople and stuff? Like what cities?
National. We've got a dozen of them spread out all over the states.
Yeah.
There's a federal, there's a commercial, right?
Yeah. But on the commercial side, I mean, like, I'm just thinking about where we have chapters and where you have people.
So you met Lou.
Yeah.
So Lou is on the East Coast. On the East Coast.
Okay.
So up and down the coast.
So anything we do in New York,
Atlanta,
or Atlanta,
New
or
York.
Boston, or
Yep. And then on the West Coast we have Craig Garinger. You know, if you anything you do from Seattle down to Arizona,
Okay.
you know, we covered that. And in the Central, either one of them will figure it out.
Okay. Okay.
But I need to look at your locations. Like, what are the big locations you have?
Oh, we have
Atlanta, Chicago.
Atlanta, Chicago, Boston, New York, Dallas, Austin, San Fran. We have a SoCal
I don't know
chapter.
your time, but there's this guy called me, and he's pitching me this meeting schedule
Okay.
with a bunch of CMOs and digital strategists. Obnoxiously expensive, right? You know, speed dating kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right? So why would these jokers be doing the speed dating? And why not everything doing that kind of thing? Where you bring in projects.
We're actually, it's funny you say that because we're actually thinking about doing that in Atlanta on a limited scale. Like the challenge is that we have to walk a fine line, right? Because we're not a conference company.
No.
We're a non-profit
You want to be an
trade,
analyst.
but we're also a non-profit trade association.
Sure.
So our job is first and foremost, providing value to our members. And so sometimes with speed dating, some of the companies who are on speed dating, it's a for-profit venture. Number two, it's like it's a difficult thing sometimes to manage these competitive, flows sometimes because somebody will look at it and go, well, how come in market is doing the speed dating over here, and you didn't give us an opportunity to do that. You know,
Right.
and or all the other members in the same category. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah, you have to be, like you said,
it's
but I
that.
think it's more of a service to your clients.
Yeah,
Not
no,
to
I
them,
agree.
right? Your
I
clients say,
agree.
hey, I have a new project, I'm trying to do something, and he's saying, who is gonna do a pilot, or who's
Yeah.
gonna do
Well, no, the
this?
pilot stuff we do that anyways. Like so, we are always doing pilots.
I know, but I'm saying for projects,
Yeah.
you can open it up and say, let's go out and see what we have
Yeah.
on our roster
Yeah.
for you to talk to them.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty cool.
Absolutely.
So anyway, I'll leave it to you. Once you have some time to settle in.
Yeah,
I was in Toronto. I didn't know you lived there. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would have.
I mean, I'm never there, but I mean, I pay taxes there. So.
Yeah. But no, this is fun. Thanks again, man.
Yeah.
I'll catch you later.
Thanks.
Is this the panel, the GC?
Yes, are you Joanne?
Joanne.
Asif.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, so we're just on the coffee break right now. So
Okay,
at
awesome.
4:30 is the panel.
Great.
Okay. Cool.
I'll just hang out here for a little bit.
Absolutely. Feel free to maybe just sit in that area right there.
Coffee somewhere?
Yeah. So if you go back out by registration, if you go straight down to that room at the end,
Yeah.
there's food and sponsors and coffee and all that in there.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, that was good. Thank you. That was good. You owned it.
No, I knew. I was like, oh, I need so much more caffeine. This is like running me through. Yes, I mean, it's just the best way to stop it.
So and you're bringing your.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring my whole band with me. And he's like, yes, yes. But he has to come thank you for it. 'Cause I'm like, you owe you as you a thing. Yeah, we did. This is great. It's actually really good.
And
It's like he was so good.
Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Levels 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
I was here for most of the morning and the last hour of the in between.
It's okay. Pretty consistent, right? Through the days.
Any tech startups that you think are worth meeting with?
Probably. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll you know what? Like I'll go through it afterwards and kind of see if there's anybody that jumps out and I'll let you know. But
So I just thought I'd ask.
It's all good.
I see brown men in sports jackets, and I'm just like, wait, different.
Yeah.
Oh well, 15 minutes in here.
Yep.
All right. That's easy enough. And you're moderating?
I'm moderating.
All right.
So we'll just keep it light, easy.
Keep it light and tight.
Yeah. I'm just sending out an email to everybody who signed up because we have a party tonight. Just want to remind them.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna grab a thing. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, within the fund, there's cars. 5192, 323, 13, something else. But I knew exactly where it was. So we, now, 10,000 employees in a day, an hour each.
And how do you manage their lives to the eye?
So thank you. We get the retail gifts. I'm sorry, we got interrupted. So, yeah, I think that the first thing I do was look where your customers would be, where they're naturally going to be, but target focus. So for me, it's Auto Trader, Cars.com, or Edmunds, or places where car shoppers are going, and only car shoppers are going to go. So chatting is a great way to do it. With that, I don't do it anymore because of bandwidth, but I can go into forums, car shopping forums, because Facebook, there must be a dozen car shoppers, so it's going to channel you down. But no, more like advertising. So advertising on Cars.com or Edmunds, those kinds of places. But it's if you know where your customers are going to be, it's finding a way to cost effectively engage with things. That's the main thing is lead generation. It's just knowing where they are and then trying to just focus right on them, not on everybody else. As targeted as you possibly can. There's a lot of use cases. Because a lot of those we don't want to get into. No, because so 5 years ago there was maybe 1,200 Toyotas sold per month. Now maybe we're 1,300 or 1,400 Toyotas sold. So my budget is actually staying the same. It's just where I place the money, it's different. Yeah, they place the money in different places. Yeah, so what we did first is we focused just on the bottom of the funnel, just people that are ready to buy, and we're finding digital treasure cars, all of that. And now what we're doing is we're coming up the funnel and trying to.
Yeah, she's sitting over there.
So of the people who are going to be buying soon, they consider us to consider the other stores. Because you're not the only one. Crazy. That's insane.
I know. So Joanne's just over here if you want to chat for a few minutes before we get up. This is John. How's it going?
Okay. Yeah, you look like you come from.
Oh my God. No, we just basically did the tech calls and tech show breakfast on the cool show called panel with AJ.
Mic check, mic
After
check.
this,
One,
you
two.
guys do something I need to. We're trying to pass on last year. You just need answers, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Check, check. Mic check.
Are you local?
No.
Mic check.
Sorry?
Our offices are in Parkinson's. How about you?
Hi. Helping out. So where?
But it gives us enough money to do some video creation. But I was just thinking, I saw I feel like the letter F is abused. I used Founders Fund, Foundation. So like the recent, I got friends. What stage?
What to do? Did you have to try the other four and there were, that wasn't the one, so.
So I went online, right away.
So check, check. It's just balance. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
I just didn't know if they were going to be passing because, yeah, I mean, the city makes sense. Sounds okay. So yeah, those guys.
We've got one of the operating it's called the MD. Learn how to do this. And it's one of those businesses, but they sit between people who want a big spring in the entrance. So they allow you to Lady Gaga, and you want to have iPhone faces,
So that's just the base stuff.
available on some site. You want them on command, and you want them
Oh,
to
this is the base. This is the.
you want to work with little bits of lines of code drop into your shop. And multiple places. So they go on the web, there's 200. So it takes you down to the middle, and here's the static sits there. They are servicing these machines, provide various tool sets. So they can do things like that.
So when Eric gets here, I'll just strap a mic on him for a second. Yeah, there's two back here.
So I think we're gonna need those for that session.
So this is a belt toe. Yeah, so you guys, guy comes in, this way.
That is an artist's describe.
So NFL t-shirts, no, I just found certain. The other merchandise selling to they access the middleware themselves and allow you to have your own printers and bring them on the as well as their network. And so it's mid-20s margin business, I think we get to like 15 this year they do bring it to you and install it. It's really unusual, but it can come on a street sale lot. Sure. It's just So the recurring revenue aspect, they sit and they pay for license every single transaction goes through. And yeah, there's not a working capital requirement because they get the money and then they pay it out.
This area.
What this spells.
So I literally said like 20 seconds ago to Rami. Rami and I were pushing it out like right there, like the last time. I love that guy. Huh? We all are. Don't say that. You want.
What's our package? So out of home stuff.
Yeah,
I still haven't received every millennial they check the rest.
Apple tried to use like a card as a service business, and it was a failure. It was like fully integrated into.
It was like too many levels down.
Hey guys, Jacob.
Hey Jacob.
Hey dude, how you doing, man?
How are you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
That's a long time. John, we've crossed paths before.
We have indeed. My colleague Andrew.
Hey, Andrew. Nice to meet you. No, it's funny. No, not at all. Haven't seen.
Was there a prep call?
I don't know. I mean,
I was told it would be like.
Yes, I'll talk about it. No problem. Great. Oh, you've got some questions? No problem. Those questions? Yeah, I can answer.
I hosted a panel earlier this week. We didn't do any calls. It had emails, and like the email was like maybe like a quarter of a page. It was like, meet at this time. Here are the questions. Be ready for 1 minute answers.
1 minute.
Any questions? Any questions? I want to give them a script. So like literally every one of them had printed out that email and they had it folded in best panel at that conference.
well, so when I just talked to him,
I didn't know what that means.
he was like,
You guys all found each other. That's good.
self-organized.
I like it. I like it. Well, I should
So long. Where am I? I have an idea. We'll call it simple G.
I remember going to that
work in some I can't remember the exact term. It's something like in, out, middle compression.
Yeah, I can do that. I can build it.
Someone sent round to me the section with the Cuban-like character. They're talking about the animal. And he's sitting in the back, ignoring everyone else. And one goes, well, we need to talk about revenue. And he goes, stop.
Have you seen it? Yeah. It's just hilarious.
It's a satire.
As soon as you have an valuation value.
Oh,
Someone just said that to me.
So you gotta give them some kind of background.
It's for
This is why you use these days.
you don't have to stop it. You invest in anything. I do. Yeah, I only invest in companies that work. Have you done anything not with this fund.
Mercury, they talk about the trend in terms of.
Yeah, it's just like the markets in which we play, like in Austin, there's so much angel money. I'm just like literally what people have. Like literally, go where you use it, you'll come back with $1 million. And then after you kind of figure out something that resembles product market fit, then let's have a conversation. But like you're giving away free money, take it. Give a ton of credit. Capital Factory rallies them into a common structure that is dumb, simple. Yeah, super simple. Like everyone gets an easy plug-in. And it's like.
Can you just give me a microphone check, kind of like talk?
Right here?
Yeah.
Just test. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yeah? Good. That's it, we got it all.
Is there a okay? Is there a keynote that you want me to mic for this one?
No,
Or you just want to use
this is just this panel first, and then we'll. That's
Okay.
why I put together
Okay.
handhelds.
Okay.
And then once we do the last thing, we'll do.
So the name is true to form.
It is true to form. I mean,
Yeah, right.
I didn't ask about nonprofits. That's the largest nonprofit. I think so. I agree with this. So very fine. So PR analytics. Yeah, they're a profit. They're in the building process. Humble is a company. Hey, Joe!
I heard they're spinning something.
Yeah, I was at the open source leadership summit, and I saw Joe there. And he's like, what are you doing here? He's like, we're still off and open source.
Yeah, it was like you were talking.
Was that a spoon? I think so. Yeah, I remember this.
All right, folks, we're gonna get started in like 2 minutes. Okay, so take your seats.
Because I was over.
Shall we? Yeah, let's do it.
Make it happen.
Our conversation.
That's okay. It's all good. Just line up here. I'll sit here.
Oh yeah, you got the sweatshirt. No, yeah.
Good morning, Austin.
Hello. Probably should have this in case I need to give you questions off Twitter or something. Pretend like I'm important, you know. So, all right, we're going to get this second last session of the day kicked off here, and I'm really excited with this. This is the first time at any of our events that we've done a panel with just venture capital folks talking about kind of the opportunity as they see it around location technologies, and we have a pretty interesting and I think well-heeled group in this space, a lot of experience. And I think the portfolios that they represent and the companies that they're working with and are all quite interesting and quite relevant to a lot of the conversation we've had earlier today around location and beacons and Wi-Fi and retail and how all that fits together. So I'm gonna let these guys just introduce themselves, their companies, their roles, and then we'll kind of kick things off. So I'll start with Jacob. And first of all, before you even do that, I don't know how do you get just Jacob as your Twitter handle? Were you the second guy on Twitter? Or?
It took a little working around.
Okay.
But it was back in the days. It was in the early days when people were just domain stalking the names.
Yeah.
So then you could actually get it. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm Jacob Mullins. I'm with Shasta Ventures. Recently joined Shasta, actually. I'm a founder. Before that, my most recent company is called Exit Round, a software platform for mergers and acquisitions. So I definitely have the founder side and hat on. At Shasta, we focus on consumer and enterprise. Companies like Nest, Eero, Data.World here in Austin. And we focus on Series A's and Series B's.
Cool.
I'm Joanne with Foundation Capital. We're a 21-year-old venture firm based in the Bay Area. We invest in all of technology, both enterprise and consumer. 170 investments, 27 IPOs, including Netflix, Lending Club, Mobile Iron, bunch of them. Also primarily focused on Series A and Series B. My area of interest is data-driven applications, so top of the stack, a little bit middleware. Really excited to be here.
Hey, my name is Aziz Galani. I've been at Mercury Fund for the last 9 years. We're an early stage venture capital fund. We like to focus on Series A investing and beyond in the middle of the country. So Austin is one of our favorite markets to invest in. But we also have portfolio companies in places like Chicago, Boulder, Cincinnati, stuff like that. And then relevant to today's conversation, we were investors in Donde, Listener, and a number of applications that play with both the retail and the location layer.
My name is John Frankel, founding partner of FF Venture Capital. We're in our 9th year. We're an earlier stage venture capital firm because we actually get started at the seed stage, which is a stage that other people graduate from because they can't take the angst. We're in consumer and enterprise. We're about 40% in New York, which is where we're based, about 25% on the West Coast, the rest in between. We've had a number of companies in Austin, Midwest, and around the country. We're very interested in this whole space we're going to talk about. We actually coined a term around this space, which we think is the intersection of mobile, local, and social. We call it LoSoMo. We think that term might catch on. And it's, yeah. Wow.
That's more impressive than our LoSoMo.
So. You see, when you focus on the seed stage, you can do those kind of things. All right, well, let's start really softball, even before we get into investments and all that kind of stuff. When you guys think about location technology, is there a particular app that you use yourselves that, you find real utility in, whether you're an investor in it or not?
Other than Uber?
Other than Uber, yeah.
So we're actually investors in Uber.
I always try to find bars and restaurants around where I am because you travel. Everybody travels a lot, so we want to find interesting places. So it's a combo of Yelp and Foursquare actually still for historical data.
Okay.
Yeah. And look, here's the real question. I'm not sure there's an app out there that isn't tracking your location.
Right.
I mean,
Yes.
talk about Uber. I find it strange that they seem to want to track my location for the 99% of the time that I'm not using the app. But location is incredibly valuable information. And the reality is the amount of data exhaust that we're all giving off is incredibly valuable to the people that want us to spend money on their products. And the government that wants our vote. And so many apps are tracking your location. Some with knowledge. And I think if people really understood how much information they're just giving away, you know, from many things, like attaching your address book gives away so much information. Giving your location gives so much information. If people understood what they were giving away, I just don't think they would do it. But it's never going to be explained, and people don't have the attention span to understand it. But what's happening is, on the back of this data exhaust, many businesses are being built. And those businesses are ones that ultimately are looking to monetize your behavior in one way or another, leading to better efficiency. And, you know, from the most consumer-friendly way of putting it is so that the ads you see are things that are relevant to you, even if that's incredibly creepy.
I'll push back a little bit on John's point, and don't think that there's friction between me and John. We co-invest all the time. And this is, so maybe this is a microcosm of what our board meetings feel like. But I'm one of those people whose phones are perpetually dying because I'm overusing them and I'm using too many apps. And so, as a thought experiment, I went ahead and I turned off all the location features on my phone. And man, my phone lasted a lot longer, but man, my apps were completely unusable. It was hard for me to get a car to go anywhere. It was hard for me to find a restaurant to eat at. It was hard for me to use Favor to get some stuff to me when I needed to get it. That location layer, it may be intrusive and it may be doing a ton of things to me that maybe I don't necessarily know all the time and maybe I don't agree with them. But man, the amount of functionality I get out of those things is so valuable that I don't know, I just don't know if my apps would be nearly as dynamic or as important to me if I didn't have that layer built into them. Which is why I carry around a charger in my pocket now, because that's the only way my phone continues to function.
Absolutely agree with that point. I'm totally fine sharing everything about my life as long as my apps deliver. So my favorite app is probably WeChat, especially when I am in China, because WeChat just governs my life, from morning to night. I wake up, I text my friends, I look at social media, I may pay my grandparents' utility bills when I'm there. I go outside, before I get to a restaurant, I order and I pay, depending on which restaurants are there. I go and pick up my order, right? After I leave that, I call a DD through WeChat, and then the car pulls up, and that gets me to, somewhere else where I'm able to interact with a brand or a store or whatever it is in advance via the app. And all of this is surfaced in real time based on my location. So I think, when I think about that experience versus some of the experiences I have in the US, I think we still have a long way to go. And all of that is on the premise that I'm contributing my location. I'm okay with sharing, with not having privacy. And personally, it's a world I'm willing to live in, as long as the consumer value proposition is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, it comes down to utility, right? And I think there is true value there. It's an exchange that people are increasingly willing to make. Especially millennials and such, but even my parents now are using some of these apps and seeing the value in it.
Don't get me wrong with the value. The value is there. That's why you give up location. I'm saying the amount of information that's being garnered from you is phenomenal, and to the extent that you're happy with when you take an Uber, the price to be higher because they know where you eat and where you live and the zip code and where you work. That's fine. So the point is, it can go above and beyond what seems like a neutral, yes, they need to know where I am to pick me up, to now they're working out which demographic group I sit in, my proclivity to pay higher pricing for certain situations.
It's the predictive modeling, right, that you can drive off of that.
Right, so this is the data exhaust you're giving off. AI is consuming that, and we're moving into a world for one-to-one services, one-to-one pricing, and listen, we have a number of investments across the space, so we see it. And I think that if it was really written explicitly in big, large font, people would be a little concerned about some of the things that can be tracked through location. So, and that's it. And look, we're in the world where it exists. It's going to exist. There's a lot of utility.
No, I mean, I like the idea of this exhaust. I mean, for me, data is like the new oil. It's what everybody's chasing and everybody's trying to mine right now and find value in. The problem is most of the organizations have no problem collecting data. They don't know what to do with it, right? They have no way to act on it and draw intelligence from it and figure out how to make it useful to their businesses. There's plenty of data, and we all know how to collect it. It's the actioning of it that becomes the challenge, I think.
I actually think, when I think about what is a proprietary data asset, I think of it in 3 different buckets, and I don't agree that all data is interesting. Actually, most of it is not interesting. One is that you can have a unique or proprietary data asset, which is very rare today to find. You can maybe find that in healthcare where you have population samples, so a population that hasn't moved anywhere, so they're unique from a genetic pool perspective. That could be a unique data asset. Or time series data about something, that could also be a unique data asset. But I think that type of data is becoming more and more commoditized. I do think what is more proprietary, is scale. I think scale is very, very hard to get. So if we map the entire United States, the entire world, and know where every single person is, very few companies can do that today. There are some that are as contenders, but
It's
very
scary
few.
that there's any.
So there's any, yes. Well, that's one. And the other part of it, I think, is a graph that the data is making. So my relationship to Jacob could be a weak one or a strong one. We don't know that. And there are companies that are able to identify what that weight of the relationship or how we're tied together. And I think that graph where each person, each attribute about a person or a thing or an event is weighted, that is where the proprietary nature of the data comes in. And that requires a lot of training or input, and I think that piece of it is really hard to get.
I think there's also an aspect here, which is various data maps being built in various areas. So you've seen retargeting on the web, right? And now what we're starting to see is retargeting from behavior people do in stores and in physical places to the web, and behavior people do on the web to physical stores, or to direct mail, or whatever it might be. And I think what you're going to see increasingly is these different deep networks of behavioral and connected data around people themselves being connected together. And I think that is going to lead to even more targeting and even more stalking of people across physical and virtual places. Now, that being said, I'm not bringing a value judgment to here, because this is something I think that will happen. What it will do is I think it will devalue other data. So I think data is all about a relative game, relative efficiency of what you can do versus someone else. And if you can do it more efficient, you'll attract more ad dollars, or you'll be able to charge a higher fee for your service, or whatever it is. But I think it's all a relative game of slicing up the pie, and the pie in a consumer-focused society ends up being getting consumers to buy your product.
I think Twitter is probably the most unmined data set in the whole world. And that's why, location-based specifically, and that's why Salesforce or Microsoft, one of these big guys who could come in and buy it, would, if they knew how to mine it, would be a tremendous asset. And it's the lack of their ability to do it themselves that's caused their capitalization.
But the interesting thing about Twitter is, you look at the location pieces behind Twitter and Pinterest, it's all Foursquare data, right? That's powering that, right? Like from a location point of view. Like when you go to tag something in Twitter to a location, it's Foursquare that's supplying that database behind it, right? So, that's how they finally found revenue, right? After so many years of living in the wild without. But so let's talk a little bit now about your portfolios and companies that are doing a good job of leveraging location that you're currently invested in. I know you, Jacob, you guys are doing work in AR and
so I spend a lot of time in virtual reality and augmented reality right now. There's less kind of developed in that market, but I think about it a lot as just a next generation user interface. So today our phones are consuming all of that data. So soon there will be a world when that data can smartly come into our faces in a more, hopefully non-advertising way, but in a really natural way. And so that's the stuff that I'm excited about. It's like, how do you take the super, super, super personalized information that our phones and Apple and Amazon and Google have about us, and then provide really interesting layers of culling that data back to you. So that's kind of a futuristic area of spending time in. So if anybody's working on VR, I'd love to talk later. In our portfolio, though, probably one of the best centerpieces is Nextdoor. as a very specific focus. It is location-based, it's neighborhood-based. And because you have such a high fidelity of knowing where a person lives, you can derive data on how much they make, how much they spend, where their kids go to school, what they like to buy, and you can target them with incredibly interesting advertising. So, thus far, Nextdoor has certainly been it is a social network, but they're starting to test different concepts around monetization that make sense in a hyperlocal space. So that's
Aziz?
one.
Yeah. We've made a number of bets kind of across this universe. We've been investing in this space since maybe like 2009, 2010. John and I both invested in a company called InfoChimps a long time ago. That amongst other things had location data that we used to offer and sell out. Quickly learned that the market there probably wasn't as big as we thought, but that it was.
We were early.
We were very early, and along with several other players who were all way too early to that game. With that said, though, we've had a lot of luck in positive exits, actually, investing against very specific use cases that retailers have specifically pushed us towards. So Donde is an example of a company in which we invested. They provided very specific product-related information and locations where that product could be acquired. That ended up, and the company ended up exiting last year. And then currently we're in Listener right now, which is an alternative to beacon technology. So we're dealing with very, very, very small and very granular locations, but have had a huge amount of luck with them as well, trying to get to that micro, basically build actions around 10 to 15 feet type proximities that retailers really seem to like a lot as well. So we've had a lot of luck here focusing on those types of technologies. I've been an avid fan of AR experiences since the old Yelp monocle came out. Totally. If you guys remember, it was like a hidden feature inside the app that they had to fool Apple into putting into the app.
Yeah.
My only challenge there is I'm still waiting for the big use case that I want to see kind of help that space take off. So like Jacob, I'm very much from Missouri on that one, and I just want to see it happen.
Just quickly on Listener, I mean, one of the things I like about that company is that, while initially it was kind of like a beacon alternative, you know, based on audio signals and so on, but they seem to have an interesting new use case around using it as a payment platform.
Oh yeah.
And that, I think, for this audience and the retail stuff we've been talking about today is quite fascinating. Maybe you can comment on that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so the beauty of Listener is that it can verify your location to a very, very tight sphere, because it relies on your phone's microphone to hear an audio tone that is generated. The original premise behind the company was, hey, why spend all this money on beacons to do the exact same thing when you've got Muzak infrastructure in every single store on the planet, and you can just use that because it's the same darn speaker that can play their tones. Push notifications around advertising and stuff like that was a huge consumer turnoff. But what ended up being a huge win was the clunkiness of Bluetooth and the clunkiness of NFC. And so we work with a lot of providers now to basically offer the location-based component of verification around using the microphone. So I don't know how public our partnerships are, so I'm not gonna reveal them. But the biggest names you can imagine now use us for verification on their payment platform because we can guarantee location very effectively.
Awesome. Joanne?
Sure. So we have, I guess, two buckets of portfolio companies. One on the consumer side, anything that has an app essentially collecting location-based data. Some examples of that, we're investors in Kik, which is a messaging platform for mostly teenagers, and they really like it. There's a lot of bots that sit on top of it. There's a lot of use cases around location. Pretty large Canada-based company.
Go Canada.
Today. Go Canada.
I'm from Toronto, so I gotta say.
I'm also from Canada, so I had to say that. Where we have companies like ones that showcases coupons as you approach, retail stores, or when you get into malls, and it's not based on beacon technology, but more on Wi-Fi technology, or even relying on cellular technology, depending on the specific use cases. I'm working with a company called Tubi TV, which is a free Netflix. We invested in Netflix back in the day, and this is a current investment, which showcases premium content, but that is ad supported, and most of their usage is on mobile, and it's used by people who are on the go. sitting in an Uber or cab or whatnot. And a lot of the content is pushed to the user based on their location, their behavior. So on the consumer side of things, we have, dog vacay is another one, Airbnb for dogs. They had a great party here last year. Many of you were here last year. On the enterprise side, we're heavy investors in marketing technologies, have been investing in that for, ever since Netflix started building its own personalization solutions in-house. So everything from marketers in retail to marketers in CPG or B2B. Some examples of that. AdRoll is one of the largest retargeting companies. Now they're mostly display ad web-based, but mobile app at least is certainly an interesting area. Localytics is a mobile analytics engagement company. What they do is they help primarily B2C large companies figure out where people are and what to push them, and how to personalize that content. Another company based in New York called Castora. They're currently not focused on location, but they work primarily with retailers, thinking about lifetime value increase and how to decrease churn. And I think location is going to become more and more interesting as part of that. So lots of interesting pieces on the B2B side as well.
Very cool. And John, I mean, you've got an interesting Wi-Fi company.
So, well, I'm going to give an example of two companies. One in the space that tracks online activity to offline location, then one that tracks offline activity to online. So the first example is a company called Pebble Post, which is programmatic direct mail. Direct mail is the best terms to use if you're an insomniac. There's been no innovation in direct mail since 1973.
It's a good year.
What programmatic direct mail does is it tracks what you do online. So you might be, let's say, on REI's website and you see a snowboard jacket in green, and then 2 days later you get a postcard with a picture of that jacket in that color with a coupon code just for you. And this company is seeing 8% conversion, not 0.00 something. So they're growing rather rapidly, to say the least. And it's a really interesting innovation. And what they've built up is connecting cookies to your physical address. So literally an address graph. A really interesting company based in New York. I think we just announced the $15 million round. We led the seed round in the company, and it's going to be a really interesting company. We think it's a big opportunity. Another one is a company, we have a little partnership with NYU, and we put 5 companies a year through a mini incubator, and one of them is a company called Clustera. So the best way to describe what Clustera does, right? Let's assume no one came in here and signed up for Capital Factory's Wi-Fi. You just walked in and you probably have a smartphone. So Clustera, just based on the fact that you're here, can say, do people count? How many people are here? Secondly, they can say, what's the demographics? Where do people in this room work? Where do they shop? Where do they live? So they're building up a really interesting address graph on the back of all of this data, just from the data exhaust your phone gives out, hunting out for Bluetooth and Wi-Fi in a given location. So they work with events, they work with retailers, they've done work for Coca-Cola, Walmart, Mexico, and there's some contracts I can't talk about. But rapidly growing early stage startup in a space that I think is really intriguing. And again, the ability to take that offline activity and tie it back to what you're doing online. So you walk in a CVS, and then they know to target CVS coupons to you whilst you're browsing for socks for your chimp or whatever it might be.
Or for your dog vacation. I want to open it up to. Oh, sorry. Did you?
I was going to say one other thought is, look, a lot of these companies are building up proprietary technology and kind of a unique capture mechanism, and then they're able to overlay other public data sets on top of that to be able to triangulate unique insights. And so as there's this massive amount of data exhaust coming out from everywhere, there's starting to be companies cropping up that are data marketplace or warehouses. And I think Brett's speaking next,
Yes,
right, with you.
that's right, yeah.
So Brett Hurt, and we led their Series A,
Yeah.
Data.World. It's an Austin-based company, but it's a wonderful marketplace for data of like all sorts of random stuff. I was just on there today, like just now looking at it, and there was some interesting data to track naval vessels' signatures as they cross the Atlantic. So a bunch of random stuff you may not have anything to do with in this room right now, but overlaying that data on top of other data exhaust that comes out is enabling a lot of these companies to exist.
No, we're both laughing because you know that was part of what Input Chimps was going after back in the day.
Yeah. I remember Info Chips.
All right, I want to open it up. I'm sure there's questions out there for these seasoned veterans sitting up here, trying to figure out what to invest in next.
Or not.
Or not. There we go.
I had a question earlier that I guess it's related to just what's the percentage of the marketplace that you're seeing this data exhaust from? What percent of smartphones are exuding location?
150.
We did this.
150%.
150%.
Yeah.
Well, when we did stuff for Twitter, only 2% to 7% of it was actually geolocated.
If you open up your settings, you'll probably see there's between 10 and 50 of your apps have asked over the time for your location data. And you just need one of those apps to put an SDK in from one of these location marketing companies, and that data is then being made available to thousands of organizations.
I mean, most of these things, it's running in the background all the time. You just don't know it, right? And it's a lot of work, as you said. You turn it off, and you have no value left, right? I mean, it just doesn't make sense, right? So you live with the battery drain. You wait for the day that we'll be able to charge wirelessly through the air, and and hope for the best, right?
Meredith is here actually from UBeam.
Yeah.
She bumped into me.
Oh, cool. Yeah, but it's coming, right?
It's still around?
Yeah.
I guess to
Oh,
give you an
sorry.
example for that, I met this startup that's been around for maybe a few months, and what they're trying to do is to build a location-based graph of everyone in the United States, or every device in the United States, and have data or their position be refreshed every few minutes, right? And so they've been around only for a few months, and I asked them, I won't name the startup, I asked them what percentage of the United States in terms of devices have you mapped today? And they said, well, we're working with about 15 apps, so they're collecting location-based data from 15 apps, and we've mapped about 5% of devices in the United States within a matter of months.
We've seen like 4 companies going after this
Yeah.
layer. This layer is just going to be available to anybody.
Right.
Sure. That 5% fits the statistics that we were receiving.
But take that Twitter example. You said 2% of people on Twitter give their location,
Correct.
right? But what percentage of people post a photograph to Twitter that includes location data embedded where that photograph was taken?
Well, we work with intelligence groups, so I know
Right,
exactly
right.
what you're talking about.
Irrespective of looking at the photograph and saying, oh, that's a picture of the Eiffel Tower, so they're in Paris. Right?
The
So-
data's sitting in there anyways. When you take that photo and pull it into iPhoto, it sorts by place automatically because it has latitude and longitude data, right? It's exactly right. What you're talking about is the conscious decision to choose to tag your location to that Twitter post. Yes, that's the percentage of that is very low, but the reality is all of those posts really have some sort of location.
Every now and then I read an article about someone who's tried for a period of time to not give out their personal information. They're like, I want to see how long it can be before the world out there knows I'm pregnant. And so I'm going to turn off this, I'm not going to post a and it's like incredibly tough to do that. I mean, it's like, you read these stories and like, it's just incredibly tough. There's so many points that you touch during the day. In the UK, they used to say, and it's wrong now because probably up by an order of magnitude, every person in the UK is photographed at least 300 times a day from cameras that are just sitting everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you want like a more tangible example, just to look at yourself, just look up your Google location history. You can totally do this. I think it's like location.google.com. I think is where you need to go. I could get that URL wrong, but just Google the phrase. But if you look it up, you'll see like a foot-by-foot map of everywhere you were today with your phone, which is a little frightening. I distinctly remember this, and I remember finding the flaws in the system because recently I moved from one house to another, and I took my router with me. And so when I'd go home, it would actually jump the location to my old house because I had my old Wi-Fi router tagged to my old address, even though I'd moved it to the new one. And it would show me going boom, 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 and then to the other side of town until Google corrected it like a week later. But the point is like almost moment by moment because you have IP addresses attached to your location. You know, your phone is kind of sending out location information embedded in applications. I mean, escaping location tracking is very difficult. And I know you're looking at the overt tag, but the covert tag, it happens all the time.
Yeah. The interesting thing, Google knows where your router is because they drive around town and listen to the routers and match it to the, no, but that's what they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they do. That's how they know this kind of information. And I'm surprised that they were able to retag you within 10 days.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Mariana, you had a question?
Yes. I was wondering if you guys had a thesis in terms of the data collection methodologies that you guys are seeing, like audio versus beacons versus geofence versus what might happen with Wi-Fi. Or just curious if you guys have a thesis or if you're more like agnostic and more about what the company is trying to build.
Yeah, I guess I'll start just because I failed at this before, and I think I'm getting better at it. But I'll tell you in 10 years if I was successful or not. But you know, previously, I think the name of the game, and frankly, I think this is where we made a mistake, was I used to blindly go after sources of what I thought were compelling data that I thought could augment use cases. Right? I'd say, oh, I know that these 4 or 5 use cases exist that could benefit from this type of data, so I should find that data at all costs, and if I'm the first mover to get my hands on that data, then I get to win. And I quickly learned that was probably a poor approach to take. Now more and more, I'm more focused on trying to find proprietary data sets that I can match up with pre-existing use cases. And to me, I've added that layer of filtering to it, saying that, okay, I want to get my hands on this piece of data that would make this use case awesome, but I also want to make sure that that's a piece of data that, you know, I've only got a unique access point for that data. So a great example of that is we're co-investors with dunnhumby, the Kroger guys, in a company called Label Insight. And so Label Insight basically has every piece of CPG metadata that you can imagine, and they tie it to every SKU in existence that you can buy from any grocery store. And so what made that offer so compelling for us was because getting your hands on high fidelity CPG data was super, super tough. And so these guys had actually, in a very interesting way, got their hands on very proprietary data that way that was constantly being updated on a very regular basis. And so it was that extra proprietary layer to what they were doing that made me more interested in it. So I've got a 2-stage kind of filter on it against a successful use case, and maybe that'll work, but maybe it won't. I'll tell you in a few years.
I think one of the things that we've not talked about that much here is artificial intelligence. And you know, data is the raw data. Information is what everyone's looking for. And AI increasingly is the way to get that. And you know, there's this great statistic that like last year, all the new data created was more than every year prior. And I think 97.8% of the statistics are wrong, but yeah, or was it 67.3? Yeah. But you know, there's an enormous amount of data being created, and increasingly, as you said earlier, companies don't know what to do with it.
Right.
People are coming out and tackling interesting proprietary data sets with AI in a way to build an extracted data layer from that, which can be very informative. And we're increasingly seeing companies try to target that, whether the data is consumer, which is a lot of what we talked about, or within enterprise, to solve particular problems.
guess for me, I look at it from a slightly different lens, which is figure out a way to cheaply access what I call mechanical Turks to label or train a model, right? So for example, if you have an Alexa, Alexa's listening to you all the time. And if you go into your Amazon account, you'll see all your recorded conversations that Alexa has picked up, wrongly or correctly, right? And as a user, you can correct what Alexa heard. And so in this case, you are the mechanical Turk that is training Alexa to do a better and better job. Now, in this case, like, you also don't have, I mean, for me, sometimes I have the incentive to do so because I want Alexa to buy the right things. Sometimes I could care less if Alexa hears the wrong conversation, right? Now, if you take another example, let's say in customer success, the way to get a better and better model using AI is for the customer success representatives to accurately or correct what the model is seeing and responding to. So for example, if I'm a customer for Hotel Tonight and I ask a question and the AI responds with something else that is slightly inaccurate, the customer success representative will go in and correct that, and thus is training the model and becoming that mechanical Turk. So what I look for in these situations is a way for startups to find a mechanical Turk in a cheap way over time, so that the data asset gets better and better, and their models, as a result, get better and better. I tend to stay away from companies that need to spend a lot of money getting this mechanical Turk to train their data sets.
That's interesting. Like in Toronto, we had a company called Locationary that basically was trying to verify, location database, listing information, and they actually employed the average everyday consumer through game mechanics to do that, and kind of rewarded them with microcurrency transactions and so on. Apple acquired them, a little while ago, but it's exactly that. It's getting, finding cheap, effective ways to cleanse, clean, verify, update, that data, because there's so much of this data out there, and so much of it is bad, especially in the location world. There's so much bad location data out there, inaccurate location data.
Again, we invest in businesses. Businesses are not about data, they're about outcomes. They're about, I invest in, Uber or Lyft or any of these car companies, you judge whether the car gets there, whether they drive the right route, and whether you get to the other end, right? The fact, all of the data layers that they're doing and everything in between, you don't really care as a user, you just want the thing to work. And so you've always got to think really about the end process and what is it you're trying to achieve, and does the access to this data and the extracted data layer from it give you a particular advantage, a barrier to entry, an ability to do something faster, cheaper, more effective than other people.
Jacob, you have anything on the thesis?
Yeah, just kind of anecdotally, we've been spending a lot of time looking at autonomous vehicles, and like that is kind of a self-contained, massive more data than you'd ever want in your life in one particular car, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands and millions of them. But these cars essentially have multiple different sensor types. They have radar, they have LiDAR, they have, some of them have sonar, and a lot of them have optics. And they may have multiple of those sensors. So you're talking about 10 to 36 or 50 sensors all bringing data together into one area. And the result, all you really want to know is the one time it makes a misstep. So back to your point, right? Like all the rest of the time when this car is driving around, it's following the bounds of the normalcy of what it should be doing. But what you want to find out to do is train it to bring up that misstep. And that's when the human jumps in, either drives the car, takes a look during the annotation process after the car drives down the road. So thinking about, again, how this data overlays on each other is really all in the magic, and that's all entirely powered by AI.
Cool. I think there was there a question over here somewhere? Yeah?
Just as location could be considered, disruptive, in terms of expanding markets, but conversely, when you're doing investments, you have to think about the risk as well, right? What other technologies are coming up to disrupt the disruption, right? So I guess my question would be, what are the technologies that you guys or risks that you're looking at? For example, let's say, back in the day we had tracking through web browsing, but now there's ad blockers, right? Like people find a way to, I block or kind of adjust their behaviors according to that. And Tor project has Orbot so that it allows you to be anonymous on mobile applications. Maybe just on Android, not iOS yet. But so what do you foresee that there would be a market for allowing that anonymity for consumers, or will, as Jennifer said, the changing attitudes, like everyone's going to be willing to share their location, and that's what we're going to see. So is that a risk at all, or how many years out we are for that? Too early?
It's too opaque to do location blocking because you lose all the value, and it's too opaque to know what they're actually using it for. So I think this is either on switch or off switch. Where something like an ad blocker, fundamentally, it's a rifle shot arms race, but it's a rifle shot solution that you're going after, and you're going after it for particular pain points. So I think you've given up your location.
You know, for a variety of reasons that will probably take an entire panel by itself, I run some VPN services on my phone. And so when
give us the top
Right.
4 reasons.
I have a long list of reasons why I run VPNs on my phone. In fact, I'm running one right now. But
it still doesn't mess with location.
Yeah. Well, it depends. So the challenge I run into is that every now and then I forget it's on. And then I try to use like an app that's highly location dependent, and then like, you know, for whatever reason it freaks out. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, and then I have to like go in and I have to turn it off, and then I relaunch the application, and then everything starts working again. And so what I feel like is these obfuscation techniques that we're using, or that consumers may try to use in order to protect their privacy. The challenge with them is sometimes these are too successful. And when they are that successful, then it interferes with the actual use case that's being delivered. And so the thesis that the lens that I look at these things through is, hey, this methodology that I'm using for distilling location data, is it a methodology that's based off of the consumer getting a benefit from sharing their location? And if the answer is yes, then I don't care what happens with the technology, they're going to share that data with me because they have to in order to get the benefit. And if it's some sideways, side glance, like exhaust type methodology for getting the data from them, then I just assume that they'll eventually find a way to stop providing it to me because they don't get value from it, and I try to find a different way to get it from them. So at least that's the lens that I use, and it's because every day that's what I run into when I try to obfuscate myself.
But let me give you another example that digs in a little bit to that. Uber wants to know your location all the time. Lyft only wants to know your location whilst you're in the app. So if you really care about feeling that Uber is being intrusive, and you don't want to turn off location when you stop using Uber and turn it on when you start using it, you'll just start using Lyft. And if enough people do that, if people really care, not one person in 1,000, material amount of people care, Uber will change their policy. But that's the kind of that's a way to give you a really simple trade-off on those two items. If you don't care, you don't care.
Well, I do that, by the way. Call it paranoia from working in the location services industry, but and working in media, I actually do go in and I turn it off when I'm not using Uber. I'm like, you're not getting.
Well, I'm just a principal person, so I do that as well because I'm like, they don't need this. Why?
Right.
To me, it feels like,
I've always thought that these apps that take advantage of us, they should just pay us. Like Uber, pay me $5 a month, or give me $15 in credits, or someone AT&T bundle up all these app services and just subsidize my entire phone cost.
So it's interesting you say that because that for us as the industry association, like from a research perspective, we see a rise of the consumer recognizing that their data has value and wanting to participate in the monetization of that. So we see personal data vaulting companies emerge where consumers proactively put all their profile data and demographic data and all these things into a system where an advertiser who wants to use that, every time they use it, the consumer gets paid in some microtransaction, right? And we think that's going to happen. Certainly the research points in that direction right now, but
let me ask you a question. Yeah. I want to ask the audience this, because I actually ran the numbers the other day. I live in New Jersey, and they recently added a 21 cents incremental tax to gasoline, right? And how many people, when they drive around, look at the price they pay for gasoline, and if it's cheaper, they go to that place versus somewhere else? Like a third of your 10% of the audience. Okay.
It's a very well-heeled group.
These people don't drive.
The funny thing is, if you save like 10 cents a gallon and you do 30, I mean, run the numbers, you do, 30 miles a gallon on your car because you've got something reasonably efficient, and you drive 10,000 miles, you're saving yourself like $30. I mean, it's something insanely small.
Yeah. It's the psychological thing, though.
Right. And so I don't know if consumers said, you're going to be paid $7 this year for this thing. They're like, screw it. So I think to the individual consumer, it's not a lot of money, but across 320 million people, it's a lot of money.
It is.
I guess one risk we do look at, different lens, is we do look at the platform risk. So for example, if I met this company a long time ago that was talking about collecting device data through Wi-Fi networks. And this was before Apple started scrambling MAC addresses, which affects how well you can do that, right? And so what does that mean for an investor? That means, maybe $2 million of our money is going to get burned trying to solve that problem after Apple changes behavior. So we do look at medium-term risks for sure, and try to quantify what that means from a capital perspective.
Yeah, cool, absolutely.
So we're coming to our end of our time right now. Is there like one crazy question waiting to be asked out there that somebody really wants to know the answer to? Yeah.
Well, I can ask him, Jacob. What's one of your success stories with an AR investment, and some key criteria why you invested?
Yeah, it's so early right now. So Shasta has one investment in a company called Servios, which is a virtual reality company. They started as a headset company, and now they're actually making software. They make a game primarily called Raw Data. Well, unrelated to the data we're talking about now, but and it's on Steam and the Vive. So and we made that investment 2.5 years ago. But the market's super early, so we're excited about AR and VR. I've joined the team exclusively to follow in that and to focus in that. I think what that means is we're going to make, if we're doing Series A or B, we're going to make 1 or 2 investments in the next 18 to 24 months. If we're going to go a little earlier and work with some of the seed folks, we'll be doing maybe 5 investments earlier on. So that's kind of, out of a fund where we're investing, it's a $320 million fund, we're investing in 30 companies, like a very small percentage is going into AR and VR. But that's just where the market is. We're very excited about it and looking at it. What am I looking at today and what excites me are, especially on the AR side that you asked about, there's just a lot of interesting industrial use cases where revenue comes now, actually, that are in market. And we could talk about some names of companies like that afterwards.
Cool.
But,
well, maybe we'll wrap like that, just starting with Joanne, and what are you looking at right now? What's exciting you? Kind of rolling down the row here.
I think we also look at AR and VR in a small way. We're investors in Immersive, and which is a advertising on one end and content on the other end for 360, mostly 360 videos at this point, and also Altspace, which is a social VR platform. So we look at spaces like that. I think for me, in general, I think some of the things we're talking about, figuring out either innovations on interface to acquire interesting data, getting into more untapped data like audio, thinking about the technology innovations around video or VR, data capture and storing and processing are areas. And I think the applications of that are centered around sales, marketing, HR, different functional businesses, and what that means for them. So I think if you abstract it up a level, we're trying to figure out how does software run itself, just like the autonomous vehicles are hopefully going to run itself. And I think data is a key to that. So figuring out areas to tap into that world.
I've become, over the last 2 years, just watching my portfolio companies revolutionized by it, a true believer in the concept of ABM, account-based marketing, where you're individually tailoring and you're individually modifying your marketing behavior on an account-by-account basis, which is something that is a huge consumer of not only location data, but literally every attribute you can find about whoever you're marketing to. Now, true, this only makes sense for larger ticket items today, but man, it is something that is definitely influencing the behavior of my portfolio companies, and as a side effect of that, I've started investing in the technology myself. So it's definitely not on the endpoint piece of it, but on the consumption and the use case piece of it. Man, that's a big deal for me right now.
Over the last year or so, we've made a number of investments in millennial-based financial services. So Sure in insurance, Clarity in managing your money, Drop in the loyalty space. I think today the areas where we're spending a lot of energy around is AI, cybersecurity, and drones and robotics. And I think all of these are spaces where there's a lot of hype, and we're trying to cut through that and find the sort of companies we think have all the right attributes to sort of move forward in that. You know, cybersecurity, I think, is fascinating right now. I mean, it's the gift that keeps on giving, right? It's like an arms race, but I don't think we've seen a lot of AI deployed on the offense side. It's been deployed on the defense side, but generally against singular attacks. And you just know there's going to be massive offensive cybersecurity attacks using AI, and there's a whole new wave of companies that are going to need to be sort of built up against that.
Yeah, and for us, while, I mean, obviously we don't do a lot of investing, but I'm certainly doing a lot of board advising and sitting on boards of startups. And for us, I think one of the things that we're seeing right now is the rise of companies that are leveraging all the other sensors in the smartphone, the accelerometer, the compass, the magnometer, the gyroscope, you know, all these things that we've kind of forgotten about that are packed into these smartphones that we're carrying around. So we're starting to see companies that are like, you know, doing ad units that leverage motion, and guys like Sense 360 and all this kind of stuff that, you know, is about to reinvent the way we actually, you know, deliver advertising on a mobile device. It's not just going to be like, you know, here's the banner ad that got shrunk down and stuck on the thing. It's, you know, you got to play with the phone, you got to move the phone, you got to do things with it to engage the ad, if you will. And I think that's where we see a lot of opportunities right now. So we're out of time. So if you would help me thank this amazing panel, and sure that. So we're gonna move now. So Eric McMillan's from Shelfbox is here, and Brett Hurt, and the three of us are gonna have a little conversation about retail and some of the data, and kind of carry on from what we just talked about in a lot of ways. But thanks, guys, and feel free to stick around and listen to what Brett has to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want that on one of these chairs.
Yeah, I just threw it right there. Right. It's just right there.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thanks.
Can we just do it right here?
Oh yeah, can I grab one of those?
So you just do one panel shot? Like,
Oh yeah, please. Do it.
So we should talk more about.
What do you want to do? Like,
We should totally. It sounds like you're doing, yeah, robotics. Yeah, let's definitely. I was just New York on Wednesday, but I guess New York on one.
Philly, where do you want us? Right here? That's better, right? I think
Oh, interesting.
Right now, you're just using this. Yeah, check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Check. Mic check 1 2. And then here, these are.
Let me go grab mine.
Here's these.
Let me go grab my cigarettes.
You're taking from the lake somewhere.
Check. Mic check. Wireless 1 check. 1 2.
Thank you. All right. All right, Eric. Ready to rock? Let's do it. I saw him come in, and they're setting stuff up over here. Yeah. There was 2 microphones there. Oh, he's got it. They've got them. Right. Good to see you again.
Hey, how are you, man?
Very well. Great to see you. Got your investing.
I know. It's good. It's good. Hey, Brad. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I saw you up there. I'm like, what chance that out of all the things going on?
Nice. Yeah, it's like diverse report.
Mic check 1 2 check check check.
I've known James.
I turned out yeah, so hopefully
Hopefully.
check check 1 2 1 2
I keep asking you, give me some upgrade. Where's whole mics? When we need them. Where's HEV? When we need them.
Are you guys ready to roll? For video, can we turn off this TV? Because it's just creating a lot of backlight. I'm going to put a mic on you. Listen to that.
Like if I just pull that, does it just go? Is that alright?
Yeah, as long as it's just dark.
Alright. You sure you want me to do this? You don't want just the two of you guys?
Oh, come on. All right, I'll do it. Well, you know, they'll get all of us up there, you know, good content across three people. Hello. So if you get intros, and then I'll hit. Okay. Oh. Tell Yana hello.
We've been texting all day.
Oh, nice. So,
hey Ed, how are you?
Eric's gonna read all the pops?
Yes. It's running straight to the camera.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Back up.
And then,
Where are you going to sit? They're right back there. You want to sit on this side?
Whatever.
I'll sit over here.
No, you could. It would be funny. It'd be like, and now Brett's gonna stay. Yeah. Shift context.
I'll see you in front.
Yeah, I would have. I do know all of them. I would have quite a few.
But you know, talking like much more consumed. There, yeah, stuff all the
Yeah. Where do you want me to sit? Sit here or here or what?
Either one.
I think I'll sit here.
You going there?
Okay.
I'll sit here.
Sandwich me.
We'll leave a space here. How's that? Actually, you know what? Why don't we just pull out a
Spread 'em
couple
out.
chairs? Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of the other chair so there's no jump
Do that.
and then
we'll just slide this one over like this.
I'm not mic'd up.
No, we have handhelds.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm going to John's for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I'll
I don't know. Like Rami promised I could get in, but we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think so.
Are you available?
Yeah, I'll
I think it was
No, I know how this
Like
works.
I'm too had about 80.
I agree.
Yeah, it's usually a secret.
Cool.
I don't know if it's
got my questions
weather,
when I'm
I
ready.
don't know if it's the Walmart
Yeah.
competition.
As this mentioned last year, there were a lot more folks.
Yeah.
I gotta run.
They did this sort of like probably.
Yeah, I think
80
people
or-
found out there's a Walmart lounge, and then it's like there's booze there all day.
Right. Well, we gotta compete. Like, we
Yeah,
have
I
like
think-
shots or Jello shots or something.
Well,
They
it's
just walk in, they get their Jello shot.
There's also a few more retail events like
Brand innovators. And
yeah, brand innovators, which it's pretty cool. A lot of good retail brand stuff over there. Yeah. The Shopgate thing. The,
Yeah.
Koala. Emory,
Retail Innovation Lounge.
Retail Innovation Lounge. So there's more options. We've got to step up.
Yeah. We will. That's probably South by so hard, right? Because people are coming and going and all like.
We'll talk about 4D. Like, what's 4D? It's like after.
Thanks.
We're after
have
the
some pictures first.
You sticking around here with this?
So 4D is like next generation VR. What's that? Well, we're not gonna tell you exactly.
Sorry, this is top secret.
I'm just trying to think. If you're kind of leading this.
Yes, this is just backup.
Yeah, that's going straight to camera, right?
Okay,
So you
so
don't want to talk to that.
do this and pass it.
Yeah, and then we have a second one.
How about this? Give one to him, and I'll
Yeah,
share.
well,
Awesome. All right, we're gonna get some quick stills before we start.
Okay,
We're ready to go.
So what happens when you have a 2-year-old have like cashews in them?
Just walk around and that's
Nice. Nutty.
You know, I'm addicted to cashews. I love cashews.
All right, we're just waiting to finish getting mic'd up here, and then we're gonna start like in a minute or so. And right?
Yeah,
You think?
sounds good. Sounds good.
Is that on?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, there's got this boom mic that broadcasts it.
Oh, okay. Those guys.
Let's go. I've never seen the Buckminster full.
Killing great, the living
You
great.
guys want a quick group photo before
Sure.
we get started? Okay,
That
come
works.
over here. That way you're not just exposed under that one light.
Okay.
You guys can stand up here.
That good?
Let me see. I might. I'm gonna change my lens.
You can't do that. Look, Slash was there.
Slash is here. Not this time, right?
I guess not, but it's like there was a Slash capital factory.
That was crazy with that thing last night we were at with Whirly.
Did you go to Chilligans?
No, but it looked wild. I saw the
Well, they
photos of
kicked
the
everybody
unicorn
out.
lady and
Like
stuff.
for like fire code violation.
Oh yeah, I got shut down.
Just got,
Oh, really? It got shut down?
Yeah.
People, I don't think
Over here, guys.
When did it get shut down? Like,
Well, I
really?
don't know. I think the cops were all coming in and out. Was they trying to help out? Okay. Take one step forward.
step forward. Okay, great. Let's get this.
Oh, you need one each.
All right. You ready?
Yeah. I'll get it.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
All right, I'll let you introduce.
Okay. Or yeah, go start, kick it off, and then we'll do intros.
All right, so this thanks for sticking around, folks. This is the final session of the day, and first of all, I want to thank Eric and Shelfbox for being a sponsor for Retail Loco all these years, making this happen year after year here at South by, and we really appreciate that. So thank you so much. It's Brett was here last year too at the end of the day, and
Yep.
I think we had a really good discussion. So I'm
We
interested
did.
to see where things are at for you and Data.World now, and how that's tying in.
Yeah, I couldn't talk about Data.World
You couldn't.
last
You
year.
couldn't last year. So that I'm really keen to hear a little bit about that and to talk about as Eric has titled this session, can South by save retail? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of retail stuff going on here, and I think people are definitely interested because there's a creation of more and more events in the space at South by, and a lot of sessions going on, which is why the audience is being spread across all the different venues here, and so I'm interested to see where we go to on that question. Can South by save retail?
Me too.
Yeah, let me hand it back to you. We'll do the introductions and we'll go from there.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for sticking around here at Retail Loco. Having a really good South by Southwest. Really key trend is data, and I'm obviously proud to have Brett Hurt up here with me. Last year he couldn't speak about his new company, so his company is all about building the biggest data company in the world. So I look forward to hearing about that. And in retail, it's no different. How do you find new data sources to optimize and become more efficient and compete in this new digital age where Amazon and other e-commerce players are really investing heavily with data and new technologies. So I think data really is going to be a key, and South by is bringing that trend out. So why don't I start with Brett? Why don't you do an intro and talk a little bit about the global vision of data, and I'll do a little bit on Shelfbox, and then I'll get to our list of questions on can South by save retail.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for sticking with us through the end of the day here. So I'm an Austin native, one of the few that chose to grow up here and stay here. And I've been a longtime entrepreneur. I started Core Metrics back in the day in 1999, back in the dot-com days. And that company was eventually bought by IBM for around $300 million and really became one of the world's first global web analytics companies. And it was a big data company. We had, it was back in the days where you didn't have the cloud. We were one of the first software as a service companies before that term existed. So we had massive Sun E10Ks and all of this crazy hardware. We spent $15 million on our initial infrastructure, located here in Austin at places that don't even exist anymore. So at one point we had the largest data warehouse for clickstream behavior in retail. And then I started with an amazing co-founder, Bazaar Voice, and Bazaar Voice became one of the largest data warehouses for user-generated content about products. That company went public in 2012, and it really is all over the world now. It's in 38 international languages. When we started the company, though, strangely enough, there were only 3 retailers in 2005 that had customer reviews. That's kind of hard to think about now, but that was in fact the case. Amazon had it, I think, starting in 1997. I think they were the first retailer to launch reviews in 1997. And then my current company, Data.World, is the most ambitious company I've ever worked on. I've also got 3 co-founders who are really the best of the best. They were all executives at HomeAway before that was bought by Expedia for $3.9 billion. They're real well-known guys in town. And one of them, I actually made a pact when we were at business school at Wharton together that one day we'd found a business together, and we said that to each other in, 1997, and it took a while for us to act on that. But it's also, interesting thing about Data.World is it's a public benefit corporation, or B corporation, and we're actually now in the top 5 most well-backed B corporations in tech in history. We raised $32.7 million. Our lead investor actually is Shasta Ventures, who was just up here on the panel, so it was kind of interesting to walk in and see Jacob up here. I didn't expect that, but I knew that he would be at multiple events around town, because Shasta Ventures is really pushing hard into Austin to help fill that gap that Austin Ventures left when they didn't raise their most recent fund. But what Data.World is building the most meaningful, the most collaborative, and the most abundant data resource in the world. So we'll be done with that in a couple of months, and we'll come back and talk about how it went. And but it's building on top of the semantic web, which it's a little bit hard to explain briefly, but there's a number of TED Talks that Tim Berners-Lee has done on the semantic web. And Tim Berners-Lee, of course, invented HTML. And the semantic web allows you to connect data and link data together in a similar way that HTML has linked documents together. And believe it or not, when Tim Berners-Lee started that, it was very hard for him to convince people to convert their documents to HTML. That sounds like, how could that even be? But back in the original internet, there was like Usenet and Gopher and Telnet and all these kind of islands. There was no great unifier. And when he would come to people and say, hey, you should convert your document into HTML, they would say, Tim, my document's already on FTP. Like, anybody can access it. He's like, yeah, but if you do it, it'll create this amazing explosion. People will be able to link their documents. Well, we know what's happened. That hasn't happened in the world of data yet, with the exception of online advertising and very, very few other exceptions. Obviously, hedge funds are pretty good about linking data together. But the big users of the semantic web have been like the NSA, Palantir, Google, Facebook, Goldman Sachs, So it's only been used by the most elite and wealthy few. And what Data.World is democratizing access to that and making it very approachable, where you can be a novice data user but use the most powerful database technology in history. And it's a platform, so it'll cut across retail and brands, but also, you know, government and, you know, really any industry you can think of as being more and more digitized, and more data is being produced in that industry. So super excited about it, and we launched on July 11th, and it's gone really, really well.
And you didn't really mention the way you explained the business to me, which was like, I don't know if you're not using it anymore, but is it GitHub for data?
It's
is
another.
That an easy way?
It's another way to explain it. But it's really that really kind of trivializes what it is. It's good for shorthand if you're a programmer and you know GitHub and you've used GitHub, as GitHub is to code, Data.World is to data, but it's so much more powerful than that, because data is a much more linkable resource than code. Code is tied to an operating system, typically a platform, whereas data is much more universal. Like data from the 1980s can have a high utility today, where code from the 1980s is going to be like COBOL or Fortran. And you know, there's people that make a lot of money maintaining that, but nobody's programming it, you know, for a new system today, or at least not that I know of. Maybe somewhere in some country, but not really in America. So, you know, the semantic web and the way that it links data together is truly, truly extraordinary. And Data.World at scale will let you look at all types of correlations that you would never think of before. This species of animal is declining in this region because of this increase in chemicals, where the chemical person that's working, producing data, and the animal activist person would never naturally coordinate their efforts, but Data.World will bring their data sets together.
So you're linking all of the world's data together to solve world peace.
That will be one way that Data.World will be used. Another way is it'll link, you know, fantasy sports data and be used in more trivial ways. So it won't all be, you know, used for you know, for really high aspiration, you know, kind of self-actualized needs on the Maslow hierarchy. But that is one way it will be used. Yeah. So, and that's the way I'm most excited about those types of ways.
So Shelfbucks is all about generating new data in retail.
Yep, absolutely.
And so, and you know, the topic here is, can South by Southwest save retail? And I think what online has, what e-commerce has, is just more data, like more data on clickstream. You know, starting with core metrics, ratings and reviews, question and answer stories.
Yep.
Brands and retailers can measure every single element about their e-commerce platforms, and that gives them a lot of power, a lot of data to know what's selling, what's not, what's popular, how do I sell more, how do I, you know, solve my inventory issues, supply chain issues, etc. So what Shelfbucks is trying to do is in the, you know, retailers have been shipping promotional merchandise into their stores the same way for the last 100 years, which is the brands make the product, they pack it, they put it on displays, they put it in boxes, they ship it to their distribution center, it ships to the retail store, and then store employees put the stuff out on the selling floor. So brands spend billions of dollars marketing their products in stores, and they ship it into this supply chain, and they don't get any data on their merchandising. And then once the merchandising's in the store, you know, hopefully it sells, and they do it again next time, you know, with little learnings here and there. So what Shelfbucks is doing is we have a small sensor that goes into that merchandising display, so when it's shipped in the supply chain, it chirps data a few times a day. So now every piece of merchandising a CPG ships into the stores, you know, they see data on, much like you at Core Metrics, you saw how many clicks you got on every web page you had it on. Bizarre Voice, you saw how many ratings and reviews, how much ratings and reviews lifted conversion rate on each product. So now CPGs and retailers can see, I'm shipping promotional merchandise into stores, this is what's happening with it every single day, every single store. and how much money they're making off each display. So that's what Shelfbox is doing, and we're generating a lot of data. Last year we generated in about 300 stores. We generated, which historically CPGs have, they send people into stores to take pictures of their displays to make sure they're up, make sure they're set up correctly. So very little data being generated from that market segment. We generated over 20 million pieces of data in less than 6 months across 300 stores and with 12 CPGs. And we're looking to create more like 5 billion pieces of data in 2018 just from this place. It didn't even have data before, so it's pretty exciting. So I want to ask a few questions of the group here and just brainstorm on it.
Yeah, do you mind if I say something?
Yeah,
too?
go ahead.
So one thing that I think is the most exciting trend happening now with the internet is the digitization of the physical world. So you look at Uber, for example. That's an example of that. You look at Airbnb as an example of that. And I'm a proud Shelfbucks investor, and what Shelfbucks is doing is really digitizing the physical store environment so that brands can really understand for the first time how effective their end caps are, how effective their displays are. So it's a natural evolution that we would come here, and it's kind of crazy, in my opinion, that everybody should be doing that. Like it makes no sense that people aren't doing that en masse right now, because Amazon's not standing still, and Amazon's kind of store of the future that they announced recently, the whole damn thing's digitized. I mean, the whole thing is completely digitized. Like everything a customer does in that store is recorded, tracked, understood, used for targeting. So if that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is. And as you know, I've been involved in shop.org for a long time. I served on the board there for 7 years. And I was literally pleading with retailers at shop.org. I was pleading with them saying, please wake up. Amazon is coming. You need to digitize the physical store environment. Like that's where the majority of your sales are. And if you want to survive, you've got to do this. And I would say that, and it
What'd they say?
It wouldn't be the most popular thing. It'd make people pretty uncomfortable. But the writing now is not just on the wall. It's like hammered in. It's chiseled in stone at this point. There's no erasing it. And it just is kind of stunning to me that that like everybody should be rushing to work with you guys in the retail environment and the brand environment. And that may sound self-serving as an investor, and okay, fine, part of it is, but my parents grew up as retail entrepreneurs. That's how they made their living. My dad invented the first halogen fishing light. I worked with him on direct marketing, so I really actually care about this. Like I actually want physical retail to survive, and Amazon's just coming like this complete juggernaut. And brands, I just bought a new charger for my phone, and the first charger I bought was a Mophie, and it cost me $100, and I bought one with twice the capacity yesterday, and it's Amazon Basics, and it cost $25.
So private label. So brand,
exactly.
they're coming
so
after
now,
the brands
now Amazon's coming after the brands.
Yeah. Well, what's really surprising to me is, and I use this analogy all the time. In the '90s when you were building websites, you didn't have any analytics. Now you wouldn't you wouldn't be caught dead launching a website without analytics. But you ship this physical merchandise into stores, and you spend billions of dollars on it, more than you spend on your websites, and you don't have any data on it, and you can't engage with customers off of it, and you don't know what's happening. And we're 97% of your, or at least 87%, of your revenue's coming from. 10%'s online, 13% depending on the category. So you're right, it's time to act. Amazon's coming. Time's now. Digitize your store. So a few questions to peel back the onion on this. So how can, and IoT is a big topic, Internet of Things. So how can Internet of Things transform a mild manner CPG into a superpower, right? How can you digitize your store footprint and become a superpower in this space? So question number one is about attribution. So why can't we, as an industry, connect advertising spend on Facebook and Google to a conversion rate at the point of purchase in the store, right? So all this digital media being spent, how can we use a digital touch point in the store to maybe when Procter & Gamble or Unilever spends a big chunk of money to drive shoppers into Walmart or into Kroger, how can they know that drove a trip? And why is that important? You want to start?
I'll take that. So I think there's a lot of ways. I mean, within the location ecosystem right now, you have a number of startups that are trying to build new KPIs and new metrics around attribution. Guys like Place IQ with place visit rates and all this kind of stuff. But I think at the end of the day, it's the movement right now isn't just about did the ad result in traffic to the store. It also has to then go to did that traffic then turn into a transaction. And closing that full loop is the real challenge right now that we're seeing in retail. And so what that means is a lot of these companies that are doing sensors in the stores, whether it's a beacon or something else, are finding themselves struggling to kind of scale because they haven't done the work to do the integration between their beacon network and the point of sale system, and the CRM system, loyalty platforms, and all this kind of stuff. And it's created a window for some of these big players like Adobe and IBM and Oracle and all these guys who run that stuff, the CRM systems and the email marketing and all these systems, to come down into this space, in this emerging tech space, and actually buy companies up, merge companies with others, make investments in them, and so they're doing the work that the beacon companies should have done, like in the last 2 years, from that gives you the attribution data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that all the things, I don't want to repeat anything that you said. People were struggling with this even back in the core metrics days. So one of the ways that they would do it is the people like Costco and REI had an unfair advantage because they had a universal customer ID. So they could see if a paid search ad actually resulted in a conversion in the store. And they did that with core metrics. It was really, really cool. we were on the cusp. We're on the cusp at core metrics of really making that breakout across quite a few clients. But I really got the bug to go start Bazaar Voice instead. So and that it's kind of amazing to me that the web analytics industry actually hasn't progressed that much. Google bought Urchin, Adobe bought Omniture, and those solutions, I don't want to say they got totally frozen in time because that wouldn't be fair, but they almost completely, it was close to being frozen in time. Like Google's done an amazing job with Google Analytics because they have the unfair advantage of actually having access to all their ad serving data, and they're putting it together with Google Analytics. But it does a really poor job on segmentation and some of the things that Core Metrics did really well. So in terms of tying it all the way to the transaction, a universal customer ID is like the ideal. That's like the perfect solution. And I think you've been working with Walgreens, for example. And
yeah, I think
with Walgreens they have a rewards program.
It's pretty pervasive.
So that gives a universal customer ID. I know every time I walk in my Walgreens, I use my rewards program.
And it's that integration to those loyalty
It's that integration,
right,
so
that you need to have.
Exactly. So you got to think about it from the holistic standpoint, and obviously Amazon has a universal customer ID in their store of the future that they're launching. So you've got to think about the whole picture.
Yeah. So I think it's a very complex ecosystem, right? The brands
the retailer owns the POS data and the loyalty data, but the brands are spending most of the advertising dollars on Facebook and online. So how do you connect all of that? You know, so so there's two key things of attribution I think about. Number one is, can you spend and track attribution of your spend to a visit in the store or a transaction in the store. Another one is if you can actually understand that your promotion is live in the store. So what Shelfbucks is doing is, so that end cap that's supposed to launch before the Super Bowl, we know that the end cap is up, right? Before Shelfbucks, you couldn't tell if the end cap was up. So one cool thing you can do is, the end cap's up in that store or that set of stores, so let's advertise this specific message to those stores because we know the end cap's up, so shoppers can find the product. The second one is, you know, you make a buy on Facebook, somebody comes in to the end cap, and because the sensor's in the end cap, now you could know, that ad drove traffic to that end cap. Maybe you wouldn't have all the way to the transaction, but you'd at least have to the store and to the end cap, right? So there's these varying levels.
And if you found out what your average conversion was, then you could extrapolate.
Yeah, you got
and that'd be
I
tremendously
think
better
what's
than not
interesting
having
though,
anything.
And I completely agree with that. You know, tracking it to the end cap. But you know, from our perspective at the Location-Based Marketing Association and some of the research that we're looking at right now, I would say that, you know, we actually see, when you look at pharmacy or grocery or, you know, mass merchandise as categories where you have a lot of CPG product, you know, and competitive CPG product in there, I think there's a scenario that's evolving where, you know, if there's some sort of beacon network or communication network that's inside of that environment that, you know, marketers, advertisers can use to engage consumers, I believe there's going to be a time when, just like we have Google AdWords for online, you will have CPGs bidding for placement inside that store, across that in-store communication network, if you will. And actually the merchant is the one who's going to be positioned to monetize that, right? So you'll have, you know, Tylenol, you know, fighting to get their ad above, you know, the generic, you know, Walgreens, you know, acetaminophen brand, whatever that is, right? And so you're going to see this kind of bidding for in-store communication. And then so what happens when, you know, you're measuring the traffic that got drove to the Tylenol display, but then the guy moved to the generic brand one, right? And bought that.
Yep.
See, and that's where you lose the, you know, the measurement, right? And I think that's, you know, that's what I'm concerned about, and where I see a big opportunity for somebody.
Okay, so I'll parlay that into the next one, which is what can technology do to improve end cap revenue contribution? So in a retail store, end caps are prime real estate, right? You know, shoppers are walking up and down the aisles, and the brands really want to be on those end caps. But the issue is, you know, all the time and energy spent, did the end cap get set? Did the display get put up in time for the promotion? So how can technology improve end cap revenue contribution? Because it's the most valuable space in the store, how can more data improve the performance of those end caps, right? Was it the correct display? Was it the correct graphic? Did it have the right SKU assortment? All those things. So how can tech help with improving end caps? You want to start, Brett?
Well, I think you answered the question.
The
way you ask it. You know, it's all of those things that you mentioned. You know, one of the things that Core Metrics saw, I was always wondering, like, who is the biggest beneficiary of Core Metrics? And the biggest beneficiary of all was Google, because Google had invented the ultimate, you know, targeted yellow pages. It's the best targeted yellow pages in history. For those of us that are older will remember the yellow pages. And it was unbelievable. I mean, the targeting was the best that you had ever had. Now probably the best targeting is probably Facebook. We do a lot of Facebook and Google ads at Data.World, but the targeting on Facebook, we actually have a better yield through Facebook than we do through Google, because you can just micro-target down to individual people interested in individual data. Like if someone's interested in census data, you can actually find them on Facebook, which is kind of amazing, the actual person. So, you know, Google, in creating that ultimate kind of yellow pages, their revenues took off in a near infinite way because of Core Metrics and Core Metrics competitors. It really did. Like Core Metrics actually came before Google, and when I was trying to describe core metrics in the media, I would always say, you know, imagine a world where John Wanamaker like actually knew which half of his advertising was wasted. The old quote where John Wanamaker said, "Half my advertising is wasted. I just don't know which half." I was like, well, in the world that core metrics is inventing, you're going to know exactly which half. And when you know which half, you'll spend in a near infinite way because you know that you're always getting a good return. And at the first core metrics client summits back in 1999 and 2000, we would have retailers like, actually I don't think we started that, my time is a little bit off, I think it was 2000, 2001. We'd have retailers like Neiman Marcus saying, I won't even spend on Google paid search unless I get a 700% return. Well, that's what you could get back then because the inventory was cheap. And what happened was it got more and more optimized and Google's revenue went up in a near infinite manner. If you look at their revenue, you know, hockey stick. And, you know, people don't make a 700% return today, but they still make some return or they wouldn't do it. They would probably bid it up even higher if they knew how that would convert in store.
Yep.
If they tied it all the way back to the end cap. We had clients at Core Metrics like Select Comfort, and Select Comfort would actually tie the bid on a Google AdWord to an actual unique phone number, where when the person called in, they knew which Google ad made the person buy. And they spent much higher than their competitors, and their competitors thought they were idiots because they were like, you're just outbidding us, like you've got to be losing money. And they were the ones laughing all the way to the bank because they knew exactly how it converted offline, because that's a very high consideration purchase. Not many people are going to buy Select Comfort just on the website. They're probably going to place a call or maybe go into one of their stores and test it out. So anyways, you know, that I share that story because the same thing could happen in physical retail where people would spend a near infinite amount of money on end caps and optimize those end caps if they actually knew how they performed. And you've seen in your business that they often don't even know if they got actually deployed in the store. Like sometimes they're sitting in the back room, not even sitting out, so they've paid for them and the retail hasn't even put them out, which is another huge inventory problem.
Phenomenon.
Yeah, for me, I think there's two big opportunities around end cap. I think the first is if you have sensors such as shelf bug sensors in these end caps, and you can detect, you know, when people are there and sort of the engagement with it. I think there's an opportunity from a future perspective to look at, you know, how you then tie that the knowledge of who's there, if you can tie it back, even if it's aggregated data that you just have some profile audience data that's related to that device ID, and then, you know, some of these end caps that have, like, say, built-in digital signage platforms or things like that, where the messaging can be personalized to some extent, that then drives true engagement with that product. But you need the sensor to enable that, and I think that's where you guys potentially, you know, could have a big opportunity. I think the second is that you know, from a mass merchandise perspective is where to even, you know, like, yes, I have an end cap here, but how much do I charge the CPG for that end cap is a big question. And I think there's a lot of location data that's enabling that to be answered in different ways. So if you think about, I'm Walmart, and, you know, I used to charge Colgate $20 a square foot for that end cap display, but now I have all sorts of location analytics data that tells me traffic flow, path, dwell time, you know, all this stuff about movements of people in my environment. I might be able to now go to them intelligently and say, well, actually, that's my most valuable real estate in the store, and I have all this new data that I didn't have before that justifies it, and now I can charge $50 a square foot for that end cap display. So I think there's some big opportunities around that.
So I think, summing up both y'all's comments, I think knowing which half of your advertising is wasted is a big deal, because then when you know, you can reallocate your waste.
And that's happened online for the most part, but it has not happened in the store. And the kind of amazing thing to think about with that is that advertising in the store is so expensive, because now you're producing physical product. I mean, the corrugated cardboard displays are a physical product that you have to
And then you add
produce.
screens into them and all this other
Right.
stuff, and the price goes way up. But
Right.
you can justify it if you have.
Today,
Right,
today
exactly.
brands spend knowing that the retail supply chain is complex and that half of their displays that are shipping to retail will not get executed. And they know that. And they know that ROI is still good enough to get product into the store and to get a good return on the promotion. Imagine if they could redeploy. So the CPGs and the retailers who adopt this data will be able to redeploy 50% of their waste and claim market share and profitability on just a massive, like you said, they were laughing all the way to the bank and because they were overspending in certain areas. You can overspend if you know the data. Right.
This morning in the conversation I had with Scott Ryan from Coca-Cola, I was talking about how we have one of our members in our Amsterdam office is a company called Romler. And they basically, what they do is they employ the everyday consumer who lives near these stores to go out and verify that those displays have been set up properly by taking photos. And they get rewarded by the CPG brand with, either cash or, goods. So the actual consumers replace the field staff, if you will, in a game mechanics type of model to kind of do the work of the field reps to verify that and force it out.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then people can only do so much, and then once the sensors in the display, it's
exactly.
It's scalable once you have that data. So the next question is, how can, or describe how the Internet of Things, IoT, can play a role in improving the actual shopping experience with brands and retailers in the store. So you hit on it with the sensor and the display. What experience can be generated off that end cap or that display for a consumer that makes them feel more comfortable buying in a store?
I should ask you that question because you're much more the expert. I mean, the thing that was amazing about being an investor in Eric's company is that, early on, his team actually found that iBeacon software was embedded in iOS. Like before anybody I know found that out.
On the iPhone
I mean,
4S.
before Apple even announced that, like Eric's team was working with that. So obviously
Hackers.
obviously, exactly. So obviously it's beacon based, and beacons have fallen exponentially in terms of price. So these aren't super expensive like they were when you first started the company, and think of it almost like a cookie in a way, like a digital cookie. It's it's similar to that. It's not exactly like a cookie, but it allows you to track someone coming up to an end cap, and that's an impression. And then if you ultimately tie that to the sales, and if they interact with the display in some way through rewards or through targeted coupon or anything else, well, now you've got an actual tracking to be able to tie it directly to the conversion, and include it in your customer profile so that you can do much better targeting afterwards.
Yeah, so not only can you tell that the display got put up in the store that you spent all that money for, you can now know a shopper with a mobile device is in front of me, and if you're that, Procter & Gamble Tide, for example, the shopper marketing team for Walmart can generate not only this beautiful graphic display to attract our attention, but what digital experience might I be interested in? Is it a coupon, or is it features and functionality of video of using the product in my house and how clean my laundry smells? Whatever that digital experience is, you can create now. And what I love about the simplicity of that is the brand team that creates the corrugate, the beautiful display that goes on the end cap. I mean, you can create a digital experience that matches that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you walk up to it, and not only can it be a promotion from the product that's sitting on the display right in front of you, but it can match my purchase history.
Yep.
Right? So Walmart knows I buy Tide or I don't buy Tide. I'm walking up to learn about Tide. If I don't buy Tide, maybe incentivize me. If I do, maybe, get me to upsize. Buy 3 for the price of 2, or,
Yep.
Whatever, using data on personalization and the fact that I'm standing in front of a product, it's a really powerful game.
I think it is about creating experiences, related to when I'm in proximity to that end cap display, and I think, not to go back to Coke again, but unrelated to anything we talked about this morning, but Coke amongst all the CPG brands out there, they've really, owned this idea of it's not a brand marketing to the consumer. It's how does the brand actually, how does the consumer actually kind of come and become part of the story of that brand along the way. And I think that when you have these sensors and people come in contact with a brand, there's an ability to kind of take them and make them part of the story. So we talked a lot today about AR, for example. Like, maybe there's a crazy radical content thing that's just fun, but like, picture like they're there standing in front of that Tide display, and now like using AR for example, you get to ride along inside the dryer machine with the Tide sheet and see what that experience is like, from an AR perspective, and get really dizzy or something, right? Like, I don't know, but it's about consumers interacting with the brands and becoming part of those brands and feeling like they own the brand. Like, it's not just.
You're at least going to get our son to do that.
Yeah,
like, our son would love to do.
Yeah, there you go. Right. So
put him in the dryer.
Yeah, put him in the dryer. So.
Okay, so this is a good one. So in trivia question, promotional displays. Let's take it from the audience. How many promotional displays, that's displays that CPGs or retailers create to market their products in stores in the United States only, not globally, how many displays go out per year, the cycle through retail stores? Just
Are you
give me a few
Are you going to
answers.
give a hint or?
I mean, I'm
Like a
interested in
range?
really hearing
Okay.
what people think the range is. We know, let's say there's 30,000 to 50,000 major grocery mass drug stores in the United States, like big chains. How many displays do you guys think rotate through 50,000 stores a year? How many?
500,000.
500,000. All right, 500,000 displays. Another one?
I think it's like 5 million.
5 million. Did you say 500,000? 500,000, 5
I'm
million.
going way up.
Way up.
Are
All
these
right.
prices right rules or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, what is your guess? He'll know the answer, I think.
I
So
don't
the
know
answer
about
is over 100 million.
Okay.
Over 100 million displays.
I was for the record gonna 10x him. 'Cause I was like, at least we'll just keep going up the chain. But,
Yeah.
Well, you would have been closer.
But I was actually in my head I was thinking 50 million is probably too high, so
Okay.
I wouldn't have guessed 100.
And a very few companies produce most of, like, a majority of those. So two major companies produce like 60% of the volume of those displays.
Now what do you think that cost in aggregate? 50 million times. What does each display cost?
It depends on the beauty, how much corrugate, how much
Right,
printing,
right.
but it's a
big number.
let's say the biggest brands spend $100 to $500 million a year on corrugate, just printing it, designing it, shipping it, packing out product on it, getting it to retail. Okay,
That's a lot of cardboard.
so the next question is, how many of those displays do you think actually get set up? So if 100 million pieces of cardboard corrugate, by the way, it's corrugate, we're at South by Southwest, so I think you guys think of it as cardboard, but in the industry it's corrugate, right? So 100 million pieces get shipped, how much did that, so 38%? Right, that's pretty close. So I'll get right to it. It's like less than 50% of this stuff that gets shipped gets set up. So it's not which half of your marketing it's getting wasted. It's what 70%.
Half of it is not even being deployed.
Yeah.
So and when
you're paying for it, but
you're paying for it.
It's like leakage or something.
You've got so my question is, why is that a problem for the industry? Why is it if you shipped 100 million pieces of marketing material, which if they're on the floor on the end cap, they should sell more product for you. When your displays don't get put up, it's not just you wasted the money on the display and the end cap and the agencies and the shipping and the logistics and all that, but also the product's sitting in the back room and it's not even being sold, right? So you create inventory problems and all that. So I guess my question is, what does an industry that has over half waste do with this new data? And it's like, and another thing they do just to set the tone, because you guys don't know a lot about how this works, but the same display is shipped to the same store, right? So the same P&G Tide end cap gets shipped to the same, every store it gets shipped to is basically the same graphic, same size, same footprint. So, and a lot of stores don't have room. There's reasons that it doesn't get executed, but if you had data
on exactly which display was getting actually shipped, which ones got set up, and what sold off of it, what was working, how could you find the bottom 50%? What could you do to improve your business as a brand and a retailer?
Amazon warehouses in the sky for storing it.
Okay.
You know, because they don't have.
But this is retailers. They don't want to work with Amazon. I don't think they might.
I thought you were going to
Drone warehouses.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
We're talking Cloud City, like Star Trek.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. So.
Or Star Wars. So I would say that I would embed, if I was a brand, I would embed a beacon in every single display, and I would track whether or not it ever got any views, any impressions. And if I saw that I was not getting impressions in a certain region, offline impressions, in-cap impressions, then I would deploy my kind of army of people that go into those stores and help set up those end caps and work with the individual locales to say, guys, our stuff is not even being deployed. I mean, we've paid for this. And I would use that to renegotiate with the retailers. I would say, like, hey, we've given you a lot of MDF dollars here to deploy these end caps. They're not being deployed, and that's not right. So that's on the deployment side, right? On the actual impressions in the store, you could benchmark store by store. You could benchmark creative by creative. You could do all the things you do in online advertising physically in the store to have kind of an unfair customer advantage or unfair advantage against your brand competitors.
So the one thing I gotta say, because we partner with the retailers too, so it can't be, what I've seen between the retailer and the brand, because it's a negotiation, right? And I want this much space, I want this many displays. It's a complex supply chain, so we don't blame the retailer for the execution. We don't blame the CPG for the execution. It's kind of like an industry challenge. Like,
yeah, but they're ultimately in a partnership to win the customer.
They are.
And
so
they both need to optimize spend.
So what I've seen is, to optimize it, the brand might put a proposal in place with the retailer that says, if you hit this level of execution, I'll pay you this. If you hit this, I'll hit you this. So instead of just using it as a stick, you can use it as an accelerator too. So if the stores execute, using the data, that you can get even more trade fronts, which is pretty cool. All right, so we're about out of time, but we talked a lot about how maybe new data can help digitize the physical store, where most of our brand dollars are made in this country, and excited to see kind of where it goes, and if CPGs and retailers can have this new data on what's working with end caps and what's not, hopefully they can make billions more dollars and save the billions they're spending on displays today. So anything else you guys want to add?
I think I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate you sticking with us.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
That's good.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah. Good to see you.
All right, we're done. We're at the end of the day. Thank you all for hanging in there, and just wanted to make sure we'll all see you tonight. Just over half an hour. Basically, we'll be open at the Garage Bar, which is on Colorado between 5th and 6th, 503 Colorado, I think. So we'll be there from 7 till about 10, and love to have you all there. Drinks, food, all provided. Again, thanks for coming. We'll also be sending out the presentation from this morning, and we'll send out some other follow-up information, just to keep in touch with you guys and let you know about our next Retail Loco conference, which is actually our main conference in October, which will be in Atlanta this year, October 18th and 19th. All right, thanks for coming.
Where's it again? 503?
Colorado. Yeah. Well, we already. But yeah, did you get one? Yeah, let's do that.
Working with the Memorial
Where? Here? The girls that are in the front there.
I was trying to get he was a partner, just like Barbara, and
Why don't you
partner
want to
at Loco Bank. Three
got
of us
one.
together.
My,
It's a really brilliant model, but it's gone now, it's there, so he's in, we can.
We're done. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so,
Thanks, man.
You too.
okay, yeah, I'd love to, get your.
What are you doing for dinner?
I'm just gonna eat there. There's food there.
Is there?
Yeah. Like they're going around hors d'oeuvres. I don't have time. I gotta go get over there now. I'm supposed to be there at 4.
Yeah, for the rest of the world.
What's that?
We can grab one more.
Thanks for breaking
photo.
through the concept for the rest of the world.
Oh, well, thank you, I appreciate it.
Just do one more group.
Yeah, sure.